approach parts of Wakulla County, also close to Alligator Point over in Franklin County at this hour. Moving over to South Georgia, the weather not as bad yet, but again, don't let your guard down. Helene will continue moving inland, and that will bring more gusty winds, more heavy rainfall to our friends in South Georgia, close to the I-75 corridor especially. This is that rare extreme wind warning that's in place until midnight this evening for eastern Leon, eastern Wakulla, all of Jefferson, all of Madison, all of Taylor County. That also includes parts of Lafayette, Suwannee, and Hamilton County as well. So this is an extreme wind warning. Treat this as you would a tornado warning. If you stayed behind, be sure to hunker down. Be sure to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible and get away from those windows, as we could see winds upwards of 100, possibly more than 100 miles per hour as Helene moves inland. Right now we're gusting to 52 in Perry, gusting to 51 for Live Oak, gusting to 37 in the capital city, up to 58 miles per hour the current gust at the coast in Apalachicola. But again, we could see those winds upwards of 80, 90, 100, maybe more than 100 miles per hour. Notice Lafayette High School. Again, this is just one model run. Not saying this will happen, but the potential is there that we could see those gusts up to or more than 100 miles per hour near into the east of that center of circulation. And again, as it moves inland, places like Valdosta, Thomasville, close to Cairo as well, tracking the potential for some very gusty winds, possibly up to 50, 60, 70 or more than 70 miles per hour. But again, some light at the end of the tunnel as we do see a drier spell by the time we go into early parts of your Friday morning as that calmer weather is on the way. What's up?
The St. Mark's Lighthouse weather stem is reporting winds right now of 42 gusting to 60. So this is just, again, just starting to see those gusts along the coast,
exactly
exceeding 60 miles per hour.
And I think we have a camera there at St. Okay, right. We'll get to it in a minute, but like we talked about,
yeah,
we have
they're not going to have power
right.
for lights probably, but anything we can show. But yes, weather stem is a great source to monitor right now. You can look at those coastal counties. So you can just put in weather stem Franklin, weather stem Wakulla, weather stem the county name, and then you can look at the different stations.
There you go. That's a great tool to have as well as Helene moves inland. Also want to give this update. The new tornado watch is now in place again along into the east of that center of circulation, and that will last until 6 o'clock Friday morning. So just be sure through the overnight hours that you have a way to receive warnings. Like we talked about, these tornado warnings can pop up very quickly with the tropical systems. That runs from Monticello to Thomasville and back to the east, close to the I-75 corridor. So just have a way to receive warnings as we go into the overnight hours. And that's also where we find that level 2 slight risk of severe weather from the Storm Prediction Center. We also have a flood watch in place for the potential for more than 1, 2, 3, maybe up to 5 or 6 inches of rain on top of the rain that we had on Wednesday and the rain that we had earlier today. So we could see some freshwater rain flooding along with the saltwater storm surge flooding close to the coast. I don't know if we have that camera or not, but if not, let's go ahead and check back in with Jacob and Julie at the desk, and we'll have more updates as we have more on Helene in just a few more minutes.
Yeah, those cameras are in the dark, but we do have traffic cameras in Perry we'll keep an eye on, and where there are some cameras that it looks like a snowstorm because you can see the rain going by. So we have a Franklin County camera that shows a lot of the rain. I don't know if we can pull up now or if there we go. So this is Franklin County, and you can see it's 1 or 2 seconds of lag every time, but it tells you the story that the wind is intense and the waves and the water also very intense.
Absolutely. So we'll continue to check across our viewing area tonight, even though it's dark. Hopefully it gives us just a glimpse of conditions out there this evening.
I believe we're going to check in with our Zach Dahlheimer in a minute or two, or just about right now, because he's been watching all of this unfold from Giles High School as over 1,500 people have been made the move into a shelter today to try to see how things play out. Zach, what are you seeing out there at this hour?
Well, Jacob, like you mentioned, more than 1,600 people that Leon County Schools said earlier tonight, and more than 230 pets. They're in shelters like this here at Childs High School. This is one of 8 shelters set up at schools all across Leon County because of conditions like you're seeing behind me. Now, I want to point out, like I did earlier, Matt, Sam, and I, we are under a covered stairway right now, close to the wall and the door where we're riding this all out because we're trying to be as safe as possible while showing you the current conditions. But I want you to come with me now. Take a look at this as the light goes up against the wall here on the outside of where we're standing. You could see just the steady rain that continues to get a little bit stronger as throughout the hour here on the north side of Tallahassee, and the wind is pretty steady right now. It's picking up a little bit, but it's kind of similar to where it was around an hour or so ago. But as I said, as conditions continue to evolve and the wind picks up, there's also been a power outage here at Childs High School. We lost power for about 30 seconds, about 10 minutes ago, and the power came right back on. But just over to my left in the gymnasium, that is where many people are riding out this storm as we speak. They made the choice to come to here or the 7 other Leon County schools to hunker down and to ride this all out. And we're not just talking about folks living here in Leon County. We've talked with folks from Wakulla County, and we're told some of the other counties, especially with those mandatory evacuation orders, Franklin County, Taylor County, they made their way up here to shelter in place, and especially many with their pets too. So because of this, it's definitely important to make sure that yourself, but also your loved ones and your 4-legged friends are safe too. They have a lot of resources, of course, inside the shelter. Lots of cots, room for air mattresses. They're providing refreshments. They have a live television feed watching the storm as it continues to move on through closer as we're approaching that landfall, of course, and as we're delivering, of course, the current conditions as well. But again, right here at Childs High, north side of town, the rain is continuing to be steady, picking up a little bit, the wind also picking up as well. We're going to go ahead and head on back inside, but of course, we'll be checking with you throughout the night, of course, as conditions continue to evolve right here in Tallahassee. But of course, this right here is the reason why you should not be outside at this time. For now, we're live at Childs High School in Leon County. I'm Zach Dahlheimer. Julie Jacob will send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Zach, stay safe, and we know you'll do just that as Tallahassee is still going to experience some significant winds, even though the eye wall appears to be moving into Taylor County's coast right now. Tallahassee will still be certainly something we're watching. This is video from Southwest Florida as Helene moves in. You can see Lee County's Sheriff's Office posting this impressive video. Lots of communities all along Florida's coast underwater tonight, and certainly a concerning situation there, but locally is the focus. A lot of our communities facing some of the worst weather they've ever seen.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a live look at the camera there on Main Street in Perry. You can see the raindrops there on the lens and the wind buffeting that camera right in the heart of Perry. This community is getting pummeled by this storm tonight. Sadly, they've been through so much in the last year plus in terms of landfalls and storm damage. So this gives us a glimpse too of the conditions they're facing right now. And you know, Zach was in that shelter here in Leon County, but as he mentioned earlier, there are people there from Taylor County, from Franklin County, from all of our coastal areas who've been ordered to evacuate, and the conditions we're seeing right now are the very reason why.
And John Lauk, the emergency management director at Taylor County, was on our air talking to us live about a couple hours ago. He said he thought about 500 people had decided to stay in Taylor County to ride out Helene. So and so we're certainly hoping those folks are in that interior room right now, and hopefully we can return to this camera because I think the eye wall is approaching the Perry area, and we're going to certainly be close, keeping close eye on this camera and all the action going on in Taylor County.
And as more and more of our viewers are losing power tonight, we invite you to continue to listen, to continue to watch. You can do so. iHeart radio stations in Tallahassee are simulcasting our broadcast tonight, so you'll be able to continue to receive critical information from your WCTV First Alert weather team and, of course, our news team. Those are the stations right right there on your screen. X101.5, 105.3, 107.1, 96.5, 94.9, and 100.7. All of them sharing our broadcast tonight in hopes that together we can help to keep you safe and keep you company, really, in some really frightening hours ahead.
Yeah, frightening indeed. Let's show you some video. This was FSU students relocating to, I believe, the Turnbull Conference Center. This was something we brought to your attention a few hours ago. We were talking about how initially FSU was going to keep on-campus students in their residence halls. They made the decision this morning to take those students to the Turnbull Conference Center. They said it had recently undergone some improvements for hurricane upgrades and safety. The Tucker Center also was a shelter that was opened up exclusively for off-campus FSU students or any FSU student who wanted to ride out the storm safely.
Right, and keep in mind that we have tens of thousands of college students in our community. FSU, FAMU, Tallahassee State College, many of them here from locations and cities and states that don't deal with hurricanes. So I'm sure that their parents are watching and worried tonight, Mike, and we want to make sure that they have the best information possible.
Right, it's just something, now none of us have been through anything like this, but if you're from a non-tropical climate, yeah, this is something that it's maybe even less fun. It's not fun for anybody. This is a nightmare setup. It really is, because it is bringing the worst of it right up into Appalachia Bay. It may not bring the worst conditions they've ever seen over our western Big Bend counties, because you are on the right side of Michael, not the good side, the right side. But now most of the viewing area, especially up the middle and the eastern half, they're all going to be within this core of what now is 140 mile per hour Hurricane Helene. That was the last wind report coming up from the hurricane hunters, and still moving off toward the northeast at 24 miles per hour. Latest pressure down to 939. So pressure continues to drop. Now, it can't happen much longer because it's about to make landfall within the half hour. Since it's moving so quickly, still will be a Category 2 hurricane, very likely through all of our South Georgia counties too. So it'll become a 3 and then a 2, but still, it is very likely that most of our eastern counties in the Big Bend and our eastern counties over South Georgia, so again, roughly aligned from Cairo to Thomasville, and east of that, you're going to see those gusts at or above hurricane force and a possibility of seeing some gusts over 100 miles per hour. I talked about the hurricane hunters flying out of Keesler Air Force Base, been flying through Helene this evening, going back and forth, giving us this valuable information, and that was that last report that went by. It looks like 938 and 146. So again, it's just about run out of time, thank goodness, because it just kept on losing pressure, which meant that the winds would respond and get stronger. So let's get to the real deal. There's the ugly radar truth of all of this. The core of this has moved well into Taylor County. The heaviest rainfall, the strongest winds are now working their way in over the coast toward Perry. So they've already moved into Steinhatchee. Steinhatchee is in that eye wall right now with the most intense part. The area, the eye out here, where you're going to have the lighter winds, may be calm. It's not going to be around long because this is moving so quickly. But also note the western side. Cameron and I have been looking at the western side of this, and the winds look just as strong on the western side of this right now. And there are still some flashes of lightning to talk about too. Let's look at just that over the last hour. Kind of a neat little look at it, because you see how when these clusters of convection kind of wrap around that. Thankfully, we don't see as much now as we saw maybe a half hour ago, but because usually when you see those clusters of lightning like that, it can lead to more lift, creates lower pressure, leads to the winds responding. But because it's moving so quickly, it's about to run out of time for that to happen. So let's put it into motion over the last hour. There's your fast motion moving inland. You get a better idea of the really intense, incredibly heavy tropical rains coming down through parts of Taylor County, coastal Jefferson County, getting it on the act, coastal Wakulla County, especially over towards St. Marks. I've been watching the weather stem station in St. Marks there by the wildlife refuge and by the lighthouse, and it's been consistently reporting wind gusts over 60 miles per hour for about the last 15 minutes. I suspect they're going to get a lot higher because out here we've been measuring some even higher winds. The rest of this, the rain getting progressively heavier across the rest of the Big Bend, now extending north of I-10. South Georgia, for the most part, you're getting just the rain right now. You're not getting the intense winds. I think the worst will reach South Georgia after about midnight. This is just an estimate. I just drew a line roughly where I think that leading edge of the worst of the weather. Again, because it could be a little bit over here, and even though it doesn't look too bad there, this part is going to rotate through you. So based on that, we're looking at least some of this working its way up through eastern Wakulla County. So getting pretty close to Crawfordville, Woodville, Tallahassee, all of that before we get to 11 o'clock for this to get underway. By getting into Madison, again, this is the beginning of when I expect the worst conditions to happen. All right, so this isn't going to be the worst of it. This is the beginning of the worst of it. Getting into Valdosta after midnight. So again, crossing over the state line roughly around midnight. It'll still be ongoing over the Big Bend. It's going to take a solid 2 hours for this to get through the Big Bend, and then another 2 hours to get through South Georgia. That's what I expect to happen. Here's the Doppler radar in velocity mode. Out here is where we have the incredible velocities. They're strong here too, but this is the area that Cameron and I have been looking at. And so I'm going to ask him just to hit the button a couple of times, and we'll see what the radar is estimating with some of these winds out here. So, all right, so we know they're stronger than 86. There we go. Now we're looking at 103. Let's keep checking, because I guarantee there are going to be some stronger ones out there that could be, and we've seen them as high as, well, there's one on the eastern eye wall of 119 miles per hour. You get the idea. It's an intense major hurricane. There are going to be many winds aloft that are over 100 to 120 miles per hour that could get shoved down to the surface. They won't be everywhere. It'll be in bursts, and it will mow down the tops of trees, knock them down, break them off, widespread power outages. I guarantee the power outages will ramp up drastically during the next hour as this continues to move toward the north-northeast. But these are the winds being measured aloft, and the intense rainfall rates coming with it are going to push those strong winds down toward the surface. So there are some of the ugly colors which you typically don't see when we're talking about velocity modes. With all that in mind, of course, there's going to be extreme wind, tornado-type winds coming down for many areas through eastern Leon, eastern Wakulla, Jefferson, Madison, Taylor, Lafayette, western Suwannee, western Hamilton counties. Now, this could very well be extended up into South Georgia. This is really just for the next hour or two. And then as it goes farther north, we could see some incredible winds there too. Here's what the future cast looks like. The most important part here is the fact that it keeps on moving. Let's talk a little bit about southwest Georgia and the western Big Bend. You're saying, what about us? Well, because this thing is so strong, you are still going to get 45 to 55 mile per hour winds, but it's a lot less likely because this core is so tightly wound up that you'll see those extreme winds. Excuse me. But also, because the forward speed is about 25 miles per hour, that actually helps to reduce the winds that get down to the surface over here. It's just the way that an intense tropical system like this that's moving quickly will do. It's not much, but it's definitely a lot lower over our western counties. By the time we get to 2:33 a.m., the center of that will be departing our northeastern South Georgia counties, and then we'll start to see some rapid improvement. The rain will come to an end. The winds, it will take a while to die down. It'll still be windy, but it'll keep getting better and better. Current winds still getting lots of gusts to around 60 along the west central coast of Florida, and they've been dealing with that for quite a while. Sustained winds locally. Perry now, sustained wind at tropical storm force at 40. But let's talk gusts, because here's where we start to see those bigger numbers. Looks like Alligator Point has stopped reporting, but I guarantee they're getting these gusts similar to what Perry's getting, if not higher. So right now, Perry's reporting gusts to 63, getting closer to hurricane strength. The inland gusts otherwise about 30, but Tallahassee getting those gusts closer to 50. That's high enough, it's going to start ramping up the power outages. So if you've lasted this long with your power from Tallahassee eastward, there's a very good chance that during the next hour you're going to lose it. And then probably about another hour after that, it's very likely to happen over the South Georgia counties. The futurecast wind gusts going from roughly now through the next few hours. Again, it's a model, but it's just painting this potential of 75 to 85, perhaps even near 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts get to 130, and it's still showing. What's interesting here, it actually picks up the eye. It's showing a 90-mile-per-hour gust in Valdosta, an 86-mile-per-hour gust in Tifton, but 25 in Moultrie. That's showing that center, 66 in Camilla. So there's your low, the center, and then Moultrie. So it's not going to go calm in the eye. It'll still be a little breezy, but you still do not want to venture out at all. Don't do it. It's deadly. Don't do it. There are too many things that could be on the ground, and the rapid return of the hurricane force winds will occur. So just to wrap it up, the core moving into the center, about to make landfall along the Taylor County coast. It looks as though it will probably go just north of where Idalia went into Keaton Beach. It'll stay north of Steinhatchee, but that doesn't mean anything because they've been in this eye wall. They're still getting the worst of it, and the western side is really strong too. It's really intense, and that is starting to bump into the Wakulla County coast. That's what will move up through parts of Leon County, through all of the eastern half of the Big Bend, all the eastern half of our South Georgia counties during the next 3 to 4 hours.
All right, now is certainly the time where everyone needs to stay inside their safe room. I know with the tornado and you're inside your safe space, that could be 15, 20, 30 minutes. This is much longer, so it tests the patience.
Yeah. This is a big tornado. That's
right.
how you have to treat it. I say there's a tornado warning for all those areas that I had in that red box. That's how you have to treat it.
Right. It's a scary situation. We're keeping a close eye on Perry. As you mentioned, the radar picking up a wind gust of 119. And this is a live look, again, at that traffic camera at 319 and 98 at Hampton Spring Avenue. And you can see this is dramatically worse than what we saw just 15, 20 minutes ago.
I was going to say just minutes ago, we looked at this same scene, but you can see, wow, the winds are really much more powerful in this view than they were just moments ago.
Right. And we have Leon County Sheriff Walt McNeil on the phone with us, as Leon County is certainly not out of the worst of it as Helene moves ashore.
Yeah, Sheriff McNeil, thank you so much for joining us tonight. First of all, I want to ask, where are you riding out this storm? And I know you're in the loop. I'm wondering if you're hearing any reports yet of any damages or road closures or anything like that that's happening as the weight of this storm is in full effect.
Well, good evening, Julie, and thank you all for the great coverage you always do, providing us the assistance. Right now, it looks like we aren't having any major issues. We believe, obviously, that the worst is still ahead of us, and we're prepared to respond after all the events that are happening here tonight. I can tell you we are somewhat fortunate in that the path of the hurricane changed. That's been significantly helpful to the folks in Leon County. But it also tells us we've got great work to do in assisting the other counties, depending on how badly we're hurt. But it does look like that Leon County's missed the worst of it. And where I am, I'm here at the Consolidated Dispatch Agency with my deputies and the dispatchers and EMS, just waiting it out and seeing exactly what this is going to look like tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and we wanted to ask you about the timeline, a difficult timing with the landfall happening just before midnight. And so how do your deputies plan to respond to this emergency, two emergencies that are received by the CDA with folks needing help overnight? Are your deputies going to go out overnight, or are you going to wait until sunrise to examine the damage?
Well, we've pretty much made this clear to our citizens for several years. You know, we have to make sure that the situations are not so dangerous that we put ourselves and citizens in harm's way. So if the winds are higher than 40 miles an hour, we are not on the roadways. We will take all the information about those persons, and once we get the all clear, we'll go out and make those our first priorities.
And Sheriff, deputies have a lot of job descriptions on a night like this and a day like tomorrow, blocking off roadways that may have hazards involved. Give me some idea of what they will be doing once it's safe to go outside.
Well, we have a number of missions that we'll be involved in. One, perhaps the most important one, is working with our power restoration staff from all over the country that's coming here. The city of Tallahassee and Leon County has contracted with, and so we'll make sure that we can assist them in getting power restoration. That also means that we've got to do an assessment of the damage as relates to which roads are available, and we want to. I said this in our press conference earlier this week. We want to make sure that our citizens hopefully will abide by the request we've made, which is not get out tomorrow morning and start driving around. There's going to be trees down, which is another priority of ours, trying to get those trees cleared. We have chainsaw crews that are working or will be working tomorrow morning first thing, because we know that's a high priority. But as many of our citizens, we want them to help us as well. We can coordinate that assistance, but please, let's be organized in the way we try to do this. We have so many folks driving around. I saw the last time, just trying to see what the damage is, and the traffic was horrendous. And we hope that we don't have that same situation that happens this time.
Right, and I was going to ask you your advice for folks who are very eager to get out of their homes and examine the damage. It seems clear that we want Friday to be just as precautionary and stay off the roads just like Thursday was, because who knows what the road conditions will be tomorrow. So, Sheriff, we really appreciate your time. Is there anything else you'd want Leon County residents to know at this hour?
Well, let's just say a prayer for our brothers and sisters in those counties in the Big Bend that are hit, particularly Taylor County, that seems like has had 3 of these direct hits in a row. And we are going to do everything we can to recover here and respond to assist our fellow friends and families around the Big Bend.
Sheriff McNeil, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We wish you and all your deputies and first responders safety in the hours ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Let's go to across the Georgia border. Thomas County Emergency Services just a moment ago sharing some updated info with us. They said their Red Cross shelter at Cross Creek Elementary is still open. They've also reported some road closures. That includes on Cone Road from Lower Boston to Joyner Road. Really, no one should be on any road anywhere in our viewing area right now. They, of course, are urging people to stay in place, shelter where you are right now.
All right, we want to check in with Abrea Ruffin. She is in South Georgia for us this evening, monitoring conditions there. Abrea, fill us in. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, Julie, Jacob, right now it's really just a waiting game. We're waiting for the storm impacts. We're waiting to see what the aftermath is going to look like. We were told that South Georgia may not really see impacts until around midnight, so we're still waiting to see that get to our area. As you can see right now, there's a very light drizzle outside. There's a little bit of wind. We see the flagpole kind of moving aggressively, and then we see the trees and the tree branches kind of flowing as well. But again, not much out here. So of course the roadways are clear right now. Residents are inside as they should be. Stacy and I are here at the Decatur County Sheriff's Office. We're waiting with them and their deputies. We're going to be waiting out the storm and providing you guys updates when we do start seeing impacts. So we'll keep you guys updated and let you know if we see any changes out here. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys at the desk.
Okay, our Abrea Ruffin in the Decatur County area for us tonight, and even though it's farther west than some of the core winds are expected to go, certainly no one in our South Georgia counties will be scot-free with this storm.
Absolutely. I don't know that anyone in our viewing area will be scot-free after this storm. It is so big and so powerful. So, boy, these impacts just far and wide. We want to check in right now with our Capitol Bureau reporter Cody Butler. He is monitoring things at Florida State Operations Center here in Tallahassee. Cody, fill us in. What's the latest there?
And Julie and Jacob, we are expecting to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis and Florida Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie here in about 20 minutes or so here at the State Emergency Operations Center as the storm does make landfall here in the next few hours or so here here in Florida. Earlier today, the governor was encouraging people to hunker down, stay where they're at right now, and not go out and survey damage. This is a nighttime landfall, so we know people are going to want to go out and inspect the damage. He's encouraging people to wait until daylight to go out and see. We don't know how dangerous it could be because the power lines will be down, trees will be down, so it will be very difficult to navigate it. I also asked him how things will go with the restoration efforts with this being a nighttime landfall, and he says that they do have the capabilities of working at night. Again, some of those operations will wait until daylight, like cutting trees and getting power lines restored. Some of that's going to wait till daytime. There's kind of a system in place where there are crews scattered throughout the areas that are affected by this, as well as crews on the outside waiting to come in. And once it's safe to do so, they will go out and start clearing the roads, start getting the trees off the roads, start getting the power lines off the roads, start getting power restored. One of the things that the state has done differently over the years is kind of presage these things so that they can restore things quicker. Power outages is kind of their gauge right now. They want to get power back on as quickly as possible after a hurricane goes through. Over the last few storms, we've seen power out for a couple of days in the hardest hit areas instead of a couple of weeks like we've seen before. So this storm is like no other. They're working on trying to get the power back on as quickly as possible once it is safe to do so. Again, we'll have more updates on what the state is doing here shortly from the governor here at the State Emergency Operations Center, which will be here on WCTV, so make sure you stay with us. Reporting live at the State Emergency Operations Center here in Tallahassee, Cody Butler, WCTV Eyewitness News.
All right, Cody, we will check in with you soon. Hopefully the governor can share some updated facts and figures as he's been keeping a close eye on this landfalling hurricane as it's expected to be making landfall any minute. This is Perry again, and this is the camera we just took moments ago, and it looks, again, drastically different, and perhaps the lights are out, I believe. I guess they might be flashing lights. Street lights are now dark when they weren't just a moment ago, which is no surprise given the expected wind gusts.
Absolutely.
There.
You know, Mike mentioned just moments ago that there were gusts in that area of almost 120 miles an hour. So really, really significant winds impacting Taylor County at this hour, Franklin County at this hour. Just incredible power behind Hurricane Helene.
And I'm just thinking of all the folks that we've gotten to know over the last year covering Idalia's aftermath. Our reporters and our anchors, everyone has gotten to know so many people who were devastated by Idalia, and I'm just thinking of every single one of them as they once again go through the unthinkable. So our thoughts are certainly with you, and we'll be checking in with you in the aftermath here to make sure you're doing okay. Now, again, this is the time when power is going out and radio could be your friend instead of TV or cable. We have partnered with iHeart radio stations in the capital city. They are simulcasting, so if you're listening to us, you can hear our voice. We appreciate you trying to stay tuned and informed during the worst of the worst. If you can't hear us, or if you can't see what's on your screen, again, those radio stations are 101.5, 105.3, 107.1, 96.5, 94.9, or 100.7. Any of those will get you to our simulcast.
Of course, and this is a great time to download our WCTV First Alert weather app as well. You will get all of the alerts and updates on that as well. So we want to stick with you throughout the night tonight. We're going to be here with you until the storm has moved through a region. That is Florida, that is Georgia. Right now we want to check in with Cam Aaron to learn the very latest on this storm as it really storms ashore.
Yeah. And Cam, sorry to cut off you there for a second. We did want to show our reporter from our sister station, Cutter Martin, is in Perry, and his camera has been going in and out for us. But if we could patch in his camera feed, this is a live look at Perry right now. And just an incredible scene. Looks like static on a television when you don't have a signal. The wind forcing that rain to just blow sideways. As you can see, they try to keep the camera screen clean.
I don't know even why he's wiping off the camera lens there. This rain is blowing sideways. It is so hard. You can see somebody there in a rain slicker jetting by. Cutter Martin has been bringing us updates throughout the evening from Perry, and we were going to check in with him a moment ago, but the camera went dark. This is why you can see the intense wind and rain in Taylor County right this minute.
So we will keep close tabs. I believe we are supposed to check in with Cutter after the 11 o'clock hour, perhaps after the governor's press conference. So we will hopefully get the latest from Perry, as that is just hard to comprehend. And Cameron, the radar backs up those images right now.
Yeah, guys, I mean, your heart really breaks for the people of Taylor County after what all they went through with Idalia and then Debbie, and now another big blow, if not the biggest blow so far. This is Hurricane Helene. Now, the weather going downhill like we just saw in Perry, but also going downhill for places like Monticello, like in the capital city, also in Crawfordville. But again, this is the latest update on Hurricane Helene as it moves over parts of Appalachia Bay right now. And this is a list of those approximate arrival times of the worst of the weather. So again, places like Madison, a heads up close to the I-10 corridor as we approach the 11 o'clock hour, Asheville 11:10 over to near Thomasville 11:34, and also a heads up close to Valdosta close to the 11:45 hour as Helene continues to push off to the north very quickly. So again, like we talked about, this will take a little bit of time for it to wind itself down. So we could see that hurricane extend all the way up into parts of South Georgia. Let's zoom into Taylor County. Some absolutely nasty weather for Keaton Beach, also in Steinhatchee and Perry as well. And again, here is the eye, and this is Taylor County. This is the coastline here, so we should see a landfall very, very soon in Taylor County, very close to Keaton Beach, if not a little bit to the north and west of Keaton Beach. But again, the worst of the weather coming through Perry right now. Heads up Shady Grove, heads up Madison, heads up Monticello. This pushing into your direction as it moves off to the north and northeast very, very quickly. Also in the capital city in Tallahassee, we are tracking these bands of showers as they push across parts of Leon County. We had one heavy band push through the capital city not too long ago, had some very heavy rain at the station, also some gusty winds, and we have another band pushing through parts of southeastern Leon County close to Woodville. So a heads up, this will continue rotating off to the north and west. So we will see another round of some very gusty winds, more heavy rainfall in the capital city. Also in Crawfordville, also over to near Sopchoppy and Wakulla County, all these areas. Go ahead and hunker down. Just go ahead and be indoors. Stay away from those windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Right now, just some moderate rain to heavy rain for some of us in South Georgia. But again, don't let your guard down. As Helene pushes inland, this will also be a South Georgia issue as we go close to midnight and after midnight as well. Now, this is a pretty rare event from the National Weather Service in Tallahassee, an extreme wind warning. This will last until midnight for eastern Leon, eastern Wakulla, all of Jefferson, all of Madison, all of Taylor County, also for parts of Hamilton County, parts of Suwannee, and parts of Lafayette County. Again, treat this as you would a tornado warning, as we could see winds upwards or more than 100 miles per hour, especially as you get close to the coast and near the center of circulation as Helene moves inland. We are gusting to 66 in Perry, gusting to 49 for Tallahassee, gusting to 57 over in Madison County. And again, we could see these gusts go even higher as we go over the next few minutes. What's up?
I just want to make sure that you saw that Alligator Point had a gust to 103 at the weather stem station.
There you go. Your mic's up now.
So there was a gust to 103 at the Alligator Point weather stem station. And just about 2 minutes ago, a gust to 80 at Wakulla High School at their weather stem station.
Again, Mike, I mean, Wakulla High School and Alligator Point, they are to the west of the center of circulation.
They are to the left. So
Crawfordville, Tallahassee, don't just think, oh, we're west of the center. This is fine.
It's still coming to Tallahassee. It's still coming.
It can still be pretty serious. So again, that's why we're saying stay indoors, stay away from those windows, and keep up with us for the very latest. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at meteorologist Josh Green. He is outside our station in the capital city in Tallahassee. And Josh, I talked about more of those gusty winds, more of that heavy rainfall pushing through Tallahassee. What do you got right now?
Yeah, Cam, you were spot on. We just had a really strong band push through. As it was pushing through, kind of like that, some of the lights started flickering here in the parking lot. Those have kind of come back on. That tells me that some of the generators are going to start to blow here in the capital city. I'm standing right outside the station in northeast Tallahassee. Cameron and Mike doing a great job of keeping our entire area informed, but I'm here because I want to let you know, in case you're watching, if you're from Tallahassee, maybe you evacuated, or if you're here, I'm outside to let you know what's going on so you don't have to go outside at all. And what's happening right now is we're starting to get some of those tropical storm force wind gusts, like that one you just saw a second ago. Those are around 35 to 40 miles per hour. We've got sustained winds here in the capital city of around 20 to 30 miles per hour. Those are slowly starting to go up as well. This is not the worst of the storm for Tallahassee. That eye is about to move onshore in Taylor County. As it does that, the western side of the hurricane is very powerful. All right, typically it's the eastern side that does it all. That eastern side is certainly very strong, but that western side has a lot of convection. It's got a lot of heavy rain, and it's got a lot of those damaging winds as well. Those are going to start to move through by the time we get to around, I'd say, 11:30, midnight, all the way up until 1 a.m. So from 11 to 1, that's where Tallahassee is going to get the brunt of this hurricane. I believe we were tossing back to Cameron, or we were talking with him. All right, we'll go ahead and toss it back to Cameron. We will continue to keep you updated here as some of those inner bands and eventually that core of the hurricane passes just to the east of Tallahassee. I'll make sure to keep you updated and keep you safe.
All right, thank you so much, Josh. We are still waiting on the new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. That should come out in just a few minutes, but right now we still have a Category 4 Hurricane Helene. Those current winds 140 miles per hour, the pressure down to 939 millibars. This will be one for the record books for the Big Bend of Florida and possibly all the way up into South Georgia. We could see a Category 2 storm all the way up into South Georgia because of the fast motion moving off to the north-northeast at 24 miles per hour. Now again, this is just one model, so don't take these numbers to the bank, but this is showing the potential that we could see winds upwards of 80, 90, possibly more than 90 miles per hour as this pushes inland close to the center of circulation. And again, check out Valdosta after midnight, close to 1 a.m., possibly up to 80, 90 mile per hour. Now again, these are gusts, but still, that will do damage. That will knock down trees, that will knock out power. That's why it's very important that everyone take this seriously, whether you are on the east side or the west side of that circulation. All of us, for most of us, I should say, have a hurricane warning, a tropical storm warning in effect for Jackson, also in Calhoun County as you get further west into the Panhandle. We also have this, a tornado watch in place until 6 o'clock in the morning on Friday. So be sure that you have a way to receive warnings. As you know, those tropical tornadoes, they spin up and they spin down very quickly. So you may not have a whole lot of lead time with that to go into tonight, to go into early parts of Friday. From Thomasville to Monticello and back to the east, close to the Interstate 75 corridor. Of course, we'll have more updates as Hurricane Helene is moments away from making landfall into Big Bend and eventually pushing off into South Georgia. Julie, Jacob, back to you.
Okay, very important information, Cam, and we'll keep a close touch with our weather team as landfall is imminent, and we'll find out exactly where along the coastline the landfall is, but it's in Taylor County, but 3 landfalling hurricanes in 13 months is still hard to comprehend.
Yeah, it's incredible what that community has had to deal with and what they will be dealing with tonight. They mentioned that wind gusts there 119 miles an hour, and I'm not sure if that's the worst of it yet. This is the view again on Main Street in Perry. The lights are out. The wind intense and the rain continues to pelt the camera.
Yeah, difficult view to see, but just nasty, nasty conditions. Don't see any debris rolling down the road, so perhaps that's a good sign, but there certainly will be widespread damage, trees down, and the power's already out in Taylor County for sure. So we will keep a close tab on our Perry cameras. We're also keeping close eye on the western side, as our meteorologists have been saying, with Franklin County and Wakulla County. And we do have video of power going out in Taylor County. Let's show you this. This is the moment power went out in Taylor County just a moment ago. You can see the wind and the rain, and then there goes the lights.
And there it goes. And the lightning.
Just a frightening, eerie experience for anyone to experience, and hopefully everyone in Taylor County is still in their safe space. They haven't ventured out yet. Even if conditions die down for a brief moment, don't go anywhere, because the concern is still of those damaging wind gusts. We did want to check in with Abby and Ava. They are keeping a close tab on those power outage numbers for much of the day and into the evening. We were looking good, but we knew that was going to change, Abby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with all this extreme wind, of course, there's going to be an uptick in power outages. We're going to take a look now. Tri-County Electric Abby, something's wrong with my
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right. We are looking at the Tri-County Electric right now. 6,900 people without power right now. Again, that's growing steadily. Let's take a look. Swanee Valley, let me refresh this here. Let's see. This you can see is really, really high right now. We're up to almost 15,000 people in this area for the Swanee Valley Electric area. You can see kind of by county. Lafayette County is skyrocketing, as well as Swanee County. Again, Swanee County, almost 10,000 people without power. Let's go to the Duke outage map right now. We'll take a look at that. Let's refresh right here. Again, as Julie was saying earlier, literally minute by minute, every time that we redo this, there seems to be more and more. 3,000 along the coast right here, Panacea, 2,000. Let's take a look at Tallahassee. This one is really, really growing every time that we take a look at it. 10,000 people. And then in Talquin Electric, let's see. Ava, how many people do we have here?
Okay, it's 10,421.
All right, so again, as conditions go downward, these numbers are going to go up. If you have friends that are in one of these areas where you know that they have lost power, maybe text them and say, okay, maybe your TV is out, maybe your power's out. You can still get information from WCTV. You can do our news app, WCTV News app. You can go to our Facebook page. We have radio partners.
That's right.
iHeartMedia, their radio stations. You can turn on their stations and you'll hear this broadcast. So text your friends. There's a lot of ways to still get the information.
There certainly is.
All right, Julie and Jacob, we're going to continue monitoring these outages and we'll continue updating you throughout the evening. We're going to send it back to you.
So tens of thousands of people across our viewing area right now in the dark. We're not sure how long these outages could last. Certainly the strength of this storm will, cause a lot of trees to fall, a lot of power lines to fall. So this is something we're going to be dealing with for overnight and certainly into the next few days.
And just for reference, after Idalia for Tri-County Electric, for example, and for Swanee Valley Electric, it took about 8 days to get the power fully restored or close to fully restored. And that was with a massive mutual aid effort. Safe to say it could be another time frame of a week or longer. With this storm, we'll have to wait and see on that front. We did want to show you some video that we captured outside the EOC here in Tallahassee, the Southwood neighborhood, wind and rain blowing. And so as the governor gets set to address the state in just a moment, these are the conditions they are dealing with down there.
Absolutely, and this is the beauty and the danger of Tallahassee and this area in general is in the incredible old large trees. We've got the pines, we've got the oaks, also beautiful on a daily basis, but when storms come, so many of them wind up falling.
Right, just trees that have been around for hundreds of years could snap tonight because of Helene's winds. So certainly something we're going to keep an eye on, and hopefully everyone's staying safe out there. In Swanee County, they have 3 shelters open tonight. That's Swanee Pineview Elementary, Branford Elementary, and Swanee Springcrest Elementary. This video from Live Oak area earlier today. The sheriff's office and emergency crews are working out of the school district building, and the sheriff, Sam St. John, says once the storm passes, they'll have help arriving from all over the state.
Indian River is going to be coming up here, after the storm to assist us, with any type of law enforcement needs that we may have. Also reach out to FEMA and the state EOC in Tallahassee for assets and all. So what they're doing, they're just kind of waiting to see after the storm to see, what damage, who has the most damage and where the damage is at.
Swanee County ordered a mandatory evacuation for folks living in a mobile home and in flood-prone areas. So we're certainly hoping those folks heeded that advice and rode out the storm in a shelter.
I was going to say, when we were checking some of the gusts and such just a few minutes ago, there were huge wind gusts in Live Oak, also in Lafayette County, not far away. So lots of communities tonight feeling the impact of this storm as we speak.
And if you're watching us on TV and suddenly we cut out, this is, again, your backup option, radio. We are partnering with iHeartRadio, as Abby mentioned just a moment ago. Those stations on your screen, great options if you still want to get Mike's up-to-the-minute forecast as we get through the overnight hours. 101.5, 100.7, 107.1, 105.3, 96.5, and 94.9.
And this storm could be making landfall any moment. We want to go ahead and check back in with Mike McCall. Update us, Mike. Where do things stand right now?
In about the last 15 minutes, we've seen 2 gusts from weather stem stations over 100 miles per hour. So at Wakulla High, in just the last couple of minutes, had a gust to 101 miles per hour. At Alligator Point, the weather stem station had a gust to 103. Those are both on the west side of the circulation. So I've been saying all along, this is a big, strong system. It's just as strong on the west side as the east side is right now around that eye wall. And the eye wall is not just a little tiny spot near the center. It's literally a spot that's 25 miles across. That's the size of the eye. We'll show you radar. We'll check some wind gusts here in just a moment. The 11 o'clock advisory is in. No changes, but it's just about to make landfall. It's literally, they could call it Keaton Beach. It looks like it's going to be a little bit north, so maybe they'll call it Deacle Beach. We'll see. That's what I think they'll call it any time now as the center crosses land. But the pressure got down. I saw from reconnaissance down as low as 937. Right now they're saying 938 and winds at 140. I don't think we'll see winds to 140 anywhere that are measured, but obviously we're going to see winds over 100 miles per hour because we already have, and that's just from one little area from Alligator Point to Wakulla High. That's near the coast, and that whole area is moving inland. Now it is moving quickly, still 24 miles per hour. So yes, so by tomorrow morning it's way up here into northern parts of Georgia by 8 o'clock. So still thinking that it's for the next hour to perhaps 2 hours across the Big Bend, and then midnight until 2, maybe 3 a.m. across South Georgia. I'm going to add a little extra time because I don't want people to think that it's going to end that quickly, because even though it's moving fast, we've already seen just how impressive this is with already some gusts over 100. The remnants by the weekend way up here, our weather is about to get better in a few hours over the southern parts of the area. But here's the setup. Current radar, so there's that center which is just about to make landfall on the Taylor County coast. It's this area and this. This is the band right here that is wrapped around the center. Now, since it wrapped around the center, just because we haven't had reports doesn't mean that those kind of winds haven't happened up into northern Taylor County or coastal Jefferson, eastern Wakulla, southeastern Leon. These are just where we have stations that are picking this up. So I guarantee there are trees going down. The power outages are ramping up rapidly right now from Tallahassee to Monticello to Greenville and certainly into Perry, St. Mark's, Crawfordville, down to Alligator Point. That's kind of where the core of it is right now, but it is moving off toward the north-northeast still at 24 miles per hour. So if anything, the eastern side, especially the southern sides, where you can see a little bit of a weakness, but this is a large, large system. So you look at that last piece. So that's roughly from O'Brien. So now we're getting into Suwannee County, across Mayo, through Perry, and up into Woodville, back through Crawfordville to Alligator Point. That's the width of the core of this really nasty stuff that's moving off toward the northeast. So there's Keaton Beach. Deacle Beach is just north of that. So again, it doesn't really matter. It's the center. It's about to cross land. That means that half the storm has moved across the coast, because this is all really nasty stuff. And look at the band here. It's actually really intense. That's worked its way into Gadsden County. So Havana, Quincy, Midway, you could be seeing some of those damaging wind gusts and some power outages anytime now too. As we speak, looks like there's a tornado warning for this cell, again, just outside of our area. But after I talk about this, I'm going to ask Cameron to maybe have, well, we're going to go to velocity in a moment. So when we do that, we'll check that out. Here's what we expect over the next couple of hours, just based on this width, and maybe I didn't even extend it out too far. Maybe I should have included as far as Quincy. So I still think that the worst is generally from Tallahassee to Cairo and points east, but absolutely there are going to be some damaging wind gusts west of that line. So we're looking at getting into Live Oak in the very near future, getting to Valdosta and into South Georgia after midnight. And the reason that you don't see Tallahassee on this is because it's already moving into Tallahassee as we speak. This is just the beginning of the worst weather. It's not just going to be here. This is the beginning of the worst weather. So that's already into Tallahassee. It's already into Crawfordville. And when all the stuff wraps around, we're going to continue to see those gusts, which could exceed 100 miles per hour. There's the incredibly impressive core of winds measured by radar. Colors that you don't normally see. Cameron, let's first start with see if we can get some numbers out of that stuff in Taylor County. See if we can get the radar to give us any estimates of the wind speeds. Okay. Now this is Doppler radar measured, so it's going to be up in the air a little bit because it can't shoot a completely straight line along the ground. But we're seeing the winds measured over Taylor County in excess of 100 miles per hour right now. So it's a pretty good bet that those are reaching the surface with those intense rain bands. On the west side, where we've already seen the wind gusts exceeding 100 miles per hour at Wakulla High and at Alligator Point, we're seeing the winds here with the area now which is a little more offshore exceeding 100 miles per hour. So these are the Doppler measured winds, but I think these are a real good indicator of what we are seeing. Now, if you can, Cameron, let's just slide, let's go to storm relative velocity and slide eastward just to have a quick look at that tornado warning that's east. I think it's going to be more over here toward Columbia County, so east of Suwannee County. The radar will probably have to, all right, I think what's happening now is it's trying to access another radar which is not there. So I have to rely on the Tallahassee radar. Well, what I can tell you is I do not see any of that rotation getting into Suwannee County. You're in the area where you can see some 100-mile-an-hour winds. So you need to treat the next hour to hour and a half as if the whole county is under a tornado warning anyway. Okay, that's how you should treat this. That also means Shady Grove, Madison, Lee, Dowling Park, Mayo. Yes.
We got extreme wind warning for Lowndes, Thomas, and Brooks until 2.
Okay, so the extreme wind warning has been extended. We expected that to happen. That's already been in place over the eastern parts of the Big Bend. That has been extended up into parts of South Georgia for this stuff right here, which is going to move up into Eccles, Lowndes, Brooks counties, Thomas counties. So these are the areas that could see those extreme winds perhaps exceeding 100 miles per hour. These are going north, but they're still kind of wrapping around. So Tallahassee, we're going to check winds in Tallahassee coming up in just a moment. But yeah, it looks like that some of the radars are kind of struggling to keep up right now. So let's get off of these and we'll start talking about a couple more things. There's the extreme wind warning, which now has been bumped upward as expected across parts of South Georgia. That's just because the strongest winds are moving northward. So that's we saw that heavy band over into Quincy, so they maybe not reaching levels for this, but even Bainbridge, Quincy, Hosford, you could see some of those damaging wind gusts, which might be 50 or 60 miles per hour. That's plenty to knock down some trees and cause some more widespread power outages. May not reach hurricane strength, but it's still going to be some damaging stuff. The heaviest rainfall, I haven't talked much about the rainfall, incredible rates with this core. Even though it's moving quickly, we're talking several inches per hour rainfall rates. Blinding rain, you wouldn't be able to see it anyway because it's being blown. And you're inside in a safe place, so you can't see it. But yes, this could cause some more flash flooding. The good news here is that our eastern counties really haven't seen a lot of the heaviest rainfall. So even though this is going to be a flash flood type of thing where it's a rapid burst, I don't think it'll be piled on top of the heavy rain like our western sections have seen. Did you have something else, Cameron?
Yeah, I just want to pass along that the National Weather Service in Jacksonville is calling a confirmed tornado through emergency management. That does include southeastern Hamilton County, so I just want to put that out there. We have it up in max 2. I also want to pass along that the radar in Jacksonville and Valdosta is down, so that's why we can't see it from.
Yeah, so our radar tries to switch to the closer radars and can't see it. So this is as close as we're going to get. But So this warning, yeah, so it's down here by Lake City. So that's Columbia County. That's outside of our viewing area. But Hamilton County is. So here's the Suwannee River, eastern Hamilton County. So extreme eastern Hamilton County. Just get into your safe place for the next hour. Just as I said, from Taylor to Madison to the northern half of Lafayette, Suwannee counties, Hamilton, yes, you should all be in a safe place right now. Time to go, sitting there for an hour. We'll keep updating you, obviously, but this tornado warning, that's just part of all of this going on. It's just within what we can see, but it is possible it can skirt right up against the extreme eastern parts of Hamilton County. All right, let's go back to Max 1, and we'll go ahead and start looking at some winds. So here's the extreme wind warning. Here's the future cast showing that the core of this, by the time we get to around 3 a.m., the heart of it will have exited our Georgia counties. Still could be some wraparound rain, but that will quickly come to an end too. So before the sun comes up, most if not all the rain will be gone. The wind gusts out over the water aren't really an issue anymore because now they're moving inland. So now we're talking sustained winds. These are 1 minute averages, 49 miles per hour in Perry. That's the sustained wind. The other winds, not too bad, but now we start talking some gust. There we go. There's the first gust I've seen above hurricane force from the regular reporting stations. A gust of 76 in Perry coming in from the east. That's because that center is moving ashore along the Taylor County coast, Keaton Beach, Deacle Beach. 53 the gust in Thomasville. So now we're starting to see those dangerous gusts working their way up into South Georgia, even though the center hasn't even crossed the coast just yet. That shows you how large it is. In case you missed it, I did see 2 reported gusts over 100 miles per hour on the west side. Wakulla High at 101, Alligator Point at 103 from the WeatherStem stations there. Very reliable data coming in from those stations. Gusting to 59 right now at Madison High. So when I showed you that graphic that showed the beginning of the worst of it, that's what I mean. So it's already underway here, but that beginning, you can maybe just throw Thomasville into that. The beginning of the worst of it is reaching you and will only get worse during the next several hours, well, say 2 to 3 hours as it moves from south to north. So we can expect widespread 75 to 85, perhaps 100 mile per hour gusts from Tallahassee to Thomasville to Valdosta to Live Oak to Perry. West of that, I think we'll still see some 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts from Bainbridge to Quincy, down to around Fort Braden and Bloxham, up to Camilla. All those areas are possible. Even farther west, you head out toward Chattahoochee. Yes, this will not be as bad as what you had with Michael, because Michael came in this way and you were on the eastern side of that. Now you're far enough removed and on the western side that you're only getting winds of 50 miles per hour or so. That's the best we can do, I'm afraid, because the system is just so darn intense. Speaking of which, as we move ahead past the midnight hour, look at these forecast winds still here. There's showing that where it expects the center to be. That's why Moultrie's winds are so light when you've got these 60 to 90 mile per hour winds wrapping around that. And they're still gusting beyond 60 miles per hour from Perry to Mayo and close to that in Tallahassee. So it could take until 2 a.m. for the winds to start to relax a little bit across the Big Bend because it's just such a large and powerful system. And then finally beyond 3:30 and certainly by the time we get to mid-morning tomorrow, this will all be out of here. So we'll keep an eye on this one cell that's just racing through that could just graze by the eastern parts of Hamilton County. I don't really see it there, just embedded within the heavy rainfall. But the main story is Helene is making landfall as we speak. I expect to see a special notification at any moment. All right, Governor DeSantis is talking now as it's making landfall.
All right, let's check in with the governor at this hour. Landfall imminent. Let's see what Governor DeSantis has to say.
Storm with maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour. It is moving northeast at 24 mile per hour. Hurricane force winds are extending up to 60 miles from the center of the storm, and tropical storm force winds are extending 300 miles from the center of the storm. I'm joined here, of course, by Kevin Guthrie, the Division of Emergency Management Executive Director, as well as Dave Kerner, Executive Director of the Florida Highway Patrol. We have had a report of a fatality on the roadway, car driving on I-4 near Ybor City in Tampa, was hit when a sign fell onto the highway. So that just shows you that it's very dangerous conditions out there. You need to be right now just hunkering down. Now is not the time to be going out. Not only are we seeing it hit landfall here in northern Florida, you're still seeing surge and water rising in parts of Florida far south from the Big Bend area. So you look at southwest Florida, you look at the Tampa Bay area, you're seeing really significant amounts of surge. There's going to be streets that are flooded and will continue to flood all up and down the west coast of Florida. So it's hazardous conditions right now, and please, do not be going outside until things settle down. We know that travel on the roads can be hazardous, and we typically, unfortunately, will have fatalities in every storm from that. When you are out on the roads in the middle of one of these storms, that is very, very dangerous. So please do not do that. Stay put. Also, if you're sheltering in place, know your surroundings in terms of trees. You are going to see trees that are going to get knocked down. I'm sure some have already been knocked down. But you have these 140-mile-an-hour winds hitting here in North Florida. This is going to extend. I mean, you're going to have hurricane-force winds that are going to extend across a couple counties to the east and west of Taylor County, and that's going to cause trees to fall down. If you are in an area where you have that, please take precautions there. Treat it almost like a tornado as that's going by you for there. We have many major bridges that have been closed throughout today at various points. Most of the major bridges, of course, in places like Tampa Bay have been closed, and they will be open as soon as it's safe to reopen them. We have FDOT, they're standing by. As soon as it's safe, they're going to go in there, do the inspections, and get those bridges open again. You may, if you're here in North Florida, you may have a period of calm when you are in the eye of the storm. Just understand that storm is not done, and it's very, very hazardous to go out for there, especially with how fast this storm is moving. You're going to be putting yourself in jeopardy if you try to go out in the middle of the eye wall of the storm. We are going to see down power lines. Those are very hazardous as well. Please do not mess with any down power lines in and around your home or anywhere you may come in contact with them. Also, be very careful about standing water. People get up in the morning when it's light out. There's going to be standing water in a lot of parts of this state. Don't go trudging through that. There's going to be a lot of hazards that could be in there, and just please be mindful of that. The storm is going to pass, and when it does pass, you're going to have still going to be dark outside. Do not go out in the pitch black trying to navigate any debris or anything. That's just not going to be the safe thing to do. Wait till you get light and you can take stock of what's going on in your property and govern accordingly from there. When you're using ladders, please be safe with that. We do have fatalities involving people climbing on ladders, trying to get to their roofs and falling, and that happens almost every storm. Please just be very careful with that. And also, of course, there's going to be an enormous amount of debris in various places, and you could have down power lines, you could have dangerous objects. Just be very careful when you're around the debris. Also, be careful about using a generator. Do not use a generator inside your house. There have been power outages. There's going to be more power outages. You can use a generator, but make sure you're running it outside your home. Keep it away from windows and keep it away from the doors. We have not had fatalities in the more recent storms with misuse of generators, but that has happened in the past, and this is something that's very much avoidable. So the state is ready as soon as this storm passes and it's safe to do so, to commence search and rescue operations. We have 3,500 National Guardsmen standing by. We have our state guards standing by. We have state troopers standing by, and they will be active if need be. And I know we have a lot of our local first responders are going to be ready to be able to be on scene as well as needed. We're also going to be ready for road clearing. There is going to be debris on the roads. We want to get these roads open. We want to make sure that people can travel safely. And so our Florida Department of Transportation is standing by for cut and toss operations, and those will begin as soon as it's safe to do so. They're also going to go in and inspect the bridges so we can ensure they're safe and can be reopened. They have 40 large pumps to be able to pump water out of areas that have flooded, as well as almost 700 generators. And then, of course, another mission is going to be power restoration. We have tens of thousands of linemen that are standing by. I think people have seen some of the pictures that we've seen from TECO, from Duke Energy, from FP&L, and they are going to be on scene probably as soon as it's light outside in the morning. And so you'll have all day Friday, a full day worth of power restoration. I think they're going to get a lot done. Obviously, we're going to have to navigate this debris, and hopefully they're going to be able to have easy access to these power lines. But this is a priority to be able to get the power restored as quickly as possible. And then we're also standing by to help with disaster supplies for people that need them. We have meals ready to eat, of course, the water mission, bottled water, Starlink internet devices, fuel for folks who may need fuel. So that all is standing by and ready to be done. And there'll be a lot more that is going to be done as circumstances warrant. If you need assistance, non-emergency assistance after the storm, you can call the State Assistance Information Line at 1-800-342-3557. Now, this is not for emergencies. If you are in a situation where it's emergency, you make the normal emergency calls. This is for non-emergency assistance involving the aftermath of the storm, and we urge you to call that number if you need help. So we are here. We're going to face the storm in Tallahassee. I think we're on the west side of the storm, but I think the winds are actually going to be very, very significant. And even though the eye of the storm has entered into Taylor County, you are absolutely going to see major gusts in Jefferson County, in Wakulla County, in Leon County. That's going to happen. So we'll be here at the EOC through that process. And then when it's safe to kind of be liberated from here, we're going to be out and about surveying the damage and coordinating the response. With that, I will bring up Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. Hurricane Helene is, as the governor mentioned, is currently making landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida. Please shelter in place, as the governor has said. Stay indoors. Again, I like his analogy of treat this like a tornado right now. Again, those individuals along Deckle Beach, maybe even as close as Steinhatchee, you're probably seeing very, very clear skies right now. That's because you're in the eye of the hurricane. If you can hear us and you have power, please do not go outside. That eye wall is going to close on the back side momentarily, probably within the next 15 to 30 minutes as it continues to make landfall. So please stay indoors. Roads are dangerous due to the flooding, debris, potential down lines. Do not risk it. We have numerous roads that FHP and DOT are responding to now that are underwater. And we do not want anybody to drive through that. So please, again, turn around, do not drown. You never know what's underneath that roadway. If you are hearing trees snapping in your area, take immediate shelter. Go to an interior room away from windows and doors, most likely an interior bathroom. Close the doors and get as low as you possibly can. If you lose power and use the generator, do safely and never indoors, as the governor's already indicated. Once the storm passes, listen to your local authorities for updates. There may be situations where it's not safe for you to return back to your home. You can call ahead. You can talk to your local sheriff's office, your local police department, and see if they have anything that may be dangerous to where your area cannot actually be accessed. There's nothing more frustrating than coming back into an area after a disaster and you can't actually make it to your home. So call ahead and see if the area is accessible before you spend all the time in traffic trying to get back to your residence. Do not attempt to clean up hazardous debris or down power lines. Make sure you report the damage to local authorities. If you have damage, make sure you're calling your local emergency management agency or local 911 center. Please do not mess with power lines that are wrapped up in trees. If you do need assistance, as the governor said, you can call the state assistance information line, 1-800-342-3557. Again, that's 1-800-342-3557. We have talked about this in just about every press conference we've done, but do not do dangerous things after the disaster. If you need help, we will send you help. If you need help, your local county emergency management agency will send you the help. We have folks like Team Rubicon, the Southern Baptist Disaster Relief, the Methodist, the Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, United Way. All of these agencies will come and help you take the debris off your house. They will help you take the debris out of your yard. They will get on ladders themselves with people that are trained to do so. And that is free of charge. Don't take the risk. Use the free assistance. You can always follow us at floridadisaster.org/updates for latest information, or you can follow us at FLSERT on X and Instagram, and on Facebook at FDEM and for real-time updates. And again, thank you very much, Governor.
So this is a big storm. It's a powerful Category 4 storm. But it's also just very large, and it's going to have impacts are being felt, have been felt, and will continue to be felt far and wide. And so when Floridians wake up tomorrow morning, we're going to be waking up to a state where very likely there's been additional loss of life, and certainly there's going to be loss of property. You're going to have people that are going to lose their homes because of this storm. And so please keep those folks in mind, keep them in your prayers. We've got a lot of folks here that have been lined up, ready, mobilized for days now, ready to go and provide support. Kevin listed some of the nonprofit groups that are going to be here. Of course, the local officials and the local emergency response folks, first responders, they're going to be there. So there's going to be a lot of assistance that's going to be brought to bear. But the reality is, a storm of this magnitude, it leaves a lot of damage in its wake. And so I don't think we're necessarily getting the full pictures of it right now, just because so much of the impact has been in the nighttime and will continue through the wee hours of the morning. But I think when we get the sunlight back up and people are able to go out and take stock, you're going to see some serious damage. So it's not anything that we can't handle as a state. We're very good at being gritting through this stuff, and we know that's just part of life when you live in a tropical climate, but it is going to be difficult for an awful lot of people. So everyone that's been involved, thank you. Everyone out there offering your thoughts and prayers, thank you as well. Okay, any questions? Yes?
What's your reaction seeing the storm in Taylor County after we've had Adalia and Debbie also in Taylor County?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just, I think Kevin and I were talking. I think their EM director resigned going in when they saw this storm could come to the big, because it's going to be 3 storms in a little over a year. What is it, 13, 14 months basically? And this one is, I think, hit landfall stronger than Adalia did. And Adalia was a major hurricane. Debbie was not as strong, but Debbie left a lot of water in its wake, and so you have relatively under-resourced community that is having to do that. Now we're going to be there, we're going to be helping, but it isn't easy when you work hard to recover from Adalia, then you get Debbie, and it's like, oh man, and then you get another big one come right on top of you. So it's not going to be easy, but we'll be there, we'll get through it.
I know you mentioned the one fatality. Is that the only one that you know of right now?
It's the only one that we know of. But as I said, we wake up tomorrow morning, the chances are there will likely have been more fatalities. It's just when a storm is this big and this strong, There's so many different things.
And that's Governor DeSantis giving an update at the EOC here in Tallahassee. Again, the governor confirming Florida's first fatality in a traffic incident down in Tampa on I-4 down there. Also, we want to mention we have a sheriff reporting 2 fatalities in Georgia north of Valdosta. So we'll share some more information on that with you as well. And, you know, saying that this storm, unfortunately, this very, very powerful Cat 4 storm, winds of 140 miles an hour, made landfall in Taylor County just minutes ago.
Around 11:10 p.m., the strongest hurricane ever to hit the Big Bend in recorded history, coming 13 months after what was then the strongest hurricane ever to hit the Big Bend in Idalia. So a heartbreaking gut punch, one after the other.
Yes.
And Taylor County is on our minds. We're going to check in with the Taylor County Emergency Management Director in a moment. He's going to join us. But we want to take a look outside if we can. I believe we have Madison County pulled up, but instead we'll go right outside our doors here in Tallahassee and check in with Josh Green. And Josh, what's the condition here in Tallahassee right now?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Jacob, the conditions here in Tallahassee are not nearly as bad as what they are for our friends in Taylor County and what they are about to be in spots like Madison, even like Jefferson, Lafayette County as well. And even as we start to move further north into some of our South Georgia counties, spots like Brooks and Lowndes, they're going to be up next. If you're thinking about what's happening right here in Tallahassee, we've got sustained winds of about 30 to 40 miles per hour, and we do have wind gusts around 40 to 50 miles per hour. So those are enough to start bringing down some trees. Those are enough to start knocking out the power as well. Again, it's not quite as destructive as what it is right around the core of the storm, and especially on the eastern side of it. That's what's just going through spots like Taylor County right now. But you can see here in Leon County, still very gusty winds out here. The trees are moving, especially the really tall ones. I've already seen some reports of some downed trees as well. If you're wondering about the timing, what's the worst of it for Tallahassee, Leon County? That's going to be pretty much from right now up until about 1 a.m. Once we get to around 1 o'clock, that's when it's going to start to pull further enough north that the conditions will slowly but surely start to get a little bit better out there. So we've still got some time to ride this out, but if you're talking just in terms of Tallahassee, certainly missed the worst part of this storm that, as we are going to see once the sun comes up, caused a lot of problems there in Taylor County. And I do believe we're about to speak with some folks over there. So we'll continue to update you on what's going on here in Tallahassee over the next hour or two until this thing finally starts to pull back to the north. But again, just coming in right now, a pretty gusty winds, again, around 40 to 50 miles per hour. That is tropical storm force winds, not up to hurricane strength. Still have that potential. We're still riding it out. All right, I'll have more updates coming up, but for now, we'll send it back to you, Jacob.
All right, Josh, thank you so much. And we want to turn things over now to the Emergency Management Director in Taylor County, John Lauk, once again joining us on the phone. Thank you so much for doing so. I know your county is under the gun right now, and we just made more history, the wrong kind of history, with another landfall, the strongest hurricane ever to hit the Big Bend. How are you, sir, and how are the deputies in the sheriff's office there and the other emergency management folks right now?
Well, everybody's still hunkered down right now. We're still monitoring everything. Of course, it's dark outside. It's hard to get any kind of ideas, especially about the damage. Most of the county is in the eye at the time, so we're, I guess, enjoying a little bit of peace. But we did have some horrendous winds coming through, and now we're waiting on the back side of the eye wall. And we're currently watching the water graphs and just watching those water levels as I'm afraid they're starting to creep up.
Yeah, Mr. Lauk, this, maybe a few moments of quiet before the storm continues to intensify there. The governor was just talking about Taylor County in his briefing, that you've had 3 landfalling hurricanes in 13 months. How are you feeling? How do you think residents there are feeling as you prepare to open the doors when the sun comes up and face what's there?
Well, I'm sure, it's just a natural feeling to be a little disheartened, and like you say, it feels like you've been punched in the stomach. But Taylor County is a strong county. It's a resilient county, and we're going to, like you say, open the doors in the morning when the sun comes up, and we're all going to get to work and help each other and just hit it running.
Yeah, we have no doubt Taylor County will respond, and the evidence is what we've seen this past year with Idalia and how folks there have responded. What can residents there do right now to make deputies' lives easier come sunrise? What can folks who are not in the county do right now, and folks that did ride out the storm do right now to make your lives easier?
Well, the most important thing that everybody can do right now is to stay off of the roads until first responders and the cut teams and the cut and toss teams can get out there, assess the situation, get the roads cleared, give times for our electrical companies to get out there and make sure that the power lines that are down are safe. We're going to try to be responding to help those people that may be injured, people that may be trapped, and it may sound harsh, but we just don't need a bunch of people out there in our way when we're trying to respond to help other folks.
Mr. Lauk, I'm sure you're probably getting calls and emails from folks who are concerned throughout your community tonight. Give us some idea. Do you have any reports yet of storm surge, of high waters, of roads closed, trees down, things like that? What are you receiving as far as information from folks who live there?
Well, right now, with the storm coming to us, it appears that the water was actually being pulled out. I've been on the phone with the National Weather Service, obviously, and at this time, we're just looking for that water to be pulled in by the backside of the storm, you know, with now the wind changing to that northerly direction. So we're just, again, on standby, waiting to see what's going to happen with the storm surge.
Right, and we remember those images from Steinhatchee of the storm surge, the incredible storm surge from last year. So we could see that play out again, unfortunately, and as you said, that storm surge threat is still potentially in front of us. So any other message you want Taylor County residents to know right now, Mr. Lauk?
Well, we are starting to get, just a side note, we are starting to get water coming in 6 and 7 feet above ground in the southern end of the county. Just people, you just hang tight, and if you're in trouble, we are coming to get you. And like I say, we're all going to pull together and make it through.
Okay, John Lauk, the Emergency Management Director in Taylor County, joining us. Thank you, sir, for your time. I know it's been a very busy day and night, and we're all thinking of all the fine folks out there in Taylor County. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Well, we want to take a look now at Doctors Memorial Hospital in Taylor County. These are their front doors.
Right.
Jacob, tell us exactly what we're looking at here.
Yeah, that's a hospital bed wedged into the sliding doors at Doctors Memorial Hospital in Taylor County. I just received this photo from the CEO, Lauren Faison-Clark, who is going to hopefully join us over the phone in the next 10-20 minutes to talk about what she's seeing. She's riding out the storm. This is her photo, and this is a similar photo actually to what she sent me 13 months ago when I was in communication in the early morning hours of the Idalia landfall, and how they were trying to keep the patient safe and the facility safe, and they've had to do repairs over the last year to get the hospital in good condition. So no word on if the hospital was seeing any patients, storm-related patients. I'm hoping we'll get some information from her when she joins us live in a little bit.
And I recall during Idalia too, you could see the storm outside of those glass doors.
Right.
Just what a sight there. Certainly Taylor County bearing the brunt of this storm so far this evening as Helene makes landfall right there along the Taylor County coast.
All right, I believe we have another view outside in Madison County, another county under the gun right now, and hard to make out a lot, but you can tell it's a hectic scene out there. The camera is shaking from those strong wind gusts.
And is this Boot Hill that we're looking at?
It's the EOC there.
It's the EOC in Madison County. Yeah, really difficult to tell what you're looking at. You can see the intense rain falling there and the wind shaking the camera. Certainly Madison County impacted by extreme winds as well tonight. So even though that's a little bit further inland, they are feeling the full force of Helene as well.
And I know lives are the #1 priority right now. I am crossing my fingers, though, that new scoreboard at Boot Hill survives the storm, just because we were just out there a couple weeks ago to talk about its debut, and I was out at Boot Hill last week shooting football, so really hoping for the best for the stadium, but of course the people there as well.
Well, certainly for the entire community, all our communities who are in the line of this storm tonight, we just want you to know that we are here for you, and we'll continue to update you with the information, be as helpful as we can throughout these next few hours. If power is out where you are, you do have some options to continue to receive critical information from our First Alert weather team and our news team as they are out this evening. You have the WCTV app, of course. We encourage you to download that now if you haven't done so already. Also, we want to mention we've been partnering with iHeartRadio, and there are 6 radio stations in this area who are simulcasting this information right now as another option for you to receive this really important information on Hurricane Helene.
Okay, let's check in again with Mike. And Mike, we now have landfall 11:10 p.m., so about half an hour ago.
Right, and officially it's in the area that was between the Osceola River and Deacle Beach, which is a relatively unpopulated, undeveloped area of Taylor County. So, but that also means that the stuff just to the right of that came into Deacle Beach, Keaton Beach, Steinhatchee. So Keaton Beach, Steinhatchee, names that we've heard before from Idalia and with Debbie and now with Helene. So it has moved inland as a Category 4. We'll start to see some weakening. It's already started to happen. So that's the best news we can say, and it's still moving quickly, 24 miles per hour off toward the northeast. So that will race it up through South Georgia and get it up near Atlanta by the time we get to sunrise, still as a tropical storm, which means it will still throw some incredible winds throughout a good part of our viewing area. So sustained winds. Farther north and west you go, no big deal. And a lot of these sustained winds, the 1 minute averages, are not that bad. But it's the gusts which have been bad. Now, while the current gust in Perry is 53, about 10 minutes ago, there was a gust to 99. We've already seen gusts from the weather stem stations at Wakulla High, hit 101, at Alligator Point, hitting 103. Madison High right now gusting to 61. So really from the Suwannee River up to Valdosta to Thomasville. Thomasville's had some gusts over 50 miles per hour. Tallahassee right now gusting to 53. So these are all plenty strong enough to create a lot more power outages. So this is just exactly what was expected. If there's some good news is that right now the gusts farther north and west, not so bad. Now this area still has a lot more wind to come. Moultrie to Thomasville. You're not done with this by any stretch. Homerville especially. But Bainbridge to Quincy, I still think that as this center continues to move inland, you're still likely to see some wind gusts which could exceed 50 miles per hour. So the future cast winds as we go through the next hour or so, we could still see some gusts to 70 miles per hour in Tallahassee. And even though the center is moving inland, see the counterclockwise change in the wind direction arrows, look at Lafayette High and Live Oak. The worst may still be to come as far as those wind gusts. It's still possible that you could see some wind gusts getting up close to 100 miles per hour. And that could include Valdosta by the time we get to 130, also up to Tifton. Here you can kind of pick out the center and the much lighter winds in the middle in Moultrie. But that means that they'll get hit twice. If that center moves over you, you're going to hit with the northern half and the southern half. A lot of the strongest winds we've seen so far have actually been on the western side. That's the stuff we saw at Wakulla High and at Alligator Point. By 3:30, still windy in Tifton, still windy everywhere, but starting to get below 50 miles per hour, even getting below 40 miles per hour in spots. But it's a west wind, so a lot of trees that may be blowing with the southerly wind one side, and then they get that westerly wind, or maybe get a north wind and then a west wind as the circulation moves on by. It's still going to make a lot more entire trees, or maybe the top halves of pine trees, which love to snap off somewhere, as we saw with some of the tornadoes. By the time we get to late morning hours, getting closer to lunchtime, the winds will be down to around 20 to 25. So that's looking at all the winds. Now let's look at the radar. Not too difficult to find this center as it moves through Taylor County. So made landfall just to the northwest of Deacle Beach and just to the southeast of the mouth of the Osceola River. So that's your Jefferson-Taylor County line. Look at the real intense band, which is now moving through Mayo and moving into Live Oak and back into Lee and Madison and over into Greenville, up toward Monticello, not too far from Miccosukee. Tallahassee kind of in between some of the heavier bands. One band has moved a little farther west, so Quincy, Havana, Midway, down through the Apalachicola National Forest, just west of Crawfordville, but just the other side of Alligator Point, so not too far from Shell Point. I've seen lots and lots of gusts in the 50 to 60 mile per hour range with some of the other weather substations, but we've seen them as high as 103. That was the one at Alligator Point. So there's the motion. We'll start with the Big Bend. There's your center, and there's the intense stuff all wrapping around the center, including, and now it looks like got some lightning showing up over parts of Gadsden County. So that's a little extra energy there. That could translate down to some damaging wind gusts through parts of Gadsden County, across Lake Talquin, perhaps down around the Fort Braden or Bloxham areas, and down into the Apalachicola National Forest. Get up into South Georgia. The worst is just now starting to creep up into South Georgia. It's getting near the state line. We've already seen some gusts exceeding 50 miles per hour. And even though the extreme southwest Georgia will definitely see a lot less of the impact, some of these bands very easily could have 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts. So Bainbridge, even as far west as, say, Donaldsonville. So this, I actually drew this about 10 minutes ago. So you can look at all these numbers and realize that basically, as I said, the worst of it is now crossing over into South Georgia, which means it's happening. There we go. Cameron has adjusted it for me as we speak. So this area is in the worst of it happening right now, and could be for at least another hour. And then it'll translate more into South Georgia. But even though it's moving quickly, it's so large, it's still going to take a while. So small systems that move slowly, a lot fewer people get impacted by it. But here, even though it's moving so rapidly, it's so big. We're talking about 100 miles across here of the big impacts. So yeah, maybe you don't get the worst of it. Be grateful with that, because here's where we're seeing the worst winds. Based on Doppler radar, two particular spots. One over Appalachia Bay that's been coming across Wakulla County, now moving into coastal Taylor and coastal Jefferson. And then this spot moving over Madison, northeastern Jefferson, creeping up in the southern parts of Brooks counties. Let's go ahead and just do what we call a query, where we just look and look at a couple of spots and see what the Doppler radar is measuring within some of these areas. It can pick out the direction or the speed of the wind. Now, this does not mean that we're getting 116 mile per hour winds at the surface, but it is measuring from the radar, which is not that far away. So Tallahassee to Madison, I guess that's probably about 50 miles from the radar to that spot. So it's shooting up a little bit up into the air. It's not at ground level, but 116 mile per hour winds are there aloft. And with the extremely heavy rain coming down, those can still get pushed down to the surface. You get down to near some of this stuff down toward the coast, easily 70 to 80. So maybe this part is getting a little bit weaker. So that's good news. Still, at times, it was over 100 miles per hour, now running around 80 to 90. Weaker is better. It needs to just hurry up and do that. But the bottom line is that this is all moving off toward the northeast, and this is what will continue to spread through the area over the next about 2 to 3 hours. So with all that in mind, the extreme wind warning has been extended up into South Georgia for a couple more hours, of course, because that's where we fully expect to see the worst of those winds, which could possibly top 100 miles per hour. The rainfall, haven't talked as much about that, and really heavy, fast rainfall rates coming down with that core of the stuff, and repeated rain coming down on the backside. So we could easily add another 3 or 4 inches of rainfall to what's already fallen. While our eastern counties haven't seen the big totals, you're going to get the intense rates. Our western counties have already seen some big totals, so another inch or two for you could aggravate the flooding situations. You don't want to be out driving anyway, but there will be some flash flooding that you're going to have to watch out for. So I'll wrap it up by just looking at the big picture one more time. The center made landfall officially as a Cat 4 with 140 mile an hour winds between Deacle Beach on the mouth of the Osceola River, but still it's a large system. This south side should start to weaken as far as the rainfall goes pretty rapidly during the next hour, and so conditions will improve quickly from south to north, but not until all of that moves by. Back to you guys.
All right, Mike, we'll be in touch with you in a moment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Well, and as you saw, the bands of that storm still lashing Franklin County, Wakulla County, all of our counties. So whether you're inland or along the coast, this storm having a big impact tonight. We want to check in with Captain Jeffrey Yarborough with the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office right now. Captain, thank you for joining us. I wanted to ask what you're experiencing there at the Sheriff's Office tonight in terms of wind and rain and power and reports of damage.
Well, I mean, it's still pretty windy here, and it was, you know, an hour or so ago, it was extremely windy, probably stronger than I have ever witnessed in my time here. We are beginning to get some reports of downed trees, and we have one reported tree on a house. I do believe everybody is okay in that incident, but we're still unable to respond to any calls right now, so we're kind of waiting and seeing. You know, certainly our hearts go out to Taylor County for them getting impacted yet again with another storm. For us, it's kind of a wait and see at the moment. We know with this much wind and rain, we're going to have a lot of downed trees, probably some property damage, but it's hard to assess until we're able to get back out there and the sun comes up.
Right, and the wind in the west side of the core, our meteorologists were saying, was almost as intense as what they were seeing on the east side. So Wakulla is certainly not out of the line of fire. Any sense, though, on the coastal communities right now? Any storm surge reports? I know Panacea and you know, Shell Point, so close to the water there. Any reports there?
Based off of what I was able to witness on some of the webcams that are available and just some reports in, we may have had a little bit, but I do think with the timing and the direction that the storm came in for our county, we were largely spared the worst of any of those predictions. I mean, we may find out a little bit more as the day comes on, but I do think that was largely what we were very concerned about leading up to the storm, and I think that those predictions didn't come to fruition this time, which we're thankful for.
And Captain, you did have mandatory county-wide evacuations. They're not just those coastal communities with the threat of storm surge, but the entire county. Have you seen people who have responded to those orders? Do you feel that people took this storm seriously?
It looks like to us that people largely did heed the evacuation orders and take it seriously. And while I'm sure that we're going to have some damage and there's going to be impact to our community, the message I would like to get out now while we're dealing with it in the aftermath is that if things are better than they anticipated or we were worrying about leading up to the storm, I hope that citizens don't take away from it the next time that they don't have to heed those warnings, because 24 hours ago, the predictions for our community were dire and catastrophic, and had things not shifted at the last minute, we could have been dealing with those. And so we're thankful for that, obviously. I mean, even though we're still going to have some impacts, we're thankful that it wasn't what we were looking at yesterday, but that doesn't mean that people shouldn't pay attention in the future.
Yeah, and to your point, the Sheriff's Office in Taylor County is certainly grateful. The folks in Taylor heeded those warnings for the most part, because they are certainly dealing with some unprecedented winds and rain. So any final message you want to get out to Wakulla County citizens going into tomorrow as the cleanup begins?
Our message is largely the same as what the officials from Taylor County were stating. We understand that there's a desire to get out, and if you evacuated, come back home or to kind of see what's going on. But we do ask as much as possible people kind of hold off and take their time in returning and allow emergency services the opportunity to get out, clean things up. If there is any damage or debris that needs to be removed, it's just so much easier to do those things when there's not a lot of people on the roadway.
All right, Captain Yarborough, thank you so much, sir, for joining us tonight. And of course, we continue to wish you and your responding deputies, when they're able to get outside, safety as they assess damage and help folks out. Thank you, sir.
And
thank you so much.
Thank you, Captain. And just to speak to Wakulla County, I was speaking to Jack Rudlow this time yesterday, or a little earlier yesterday, and he was talking about how his Gulf Specimen Marine Lab was boarding up yesterday. They shipped out their rehabbing sea turtles away from Wakulla County to try to protect them. The other marine life, though, had to stay behind. And as Captain Yarborough said, the forecast for Wakulla was potentially catastrophic, and Jack Rudlow told me he's just hoping there was a Marine lab to return to. No word on what Panacea is like tonight, so I don't want to make any assumptions, but hopefully the Rudlows can rest at least slightly easier, hoping that their wonderful Marine lab is still there.
Right, and we certainly hope that when the sun comes up tomorrow that the damages won't be extensive in Wakulla County or Franklin County, but again, we're waiting to hear more about the storm surge, and of course, anytime there's wind in this neck of the woods, there are trees coming down. So
right.
Captain Yarbrough did mention the tree on a house there, and we're so thankful that nobody was injured. We want to go ahead and take a look at a weather cam right here in Tallahassee. This just pointed over downtown. You can see the Capitol there in the distance, both the old and new Capitals, and certainly the wind buffeting that camera as we speak, and it looks like there's still plenty of rain coming down here in the heart of downtown Tallahassee.
Yeah, not a time to be outside. Hopefully everyone has decided to call it a night and stayed inside as this storm moves through. As we had said before the hurricane arrived, that Tallahassee had never seen sustained hurricane force winds. We'll check in with Mike and Cameron in a little bit. I don't think that's going to change with this storm, which is obviously good news for folks in Tallahassee, but still those gusts can still cause plenty of outages, and we're seeing lots of power outages everywhere in our viewing area.
Absolutely, and as we're here in the studio, we kind of hear waves of water and waves of wind coming through. So, you know, as each of those bands and the storm turns through, we're going to continue to see these power outages rise. Let's check in right now with Abby Walton for an update on outages throughout our area. And Abby, more and more to report.
Well, Julie, you were just talking about those waves of gust. I actually just stepped outside of the WCTV studios maybe 20-25 minutes ago, and you could see it was like, oh, okay, it's raining, and then a gust would come through, and those winds are really starting to pick up. I was talking with some of our friends on Facebook, and they were saying that power across, you know, Leon, Gadsden, Wakulla areas, intermittent, they're starting to go out. People in our South Georgia counties, a lot of them are saying, you know, we still have power, but we're kind of bracing for it. We want to go through some of those outages because they are starting to get so immense. We're going to start with Talquin Electric right now. Again, this just went up. A little more than 25,000 people if you have Talquin Electric without power at this hour. Let's take a look at Tallahassee. Let's refresh this here and take a look. All right, this went up as well. Almost a little more than 30,000 people in Tallahassee without power at this hour. We're going to go to Duke Energy as well and refresh that, and let's see where we are right now. Let's get it towards our area and open this up a little bit if we are able to. There we go. You can see towards Apalachicola area, 3,000. This area near Crawfordville, Wakulla area, 6,000. This has definitely gone up. You can see as you get closer to where that landfall was made in that Taylor County, and as it kind of goes up, you're seeing the bulk of it right there with 12,000 people without power in that area. I'm going to cross over real quick to get to here. We are Swanee Valley. Let's take a look. Let's do that and refresh and see where we are here. Let's see. We have about 28,000 people without power right now. Let's take a look at the county. You can see Hamilton County, Swanee County. Take a look at that. Almost 19,000 people without power right now. Hamilton, you know, almost 4K. Lafayette County, a little more than 3.6. Let's go to Tri-County. Let me refresh that. Take a look here. We have about 20,000 people without power right now. You can see the bulk, of course, coming from Taylor County, Madison, where Helene has made landfall. And then finally, let's take a look. Let's see right here. Oh, I think we are finished right there. But as you can see, they're just continuing to increase and increase as the night goes on. And again, just because the winds, they're getting those gusts, trees are falling on power lines. Here's the silver lining out of all of this. Two things I want to leave you before I send it back to Julie and Jacob. We have the governor has stationed so many linemen. They are in Alabama, they're in Jacksonville. They are stationed ready to come in as soon as it is safe to do so and start restoring those power lines. Unfortunately, they've kind of have it down to a science now. They've been able to, have so many storms, but that has been able to get things in a more streamlined process so they can get our power on faster. Also, if you know your friends, family members, if they are without power, text them. Say, hey, you can still watch WCTV through our Facebook streaming, our WCTV news app. If you turn on the radio, our iHeartMedia partners, you can turn on the radio. They're streaming us right now, broadcasting our feed. So lots of different ways to still get the information up. If you take a live look at your screen right now, there are the radio stations. You can hear our broadcast right now. Okay, Julie and Jacob, I am going to send things back to you again. We're going to continue monitoring the situation. But again, in these counties right now, as you can see, they're starting to deteriorate. Again, I've been talking with some people in South Georgia counties. They're saying we're still good for now. And it's that for now part that they're kind of bracing for the impact.
Right. And we continue to get updates too about the outages in the region. And basically in some counties, it's all customers without power. So
yeah, we've seen it put over 100% without power in some cases, which is a little quirk that can happen with these reporting numbers. But bottom line is lots of people without power. It may take days, it could take weeks, depending on what the power companies say, depending on how bad the forecast is. And as Mike and Cameron will talk about, unfortunately, we're not getting a cool fall breeze coming in. It sounds like we're going to have still pretty hot temperatures in the aftermath. Dry, but toasty.
Dry is key when you're talking about cleaning up after severe weather like we have had tonight. And I got a text from a friend just now. Trees already starting to fall in their yards. Okay. So this is what we can expect the rest of the evening.
Okay. Speaking of Taylor County, I want to bring in Doctors Memorial Hospital CEO Lauren Faison-Clark, who is riding out the storm at the hospital there in Perry. We showed her photo of the doorway getting creative to try to keep the doors closed there. Lauren, just want to bring you in. First of all, how are you? How are the folks there at the hospital doing as Perry sees once again unprecedented winds?
It's hard to believe we're doing this again, but yes, everybody's doing great. The eye of the storm just went over us, and now we're having the backside go through. So hoping it gets on through here pretty quickly.
And Ms. Faison-Clark, have you had any reports of people that have come in with any type of injuries from this storm?
We haven't had anybody come in yet. We fully expect that afterwards there will. I mean, no EMS or anybody's running right now. I know everybody's kind of hunkered down in place. So, but we're ready. We've got a team full of physicians and nurses and providers here. And we're on backup generator, but we can do anything we need to do, so we're ready to help people that may need us.
If you could walk us through what went into keeping the doors closed or shut. We have the photo on our screen for our viewers. Very creative to make sure the doors were shut.
Well, I will not take credit for that for sure. One of our ER doctors who was in the military pulled out some of his old skills, and our security guy was holding the doors together for a while, and we could tell that wasn't going to be a sustainable solution. So they got creative, and now the doors are safely staying shut and everybody's staying dry. So
that is certainly a very important part of keeping folks safe. We spoke to you again last August as Idalia made landfall, and I know we visited Doctors Memorial in the months afterward to talk about repairs, any changes in protocol. Is there anything you can speak to about how maybe those helped prepare for Helene tonight?
I will tell you the number one thing that helped us prepare is the resilience of our people. I mean, the space is great. We've got better equipment. It looks a lot better, but the people are amazing. A lot of them left their own families. We've gotten some that have gotten bad news about the condition of their own home, but they're working and they're doing what they need to do. And I think every time, unfortunately, we go through this, we learn something new. And they're just incredible people, and they're really doing the job that needs to be done.
Absolutely. We've met so many Taylor County residents this past year talking about Idalia's aftermath, and each and every one of them inspiring to see how they responded to that storm. And unfortunately, here we go again, but we know they'll be good to go in this recovery. Any other message you'd want to get out to Taylor County residents right now?
Just please be safe as you start to recover from the storm. Don't get out there in the dark. Don't get on ladders or use chainsaws or do things you shouldn't do. Ask for help and just be safe. But like I said, if you do need us, we're here, but we hope you don't.
Thank you so much. Lauren Faison Clark at Doctors Memorial Hospital in Perry tonight. Stay safe, and we'll check in with you again as the recovery and cleanup continues.
Right. It's been just inspiring to see what happened after Idalia, but well, here we go again, as we said.
Absolutely.
So we're moving on to our next segment. Jefferson County, right. We have a lot of counties under the gun tonight, and Jefferson County is certainly one that's seeing extreme wind and damaging winds as well.
And we have Sheriff Mac McNeil joining us right now. And Sheriff, thank you so much for taking a moment to talk with us. What is Jefferson County experiencing at this moment from the storm?
Well, at this moment, we are in the west side of the eye wall, so we're getting winds anywhere from 50 to 80 miles an hour. I think the highest gust we've had so far has been 85 miles an hour that we've registered.
Any reports on how many people ended up at the shelter there in Jefferson County, and if folks heeded the warning to get out of mobile homes and evacuate?
So currently, right now, we have 90 that are in our shelter, which is a decent number for our small county. I think a lot of people chose to ride it out. It's hard sometimes getting people to leave their homes, but we did everything we could to emphasize to please get out of the path of the storm. We knew it was going to be a dangerous storm, and so we were highly concerned. But it's sometimes it's hard to get people to heed that warning.
And Sheriff, with Idalia, your county certainly felt the impacts of that storm. Tonight, this is also a very powerful, even more powerful hurricane. Talk to me about the impacts that you have seen or expect to see in the next few hours.
Well, it's dark right now, so we haven't been able to get a good look yet. I just came in about an hour ago. We were doing a patrol through town just to check. And we can tell that we're definitely going to have some trees down. We lost power about 25 minutes ago.
Okay.
So it finally caught up, and we lost our power. But this is definitely the most powerful storm that we've experienced out of the ones in the past, 10 years. And so we know that there's going to be quite a bit of down trees, quite a bit of power, utility poles that are going to be down, and power lines. So, but as soon as the winds abate down to below about 40 miles an hour, we're going to get our deputies out. We're going to start getting these roads cleared. That's our main goal, clear these roads so the power companies can get in, emergency services can move around, and we can get people the help they need.
Right, that's the game plan, and I know you'll execute it to perfection. But the folks there in Jefferson County can help your deputies out come tomorrow in terms of the first steps of recovery. Any advice for Jefferson County residents about how they can make your deputies' lives easier Friday morning?
Well, the first thing you can do is stay off the roads. Everybody, when these storms are over, they want to get out and go take a look, and we understand that, but we just need them to stay off the roads until we can get out there and get them cleared to make sure they're safe. The other thing I recommend they do is just check on a neighbor. If you can walk next door, call, just make sure everybody's okay. And so we have a list of, we put a list online where people, if they were going to stay in a mobile home or a home that was in a low-lying area, they could register with us. And we got this list, and our deputies, while they're out getting these roads cleared, we're going to check on those individuals to make sure they're okay. But, as far as it's all about being good neighbors, just take a look left and right of your home, check on your neighbor, make sure everybody's okay, and that'll help us greatly because that way we can get reports if there are trees or something that's went into a person's home and maybe they're trapped in their home.
Yeah, important information to share indeed. Thank you, Sheriff, so much for joining us tonight. And I know sometimes what's even scarier than riding out a powerful storm like this is doing that alone. So definitely be checking on your neighbors as soon as it's safe to do so. We appreciate you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good evening.
Yeah, thank you, Sheriff. We want to show you this shot now of Tallahassee. Again, we are still under the gun in the capital city in terms of the wind and the rain, tropical storm force gusts, and certainly nothing to be out and about in. And even though Tallahassee may have avoided its worst case scenario, we still expect a lengthy cleanup in the capital county over the next days.
And what are we looking at here?
This is the other side of downtown.
The other view of downtown.
Right.
I was like, it is so blurry and so windy and so rainy that I was trying to decide what exactly it was that we were seeing here. But that is what it's like outside tonight, right? Stay inside. This is a perfect example of why you need to stay inside.
Absolutely.
Rough weather, whether we got the worst of it or not the worst of it, it is rough outside. It is dangerous outside at this hour. So stay put. Right now we do want to check in with Cam Aaron for the very latest on the storm. What are you seeing right now, Cam?
Yeah, Jacob, Julie, we have a new update from the National Hurricane Center as of midnight. We'll get to that in just a few moments. But first, let's talk about the eye wall and its proximity to our South Georgia counties. Notice for places in Thomasville pushing into Valdosta as well. This is the eye wall of Hurricane Helene, and yes, it's pushing into South Georgia as we speak. So this is the worst of the weather. So a heads up in Valdosta, a heads up in Thomasville. It's knocking on your door now. This will continue pushing off to the north over the next several minutes. So close to Lakeland at 12:37, close to Moultrie at 12:47, and close to Nashville, Georgia, as we approach the 1 a.m. hour. Again, this is the eye wall of Hurricane Helene, and for close to Madison, you're close to the eye at this point, and same story for Greenville along the I-10 corridor. You're close to the eye as well. Now, this is the extreme wind warning that's in place through early this morning for Thomas County, for Brooks County, for Lowndes County, and for extreme western Eccles County as well in Georgia. In Florida, this is an extreme wind warning for Jefferson, for Madison, for parts of Hamilton, Suwannee, Taylor, and into Lafayette County as well. So again, this is for the eye wall of Helene. In the eye wall, we could see winds upwards of 60, 70, 80, possibly more than 80 miles per hour at times. Again, I talked about Madison. You are in the eye at this point, but again, a little bit of a ragged eye because it's starting to weaken now. So you will see the structure begin to change. If you're in Shady Grove in Taylor County, also in Perry and Taylor County, getting the backside now of the hurricane here at Helene. And we are tracking this other little band now from Quincy and Gadsden County, pushing close to southwestern Leon County, just outside of the downtown area in Tallahassee, sitting right on top, though, of Crawfordville over in Wakulla County. This can also pack a punch with those heavy rainfall rates, possibly winds upwards of 40, 50, maybe 60 miles per hour as it pushes off to the north and the northeast. That is Helene over the next couple of hours. Now, we're also watching out for this, some more heavy rainfall issues for our friends in Quitman, also in Valdosta along the I-75 corridor. Once again, treats that extreme wind warning as a tornado warning. Just go ahead and go indoors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Be away from those windows and just hunker down. Let this pass over before you come out of that safe place if you're under that extreme wind warning. Gusting to 80 miles per hour at Madison High School, gusting to 62 miles per hour in Valdosta. But again, as the eye wall gets closer to Valdosta, we should see that number increase. And check out the capital city, gusting to 67 miles per hour in Leon County at this hour. Like we talked about, Leon County on the western side of that system, but still we're gusting to nearly 70 miles per hour this evening, and that is plenty strong enough to knock down those trees, knock out the power, and thousands of people across the Big Bend in South Georgia are without power at this point. Now, this is the brand new advisory from the National Hurricane Center as of midnight. Now, those winds still sitting at 140 miles per hour. That may be a little bit of a stretch. We should see that weakening trend continue as we go through the overnight hours. And notice by Friday morning, this is a tropical storm close to Atlanta. This will continue quickly pushing off to the northeast right now at 24 miles per hour, and that pressure is down to 938 millibars. So once again, this made landfall in Taylor County, and this is the strongest hurricane on record to make landfall in the Big Bend of Florida. We still have a hurricane warning in place for all the counties in this red color. So for most of our viewing area, this is a hurricane warning, a tropical storm warning as far west as Mariana and Jackson County, also into Calhoun County at this hour. Let's talk about the graph model. It did pretty well with this system. You can see still looking at possible wind gusts up to 60, 70, maybe 80 miles per hour as that center of circulation crosses over into South Georgia, especially in the extreme wind warning area, places like Valdosta, places like Quitman, places like over in Brooks County. We could see those really extreme wind gusts as Hurricane Helene continues pushing off to the north as we go into the overnight hours. But notice as we wake up on Friday, we are tracking some calmer weather out there as some drier air begins to filter in on the backside of that system. Now, this is the latest update on the tornado watch, and this will go until 6 a.m. for all the counties in red. Again, the better chance for this will stay to the east of the center of circulation. That's why all the counties close to the I-75 corridor have that tornado watch at this point. That's also where we find the level 2 slight risk of severe weather. Again, the rotation isn't one of the main things we're watching out for, but that's still a possibility. We could see a few of those rotating showers and storms to go into the overnight hours. Also watching out for this, heavy rainfall issues, and that could lead to some high water issues in some places inland, not only at the coast, but also inland for our Big Bend counties. And moving into South Georgia, this is a flood watch, and that will last until Friday morning. Again, we are counting down until we see that drier air on the backside of Hurricane Helene, but until then, we are tracking more heavy rainfall issues and more gusty wind issues, especially now moving close to the Florida and the Georgia border, north of I-10, close to Thomasville, close to Quitman, close to Valdosta. You guys, the next in line for the remnants, I should say, of the eye wall of Hurricane Helene. Jacob, Julie, back to you guys.
All right, Cam, thanks so much. Yeah, we continue to get updates as this storm progresses tonight. And of course, Taylor County bearing the brunt of the storm landfall along their coastline about an hour ago. And throughout the evening, we've been touching base with Cutter Martin with WANF. He's been in Perry throughout the night, and sometimes the view from his camera really tells the story. They're getting battered by the rain and wind out there.
Yeah, and Cutter joins us over the phone now. Cutter, what was that experience like as the eye wall passed through Perry, and how are you right now? Are you safe?
Yeah, we're safe. It's actually kind of interesting. We are in a sort of a lull, kind of the backside. You know, we're coming out of the eye, the true eye. A little bit of wind right now, a little bit of rain, but certainly the front half, what you were seeing on that camera feed, that was the most intense portion. And for those that are wondering exactly where in Perry we were, that is basically, you know, a few miles south and east of true downtown Perry, basically Plantation Road and US 19. You know, there are a couple of restaurants in that particular area. I'm looking at a map. We're near Mama's Italian Family's Restaurant, and then there's several other restaurants. So a very common corridor, and we're at the Hampton Inn. Right on US 19, and it was open to the wind, and winds were howling for a good, I would say, 45 minutes, an hour and 15 minutes. We can smell pine, so obviously quite a bit of tree damage, pretty common with a hurricane like this going through. Structural damage, I would say that's the best news. You know, we have no power, very hard to see, but no significant structural damage at the hotel. There was certainly some debris flying down the road and underneath the car canopy, but all seemed to be fairly small. You know, some siding, those top little spinner air conditioner, you know, where you get circulation in your garage, on your roof. This is random things on your home, kind of laying around outside. But guys, so far, that's all we've seen in kind of this short radius around the hotel.
Oh my goodness, Cutter, your description is so vivid there, and down to the smell of the pines, you know, really speaking to what you're seeing outside right now. Do you have any understanding of whether you're going to see the storm intensify as it circles around, or do you think the worst of it is past?
I would say I think the worst of it has passed. What's interesting, for better or worse, especially in a smaller community like Perry, so many storm chasers. I would imagine Taylor County OEM and local officials were having to, you know, enforce the law very stringently with some of these chasers out there, and they were all outside, some of them not even seeking shelter during the worst of it. And the discussion was how this seemed like a very front-heavy system as it was approaching, and indeed that seems to be the case. You know, on the backside, for those up towards Valdosta that are just getting into the worst of it, you know, last time I checked radar, good news on my end is that the backside, I can confirm, does not have, at least at my spot, quite the wind. And you can kind of tell that. Your meteorologist has been talking about that on the backside.
Boy, and yeah, you hate to think of the danger, too, involved when you talked about having debris and siding and air conditioners flying about there. You know, certainly the danger is very real.
Absolutely. Any sense, I know you were talking to Taylor County residents for quite some time this afternoon, didn't know if there were any around during the worst of it. Any sense of how Taylor County residents are reacting to this? Here we go again. Are they perhaps grateful that they're not seeing structural damage, at least from the first assessment? What are you hearing?
Yeah, so far it's kind of two stories. I did touch base with some that were boarding up and actually left, went up in, I believe, in Madison County, 30 minutes or so away, a little bit further inland. They were texting me because we're going to do drive-by at their home tomorrow just to check before they drive back into the county. Another that stayed gave me a call after, and I think that towards the end of the worst of it, they were kind of at their wits' end, and were certainly relieved once we were in the eye. I think now that they're past it, they're okay, but it kind of was testing the limit of comfortability there. It was getting a little rough. And what was interesting about this eye wall, these sustained winds were intense, of course, but these occasional gusts, and where the hotel sits, again, it's in a very open area, so we had the full brunt of it, were really intense. And honestly, and I've been in several hurricanes, a little scary, so I can only imagine, at home with kids writing it out in the noises you hear.
Absolutely, yeah, and sometimes it's that trying to figure out what's happening outside that can be, add to the tension and add to the anxiety of the moment. Cutter, we do have some video right now we'd like to share with our viewers that we filmed from your camera earlier tonight. You can see really just the rain beating not only the lens of your camera, but shaking the bushes and shaking the trees too.
Yeah, so this is actually interesting, and I know it may look like they weren't being safe, but I was in my live unit, and the photographer was behind a wall, and in order to do our 11 p.m., break-in or update for the station back in Atlanta, I had to do a phoner while he was outside protected shooting kind of through a corridor. And again, the sustained winds were crazy, but it was the gusts that went through that area that were especially intense.
Right.
And did they knock you off your feet, or did you have to brace yourself? What did that feel like?
I wouldn't say it knocked me off my feet. It was a little, the most nerve-wracking part was probably, you watch crazy weather videos or even running, crazy weather videos on news programs. That sound of sheet metal scraping the pavement as it flies down the street. When you start to hear those sounds, you really have to think, am I making a wise choice? Am I setting a good example? And that's why we kind of got into a position where we could bring the shot, still stay safe. It wasn't the strength of the wind per se. It was the noises that we were starting to hear in the dark, without power by that point. They were kind of the most nerve-wracking.
Well, Cutter, we're so thankful that you're safe, and we appreciate really the very real picture that you are painting of conditions there.
Yeah, and Cutter, we appreciate it. Thank you for visiting our area and telling our resident stories there in Taylor County, and safe travels home back to Atlanta, which will also still feel a decent amount of Helene. So we appreciate your time.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cutter. We want to check in right now with our Capitol Bureau reporter, Cody Butler. He's been at the State Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee all day today. Cody, fill us in. What's happening there now as all of these emergency managers are waiting to see what happens next?
Yeah, right now the state agencies are all working together to fulfill the requests that they've gotten from the local governments for after the storm. They've been working on post-storm responses since before the storm made landfall today. And just a little bit ago, the governor gave his final update for the day, and he did confirm that this storm is deadly. There was someone who was driving on I-4 in Tampa earlier today, and a sign fell and they died. So this is a very serious storm. I also asked him, since this is the third storm, the third hurricane that hit Taylor County in the last 13 months, I asked him what his reaction was. He said that this was a very unfortunate event, that these people had to Dahlia. They get pick up, back up, try to rebuild. Then Hurricane Debbie hit last month, and now they have Hurricane Helene here. So they are really feeling it in Taylor County over the last 13 months. So again, the state is working on getting its resources, and once it is safe to do so, they will have their crews to clear the roads, to help rebuild power, restore power. right in after them. They'll work in the dark if they have to, but they're really hoping on waiting till daylight to get a lot of this stuff done so it will be safer to do so. And the state prides itself on getting power restored very quickly after these storms. And we're hoping to see it within a couple days versus a couple weeks, with tens of thousands of linemen are stationed across the state ready to go into these areas once it is safe to do so. So again, the state is working around the clock to make sure that they are able to quickly recover from this storm. Reporting live at the State Emergency Operations Center, Cody Butler, WCTV Eyewitness News.
All right, Cody, we expect an incredible mutual aid response for utility crews all across our area. And of course, the state plays a big role in organizing all of it.
Absolutely. And as he mentioned, Florida did confirm its first fatality in the Tampa area, Ybor City, as a motorist there was struck by a falling or flying sign. So those dangers are real. Also, we wanted to mention there are 2 confirmed fatalities in Georgia as well, both in a possible tornado in Wheeler County. The emergency management director there confirming 2 deaths near Highway 19. Apparently, their trailer was picked up by the tornado. A man and a woman confirmed dead there. So Hurricane Helene already proving deadly in the early hours after making landfall here in Florida, and of course spawning tornadoes and severe weather across the state line as well.
Absolutely not the news we wanted to hear, and we're certainly going to hope we don't have to report any more fatalities related to Helene, but we'll of course wait and see. We want to check back in with our Josh Green now. He is outside our studios here in Tallahassee. And Josh, even though the storm's moving closer to the Florida-Georgia line, we're still seeing a lot of action here in Tallahassee.
That's right, Jacob. You know, the center of Hurricane Helene is actually 50 miles due east of Tallahassee right now. You can draw a line directly across to the center. Now, even though the center's 50 miles away, Tallahassee Airport just recorded a wind gust of 67 miles per hour just about 20 minutes ago. So that's just a few miles per hour away from hurricane strength. We've got sustained winds here on the northeast side of town, at least around 30 to 40 miles per hour right now. Wind gusts around 50 to 60. So this is still knocking out power for some folks. You still absolutely cannot be out on the roadways here in Leon County, but I'll tell you what, since the storm did pass well to the east of Tallahassee, Leon County, got spared the worst of it, right? Our friends in Taylor, Lafayette, Suwannee, Madison, Jefferson, and now eventually up into some of our south central Georgia counties. That's where the brunt of it is. Here on the west side of the storm, not quite as bad, but still we've had reports of trees down across the capital city. We had that wind gusts over 65 miles per hour, and it's still going. If you are in Tallahassee, Leon County, and you're looking for a timetable of when things are supposed to wrap up, or perhaps you evacuated and you kind of want to know an idea of what's going on, right now we're sitting at around 12:30. Things here will start to improve by the time we get to around 1:30, 2 o'clock. By the time we get to around 4 o'clock this morning, things are going to drastically improve. It'll still be breezy, still could see some rain, but these tropical storm force winds, and even close to hurricane force winds, will start to dissipate. So again, of course, we're focusing on all of our area across the Big Bend in South Georgia, but I'm here live in Tallahassee. Again, still in the worst of it right now. We got to wait a couple hours or so, then things will start to improve here, and then eventually, once we get to later this morning, things start to improve in South Georgia. All right, so that's all I have from here. Again, if you're in Leon County, we are still staying inside. We are not going out on the roadways. Still have some very, very strong wind gusts. Guys, back to you.
All right, Josh, thank you. You know, and he mentioned evacuees who are anxious for information that may be watching tonight. Also, people who have loved ones here, you know, they are watching tonight. So a lot of people keeping tabs on what is happening right now throughout the evening in hopes that they can rest a little bit easier once they know the worst of this is past.
Okay, let's check back in with Mike McCall just to reset. Mike, we've been on the air for over 10 hours covering Helene. Back when we first started, it was way down in the Gulf, and as we said, it was going to move quickly to get to our area, and that's what happened.
Yeah, and it's still moving quickly, but it's just so darn large that it's still taking hours for the worst of this to get through the region. By the way, so Josh, literally from where I'm standing, if you could walk in a straight line, he's probably only about 30 or 40 feet away. So he's safe right outside the door. But while he was talking, we could hear the roof shaking with some of those gusts that were coming by. So yes, Tallahassee missed the worst of it, but the wind gusts, keep in mind that the strongest wind gust during Michael in Tallahassee was 71 miles per hour. And Tallahassee so far, it could still get higher, has had a gust of 67. But I've seen several reports of wind gusts from 80 to 103 miles per hour from reliable weather stations, including 3 different Suwannee County reports between 80 and 90 miles per hour within about the last 20 minutes. So it's still ongoing by a sure thing. It is. I think you can kind of ignore the whole 140 mile per hour thing. That's not happening. But we are seeing some wind gusts possibly still exceeding 100 miles per hour for a little while longer. Not much longer. It will get better, but it's not going to be good. It'll just get better. And then the center will continue to race off, not as much toward the northeast like it has been. It's going to kind of round because of an upper level low. I won't even get to all the meteorology, but it'll kind of pinwheel it around and aim it more toward Atlanta so that by 8 a.m. the center will be way up there. Let's talk about the current winds. Right at tropical storm force in Valdosta, sustained 40, 47 Madison high. By the way, you may not know this, but the highest sustained wind ever recorded in Tallahassee is only 46 miles per hour. The highest gust is 83. So both of those will likely be safe once again, although I've seen Tallahassee get sustained at 41, but because that core was just a little bit toward the east, we've seen those higher winds just to the east. But right now, Perry sustained at 52. I have seen a measured gust at Perry at least to 99 miles per hour. So we're talking at least a half a dozen reports so far. And these are just where the reporting stations are. We know that there are spots in between that are getting these kinds of winds where there's not an anemometer set up to send it out on the internet or send it to our graphic system. So we know it's still brutal out there over the eastern parts of the Big Bend and into South Georgia. Look at these current gusts. The most recent gust, Madison High, 80 miles per hour. Most recent gust in Perry, the earlier 99, still gusting to 76, gusting to 56 in Tallahassee, gusting to 47 in Thomasville. You head farther northwest, can handle this as long as they stay in that 30 mile per hour range, although I guarantee there were some higher gusts in that 50 to 60 mile per hour range, especially with this one band that I'll show you on radar in a moment. What's expected? The futurecast, it's still showing this 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts over the western half of the area, even an hour from now. Eastern sections, it's still going to be ugly stuff. Could see some gusts 65, 75, perhaps it's still spitting out that possibility of a 90 mile per hour gust around Valdosta. That's when that core is up here. That's why you see Tifton at 86, but only 25 in Moultrie. Again, it's a model forecast, but it's done pretty well, all things considered. As far as when will the roads start to get cleared? Well, crews can't go out and the first responders can't go out until those winds start getting below 40 miles per hour. As a general rule, 35 to 45. So even at 3:30 in the morning, most areas still likely going to be seeing some gusts above that range of 35 to 40, sometimes 50 or more, but it is getting better and it will continue to get better and better. So by mid-morning tomorrow, we're talking late morning, now we're talking no problem with the winds, 20 to 25 miles per hour. The center, the eye, if you will, moving through Madison County. In fact, just about right on top of Madison. Probably some light winds there. That last report, it's from Madison High. Now that I look at this, that's an old report. They're not getting an 80 mile per hour gust now. So my guess is that 80 mile per hour gust probably knocked the system offline as it came on by. But here's another little interesting feature is while the main core is here, which is large, from the Clinch County line, just now getting into Clinch County, all the way back through the northern parts of Jefferson County. But then we have this other band that's kind of wrapped around, and it's kind of stuck. It's not moving very much. So from eastern parts of Decatur County, up into parts of Mitchell, down through southwestern Tallahassee, Fort Braden area, then on around to around St. Mark's. That band right there that's kind of just because of this, the whole physics thing of this thing spinning has been kind of stuck here. So we're going to have this narrow band of some really heavy rainfall causing some flash flooding. And with heavy rainfall rates and the dynamics of this whole system, probably some pretty gusty winds embedded within that. So it may not hit any of the official stations, but not too far from Bainbridge or Quincy, certainly close to you, not too far from Camilla. So yeah, if you're anywhere near any of those cities, especially where I showed you there, you can still see some wind gusts in excess of 50 miles per hour. We'll start looking at the rainfall across the Big Bend. There's that heavy band. The other heavy stuff, I mentioned the reports from Suwannee County, from the EOC, from the Boys Ranch, from, I can't remember the third spot, but 3 of them that I saw in Suwannee County between that 80 and 90 mile per hour wind gust range. That's this stuff coming through. Now the southern eye wall is definitely weaker, definitely has a whole lot less in the way of intense rainfall, and there are still definitely some strong winds, don't get me wrong, but they will not be nearly as intense as what you're seeing here. And those are the winds that are now spreading into Valdosta. Valdosta, just Statenville, getting some of the really intense stuff coming through Eccles County. Not to mention that a flash flood warning is there too because of the incredible rainfall rates. Not quite as intense now, the northern and northwestern eye wall, but it's still very, very strong. So from north of Quitman up, not quite to Adel, but it's getting closer to around, we'll say Boston, so east of Thomasville. And then there's that other band, that curious band I mentioned, from Camilla to just east of Bainbridge to pretty close to Havana, say, of bringing some of that very intense rainfall. As far as the movement of this, with that, so this is roughly where that leading edge is. So that leading edge of the worst stuff is getting to the extreme northern parts of our viewing area. So that's kind of the beginning of the end, because that means that the beginning of the worst weather is now getting to the northern parts of our region. So most of our region is seeing, hopefully, about as bad as it is going to get. Let's hope that's the case, because we've seen lots of those gusts in the 80 to 103 mile per hour range. Let's look at what the radar is showing right now. If you've been watching, you don't normally see these kinds of colors, these dark blues and these brown colors. That's where the radar is picking up those winds, which are just super intense. So if Cameron's over there can hear me, let's go ahead and have a look at a couple of these. And so what we'll do is we pick a spot in the middle of all this, and it'll tell us what the radar is estimating wind speeds. So in this area, now again, this is shooting up a little bit high. It's not shooting it at the ground, but we're seeing 100-mile-an-hour winds aloft over Lowndes County, over Brooks County, pardon me, right now. So that's the most intense wind. But that whole area in light blue, that's really strong stuff too. And then we get to these areas. So this, not as intense, but we have proof from the weather sim stations in Suwannee County of 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. We had that wind gust at Madison High of 80 miles per hour. So this has already happened, and we still know it's blowing 70 plus miles per hour in gusts around Perry. So is it getting better? Yes, but it's such a big system, it's going to take a while. There will still be some gusts which exceed 50 miles per hour from Cairo to Tallahassee and points west, but they will be sporadic. But Tallahassee recently has had a gust to 67, and what I expect is that persistent band will start to work its way maybe just a little more eastward. It'll move a little bit, but I think that will kind of enhance some of the wind gusts. So the wind is not done. The storm surge, we haven't talked about that in a while, but Cameron, I'm going to ask you, because you mentioned to me about the rapid rise at the Steenhatchee River. Can you give me an update on what you've seen there?
Well, the thing is, it hasn't updated in an hour, so I'm wondering if maybe it's been knocked offline, but the last update we had was a jump to 9.6 feet.
And that was over a very short period of time, correct?
Right, yes, that was a very quick jump, and that was on the Steenhatchee River at Steenhatchee. That's the gauge there.
Right, so, and then that's at the river, so it's not necessarily a gauge of what kind of surge they've seen along the Taylor County coast, but it does show that at that spot, which now is not reporting, which means that sudden jump, it has very likely added several more feet to that. So the wind out over the water is getting better. It's coming in more from the northwest on this side. It'll come in from the west as the center continues to pull away. That's still going to push some water up into Taylor County. And even tomorrow morning, we talk so much about all the conditions getting better. It's still going to be a west wind. And so it's going to, the water, so we're still going to have high surf and some surge that doesn't want to necessarily go down very quickly. So the water that's been pushed inland, and perhaps more than a mile over inland Taylor County, that is very, very likely happening with this. It's going to be tough for that water to get back out until perhaps tomorrow afternoon, because it's the wind will keep pushing the Gulf back in. So that's just something else to think about for folks in Taylor County wanting to do some cleaning up, that the saltwater intrusion is going to be slow to get out of here because of the wind direction. The heavy rainfall part is going to start to get better in a big hurry after about 3 a.m. over South Georgia, a little sooner than that over the Big Bend. And while there still could be some showers after, say, 4 or 5 a.m., not much. Now, we are still going to be in a setup where we can't rule out some isolated showers later today, tomorrow, whatever you want to call it, Friday, and into the upcoming weekend. But this has really worked the atmosphere over the last several hours. So this is kind of the long loop of this as it made landfall just northwest of Deacle Beach. That's just northwest of Keaton Beach, and just to the southeast of the mouth of the Osceola River, which is the Taylor-Jefferson County line. That happened at 11:10. So conditions will get better in a hurry, but relative to what we've been seeing, still means we have a few more hours to go.
All right, thank you so much, Mike. And we just want to pass along, the Leon County Sheriff's Office just took to social media to say they are responding to several traffic accidents at this hour and asking residents to stay home still, which is what Josh had said, it's what Mike had said, and what we've been saying all afternoon and evening.
Absolutely. And you know, the thing is too, especially when there's power outages involved, things can be very dark. You may not see a tree down in the road. You may not see a power line down in the road, and put yourself in even further danger. So stay off the roads tonight. Try to wait until the sun comes up tomorrow, and even then everyone is encouraging you to kind of stay put until they can assess the extent of the damage and make sure roads are clear. Now this is this I-10? Yeah, right here at the WCTV studios. This is I-10 overpass over Thomasville Road. Thankfully we don't see anyone out there right now. Oh yeah, there they went.
Right, you jinxed it.
There's always a couple, right?
And while we have this view up, I did pull up Florida Highway Patrol's incident map. It's an online tool that they post real-time crashes and also debris on roadway. And they have a few in the Leon County area that I just wanted to run through. Debris reported on the roadway on I-10 eastbound near Midway, near the Midway exit. Debris on the roadway I-10 westbound. That looks to be near the Capitol Circle Northwest exit. And then also debris on the roadway on Buck Lake Road, so eastern Leon County. Tree in the roadway, according to FHP. And that's the map I was just talking about. Those exclamation points are
right.
Debris on the roadway.
Those little yellow triangles that you're seeing right. there on your screen tonight.
And there is a vehicle crash reported with injury and roadblock on I-10 westbound. And no timestamps with any of these, so we're not 100% sure if they're storm caused, but most likely they are, since we did take a look at that map hours ago and didn't have those icons. So not surprising that we're seeing debris on roadways and crashes.
Right, yeah, the stakes are high though tonight, so we really encourage you to stay where you are. The only fatality in Florida so far is traffic related.
Right.
So, you know, that's not something we want to see here in our region tonight. So please stay home and stay safe.
We want to show you some video out of Taylor County during the worst of the worst. Look at this. This is Taylor County as the power line started to spark during heavy rain. It's like a firework right in front of you. Terrifying to see that in real time. This other views from Perry as the eye wall came ashore just a couple hours ago.
Look at the power of those winds too. Look at that. And you know, we were just talking with Cutter Martin just a few moments ago as he was trying to describe the intensity of the winds that he was seeing and the debris flying through the streets. So this gives you just a small taste of what that may have felt like.
Right, you can see the power pole was slanted there, and then this again, that shocking video, literally. But hopefully everyone there in Taylor County either was out of town or hunkered down and is okay. We had checked in with the emergency management director there earlier. He had not reported any reports of injury there. This is Steinhatchee, and this is a lot of wind moving a lot of debris.
I was going to say, this is new video that we're seeing just for the first time. I don't know what that was, a piece of metal or a piece of siding, but it takes off with the wind there and flies through the streets. You catch it, it happens pretty quickly. So a lot of dangers out there this evening. Please stay inside. But again, this video, you can hear the wind. I'm going to stop talking for just a second so you can hear it more clearly, but you can hear the wind, but you can certainly see it as it is moving through Steinhatchee, Florida tonight with incredible intensity.
Now let's just take a moment to listen. Wow.
Oh yeah, you can hear the metal as it's crashing through the street, and that was one of the things that Cutter mentioned. He goes, that was one of the scariest things about these last few hours is you could hear things. You could hear things in the street. You could hear things happening, and so, boy, there.
This is also Steinhatchee. You can see it's from a Blink doorbell security camera type thing during the worst of it, and sideways rain, that tells the story right there. We were wondering what the storm surge would look like in Steinhatchee with Helene. Everyone remembers the scenes of Adalia a year ago with the entire town underwater, it seemed. No word yet on what the storm surge may have looked like or the damage caused from that, but the wind alone enough to create some major headaches.
I was going to say that's one of the things that we're going to have to continue to check on throughout the night tonight and early in the morning. The storm surge, of course, a very serious concern along our coastal counties, Franklin, Wakulla, Jefferson, Taylor. The original potential for that was 15 to 20 feet of storm surge, which can be deadly. That is rapidly rising water.
It is.
And it's coming in the dark. So we hope to get some more information from our emergency managers in those counties throughout the night to share more with you about what they're actually seeing. And of course, that storm surge compounded by the fact that a lot of these communities were experiencing high tide at about the same time.
Yeah, just worst case scenario in many ways for our coastal communities, but it will take daybreak in many cases to decide how bad things were. Let's turn it over now to our Ava Van Valen. You've been busy tonight, Ava, checking in with our power companies. Safe to say we've seen a lot of folks in the dark.
We certainly have. Okay, we're going to do a quick check now. I just refreshed all of this. Now, if you have Talquin Electric, 58% of customers are without power right now. We're going to check in with the city of Tallahassee, and it looks like almost 43,000 without power here at the moment. Now, we're also going to check Duke. Near Crawfordville, we've got 7,000. And then, of course, in Taylor County, about 12,000 people that are without power. Now we're going to hit Suwannee County Electric, and if we do our summary here, you can see that there are almost 29,000 customers without power. Now if we do it by county, you can see here Suwannee, 18,000, almost 19,000 customers without power. Lafayette, about almost 4,000, and Hamilton is about 4,000 without power. And then we're going to go to Tri-County, and you can see here we have about 20,000 without power. So of course there are linemen and they are standing by, so bright and early tomorrow morning they can start to get those lines repaired.
All right, Ava, thank you for that update. And as I mentioned a while ago, I spoke to Tri-County Electric about a month and a half ago about their lessons learned during Adalia. And one of them was how difficult it is to organize a base camp to invite those power crews in and to do it quickly and efficiently so those crews can come in and out shift after shift. And they learned a lot about how to set up a base camp at Perry's Airport that they also did in Debbie earlier this year that I was told really was efficient and made life easier. So hopefully they can take that lesson learned from last year and make lives easier for our linemen as they get ready to arrive.
And some of them are here in our community, but some of them are waiting outside for the all clear to come in, though when the roads are clear, when the weather is clear. A friend of mine sent me a snapshot of power trucks waiting in Pensacola tonight. I mean, dozens and dozens and dozens of them. So help is on standby, and I'm sure as soon as it's safe to move in that they'll be here. So hopefully that'll be days. Could or could be longer, but hopefully that'll be days. And certainly with the frequency of the storms that we're seeing over the last few years, you know, sadly we're getting better at doing this. We're getting better at restoring power and doing so more efficiently.
Certainly a silver lining. The potential loss of power was the reason so many decided to leave their home tonight in Leon County and head out to one of several shelters that was set up, including in Childs High School. Our Capital City correspondent Matt Hoffman, one of our team members who rode out the storm and is still currently riding out the storm there at Childs. Matt, what's the night been like for you?
Yeah, folks, Jacob, folks here who came to Childs here on the north side of town should consider themselves extremely lucky. The power here went out for about 30 seconds total. All the power is back on now. Things here on the north side, just talking about this area, never felt life-threatening. Anyone who came to the shelter, any of the animals, all of them are in good shape. Now, of course, the sheriff's office is still asking folks, don't travel, even though conditions have calmed down here quite a bit. Don't travel on the roads yet. Let the storm make its way through. Let them respond to calls. But here, right now, light rain, a little bit of wind. There's a very, very minor amount of damage to the roof of the school, but we did speak to one of the employees here, and they say that this is very common, even for storms that are not of this intensity. So I think the bottom line is folks who went to shelters are definitely the winners of tonight, and they've had an overall good experience, or as good as you can have riding out this Category 4 hurricane.
All right, Matt. Well, hopefully, I don't know if they're sleeping easy tonight, but maybe some of them are getting a little bit of rest. I'm sure they're anxious for the sun to come up and head back home to check on their homes for sure.
All right, we've certainly appreciated their reports throughout the afternoon and into early Friday morning. Now, as the storm moves into Georgia, Thomas County Emergency Management letting us know that all emergency personnel were grounded once the winds reached a certain speed. This is certainly expected. We first saw our coastal counties shut down their emergency responses as the storm neared landfall, and then that continues into our South Georgia counties. They do still want you to call 911 for actual emergencies, though. That way, dispatchers can pinpoint where you are and let deputies know when it's safe to return out there.
Absolutely. They also may be able to give you some really critical advice in some critical moments. So glad to hear that they are just a phone call away, but it may be some time before first responders can actually respond in person. We do want to check in. Our Brea Ruffin and Stacey Inez have been in South Georgia throughout the evening, and we want to join Stacey Inez right now. Fill us in, Stacey. What's the scene there?
Well, a very different scene here over in Decatur County. We're at the sheriff's office, and some deputies actually just went out about 5 minutes or so ago to start assessing some of the things. Of course, if it's unsafe to do so, they're definitely going to be coming back. But here we've seen it's been more of a light drizzle that we've been seeing, but the winds have been the most significant thing that we've noticed. So the winds have picked up over the past several hours, but it has been a little bit of a back and forth. There are moments where we can hear the rain pouring down on the building, and obviously we can look right outside and see that, and then there are moments where it seems to not be raining at all, but then you'll get those wind gusts, and that's kind of what we've been noticing here. And in terms of the power outages, we did check with Grady EMC as well. We were getting some reports about power outages. So right now with Grady EMC, it appears that there are about 5,600 or so people without power just on Grady EMC alone. We've been checking with all of the other power outages throughout Georgia, Georgia Power, 3-Notch, Mitchell EMC. We're checking with all of those. Right now it's looking like just a few hundred people, but the biggest power outage that we've seen in this area is with Grady EMC, about 5,600 people or so. In terms of the conditions, though, really not much has changed. The off and on rain that we've seen with the steady winds picking up, that's kind of been the scene here for the past several hours since we've been here. And of course, as more deputies start to go out, or if they decide to return, we'll keep you updated, because that, of course, will determine the conditions, or that will speak to the conditions outside as they're trying to go out and assess. But overall, been relatively quiet here, but we're not going anywhere. So of course, we'll continue to keep you updated. Julie and Jacob, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Stacy, and that's the nature of the beast. When your day began and we were shipping out to Thomas and Decatur counties, the forecast cone, it was still a distinct possibility that Thomas and Decatur could see extreme wind, as well as Tallahassee. And since it shifted east, Decatur, one of those communities that was likely spared from the worst of the worst. So certainly good news for those folks there, but the deputies will still assess the scene as they would for any situation.
We'll get a much better idea of the extent of damage in all of our communities once the first responders are able to return to the streets, and honestly once the sun comes up. I think we'll all have a much better understanding of the damage done by Hurricane Helene. Now this is video that the city of Moultrie shared tonight online. They're asking people, of course, to stay home for now as strong winds and rains continue to come through tonight. The city says trees are falling and they do have hundreds of people without power right now.
And with tens of thousands of folks without power, one final reminder, or at least another reminder, if you're in the Tallahassee area and you've lost power or about to lose power, 101.5, 105.3, 107.1, 100.7, 94.9, and 96.5, all iHeart radio stations that have been simulcasting our live coverage of Hurricane Helene. So not too late to tune in and perhaps listen while you try to fall asleep tonight, if that is your game tonight. Might be hard for a lot of folks, though, to get any shut-eye tonight, though, as the storm continues to move through.
And Cam Aaron's joining us again. Cam, fill us in. Where is the heart of the storm right now, and how much longer will people in our region be feeling the effects?
Well, some good news, Jacob and Julie. This storm is booking it to the northeast, so within the next couple of hours, we should see some improvements, but that doesn't mean that the storm will be completely over. We're still tracking some residual rain bands, also some gusty winds out there. At this point, the center of circulation is close to Valdosta, close to the I-75 corridor, and this is the worst of the weather, pushing through parts of Lanier County, pushing into Eccles, also Clinch County, and into Lowndes County at this hour. Let's take a closer look at that center of circulation. You can see Valdosta, you can see Hayhira, you can see Lakeland, also Statenville, all these areas getting in on some really heavy rainfall, some very gusty winds as well. A heads up in Fargo, a heads up in Homerville, also in Jasper over in North Florida. We are tracking some gusty winds and heavy rainfall pushing into your direction. Same story for Quitman, pushing into parts of Thomas County as well, close to Coolidge. And again, that is the western eye wall here, as Helene continues pushing off to the northeast. Going further to the south, close to the coast, over parts of Taylor County, pushing into Lafayette, also into Suwannee County. You see here the rainfall not as heavy as earlier, but still tracking some gusty winds, and that is the same story, all thanks to this band that Mike talked about earlier, from Bainbridge pushing into Cairo, close to Grady County, pushing through parts of Gadsden County, also sitting on top of Leon County, moving through the capital city at this hour. And also this other band close to the I-10 corridor from Jackson County, this one pushing off to the south into parts of Calhoun and Liberty County at this point. But again, the worst of the weather at this point is close to the I-75 corridor over those far eastern counties from Valdosta to Statenville to Lakeland and back into Clinch County at this point. This extreme wind warning also continues like we talked about. You should treat this as a tornado warning. Go ahead and go indoors, stay sheltered, stay hunkered down as the center of circulation pushes into South Georgia, and that is for Thomas County, Brooks County, Lowndes County, also for parts of Eccles County as well. And then also extends into the Big Bend from Jefferson County into Madison County, and for parts of Taylor, Suwannee, Lafayette, and Hamilton counties at this hour. But again, some overall welcome news. Helene is losing strength as it moves further inland, but still we are tracking some very high wind gusts, gusting to 64 in Perry, gusting to 62 in Valdosta. We had a gust earlier tonight of 88 miles per hour over in Lowndes County. So you can see, even though we are far away from the coast in Lowndes County, still gusting to more than hurricane force, over 88 miles per hour over in Lowndes County earlier this evening. Now this is the advisory as of midnight. Again, the National Hurricane Center is still listing this as 140 miles per hour, a little bit of a stretch. We should get a new update from the Hurricane Center at 1 a.m. That's coming up here in the next few minutes. But overall, this will continue quickly moving off to the north. And by Friday morning, we see Tropical Storm Helene close to Atlanta, Georgia, still producing winds possibly as high as 50, maybe 60, 65 miles per hour over in northern Georgia later on Friday morning. Let's go hour by hour on Futurecast, and notice this model did a pretty good job with the center of circulation over Valdosta, and look how quickly by 2:30 in the morning the center of circulation pushing into parts of south central Georgia. But still, we are tracking those leftover rain bands, the leftover gusty wind out there. It's not going to just completely stop once the center moves to the north. We're still watching out for the leftover rain, the leftover wind, but some welcome news. Once that wind pushes out of the west and northwest, we are tracking some drier air to wake up on Friday, and some overall better weather is on the way to go into Friday. But until then, again, tracking the heavy rainfall, tracking the strong straight line winds, but also possibly a few of those rotating showers or thunderstorms. This is a tornado watch in place until 6 in the morning from Thomasville to Monticello and back to the east over parts of the I-75 corridor. All the counties in this red color, the threat for tornadic storms very, very low, but again, it's not zero. When you have a landfalling hurricane, they can sometimes spin up those quick spin up tornadoes or things like that. So just be sure that you have a way to receive warnings and you stay weather aware to go into tonight. Also tracking this as well, a storm surge warning continues from Apalachicola to St. George Island, also to Alligator Point, and we still have a storm surge warning for Wakulla County, for Jefferson County, and for Taylor County. We had a gauge on the Steinhatchee River close to Steinhatchee that was almost up to 10 feet, but again, that gauge did not update for the past hour, so we're thinking that may have been knocked off by the water, but still, storm surge is another key factor. Even though the center of circulation is now into South Georgia, Jacob and Julie, we have some areas that are still dealing with the storm surge close to the coast.
Right. So many factors with the hurricane and so many unknowns at this hour, especially until we see the sun come up. So we'll keep a close eye, but right now South Georgia needs to stay hunkered down as the eye wall moves through. We have another live look to show you as we continue to examine. This is a look over Tallahassee. So even though the worst of the eye wall is in South Georgia now, our capital city is still getting pelted with extremely heavy rain.
Right, and you can hear it. You know, we've heard it on the studio roof all evening long. It seems to come in waves, and that's exactly what's happening right now. We want to mention our latest numbers show that more than 153,000 people are without power across our region tonight. So many of you in the dark, some of you perhaps listening to us on simulcast on radio, perhaps others on the app tonight, but 153,000 people at this hour without power.
And just to emphasize the warnings to stay off the roads, we mentioned some debris on the roadway in Leon County. That's also true on I-10 in Jefferson County and in Madison County right now, according to the Florida Highway Patrol. So don't try to get on the interstate. Don't even try to just drive up the street from your neighborhood, because it's likely going to be blocked by some debris right now, and it's not safe to do so.
We want to go ahead and check out some video from a storm chaser in Perry. He was sharing this video at the height of this storm, right? Oh my goodness,
wow,
and you can see debris literally like tumbling across the parking lot of the Winn-Dixie right there in the heart of Perry tonight, and the sparks flying from those lights. You know, we got a different view of this earlier, showing the lights just exploding and the power going out. So he obviously had an up-close look at that, and you noticed he had goggles on there as he was out and about. Certainly wind and rain pelting the city of Perry tonight.
Extremely dangerous to be out there as the sparks fly and the debris flies. Certainly why we don't send our own reporters out there into situations like that one, but certainly incredible visuals nevertheless. Well, we want to talk about hotel evacuations that happened in the south part of Florida, southern Florida. We want to show you some video, I believe, as storm surge made landfall, or made a big mess of things down in the Sarasota area. Jordan Litweiler from our sister station down in Sarasota had this report earlier.
We are here at the scene of a Ramada Hotel in Sarasota, just north of the airport here in the area. We talked to some of the deputies here. There's a heavy law enforcement presence, a lot of first responders on scene, and they say it's because of a fire situation, a little bit of a fire scare going on right now, as they say the storm surge has breached some of the hotel rooms here at the Ramada Hotel. And they say that's actually caused some of the hotel rooms to start smoking. That's why they've evacuated the entire property, and you can hear those fire alarms going off in the background. As we walked by, we saw a lot of the people who were evacuating sitting on the sidewalk And now here in the parking lot is completely underwater as that storm surge continues to move in. We've seen a number of people trying to wade through the parking lot to go help people out. The deputies on scene trying to help people get to their properties and belongings safely. You can also see there's a car in the middle of the parking lot. That car's not going anywhere for a really long time. It's stuck in the middle of the parking lot right now with water well above its rims, now breaching the top or getting to the top of the wheel wells. And obviously we've heard from our meteorologists who say the storm surge is only going to continue to get a little bit worse throughout the rest of the evening. So this is a developing situation, but for right now that's all we know here in Sarasota. We'll toss it back to you guys.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, certainly we're focused on the impacts of Hurricane Helene here in the Big Bend and along our coastline, but this storm is so massive and so powerful. It's really dealt a blow to all the coastal communities along Florida's Gulf Coast today.
Yeah, earlier this week we saw just how many counties were under that emergency declaration for the state, so you can certainly understand in the aftermath why that was done. Speaking of state leaders, earlier tonight Governor Ron DeSantis confirmed the first hurricane-related death we've learned about. Here's what he had to say.
We have had a report of a fatality on the roadway, car driving on I-4 near Ybor City in Tampa was hit when a sign fell onto the highway.
We also want to let you know that down in Lee County, the sheriff there, Carmine Marceno, shared videos on X of deputies there performing a boat rescue. You could see that high and rapidly moving water there. The sheriff says a resident called 911 and asked to be rescued from the water inside his home. He says it was rising quickly. Deputies were able to get to him using those rescue boats. Look at the churn and the pace of this water. This is what everyone is so concerned about, especially after dark, how quickly waters can rise. They did get to that gentleman using the rescue boats tonight, and at last word, the resident was doing well. So we thank Sheriff Marceno and the deputies there for potentially saving that man's
Yeah, our
life.
first responders are miracle workers in times like these. Amazing scenes out of Lee County. Let's turn things back closer to home. This is a live look at the highest of 7 hills. FAMU's weather stim camera showing lots of rain and still the wind a factor. This, of course, a quiet campus, class shut down for the rest of the week. The Lawson Center set up as a shelter for the FAMU community, and folks hopefully staying inside there as the rain continues.
Absolutely, and a lot of the students and college students in this area, you know that their families, wherever they may be, are watching this storm very closely, and I'm sure keeping close tabs on their children, some of whom may be facing a storm like this for the very first time.
And let's not forget FAMU and FSU in the direct line of those May 10th tornadoes, so as well as Indian Head Acres neighborhood and so many other mobile home communities in Leon County. They were all especially weary of what might come today, so we'll be checking in on those communities in the days ahead, but hopefully they were all able to avoid the worst of it. But we're still experiencing lots of rain and lots of wind here at the station, so certainly not out of the woods yet.
Well, there are a lot of people who are working all night tonight, and they'll be working all day tomorrow as well, making doing their best to keep us safe and to document any damages that they may need to address once the sun comes up. We did speak with Leon County Emergency Management Director Kevin Peters earlier tonight. He did experience his full confidence in the team that they have working tonight, and that'll be working again tomorrow.
We have a room full of professionals here with us in the Emergency Operations Center. We've been activated for a few days now. They are very long days, but it's a lot of people working together, sharing information, and doing everything we can to keep our community as safe as possible.
And Peters also talks about some of the preparations they made to make sure that they're ready to respond in the morning.
Throughout the day, our crews have been staging their emergency equipment, and we have personnel throughout the community. So as soon as this storm clears our area and the winds are at a level that are safe enough, we're going to immediately get out onto the roadways, begin cutting the debris, making the path so our responders can respond to emergency calls. They can begin to assess and begin to make repairs to the infrastructure network.
Okay, and we want to thank Kevin and all of the emergency management officials, the sheriffs, the hospital CEOs who've been nice enough to borrow some of their very busy time to talk with us over the last 5, 6, 7 hours. Mike, we're going to sign off. Julie and I, we're going to trade out with Ava and Abby, and
made them one person.
Right, one person, a couple named there. Just a sign of how long we've been talking today. It's been a long day here at the desk.
What's that like to talk a lot today?
I know you would have it, but we really do appreciate our time up here, and Mike will be on the air for several more hours still.
Yes, we're not done with the coverage by any stretch. Watching the sound bites from Kevin Peters, I did want to, I don't know if they're watching or if some of the other folks are watching, but some of those that you may not hear about. Kevin Peters, he's a meteorologist by trade and now in emergency management. So this is right in his wheelhouse. He does a great job with that. Amy Godsey, the state meteorologist stationed here in Tallahassee, does a fantastic job. And her husband, Kelly, works for the local National Weather Service office in Tallahassee. And too many fantastic men and women at that office to stand here and name. But so much of the great data that we get, that we share with you, comes from all of them. So all of them and Ed Mansuri with WeatherStem providing all that great information, the data that we're getting to show what it's really like at all these different stations. So all kinds of folks that you never hear their names but have really helped out in getting the information to us so that we can share it with all of you so that you know what it's like, maybe not where you are, but what's near you and coming your way, or maybe what has already happened and moving away so that you can start to relax. So that's where we are for some of the viewing area. The worst of it is by, you can start to relax a little bit, but not everybody by any stretch. So the 1 a.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. So yeah, it's still showing those winds of 110. I have not seen any gusts above 90 for about the last 30 minutes, but that doesn't mean they're not happening. It's certainly possible. I was a little concerned about the band that was going through Eccles County. That looked really intense on radar. So it's in this kind of a setup, you're not getting hail. You're not going to get hail from these kinds of warm core systems, the tropical system. So that was some super heavy rainfall, which was probably accompanied by some of those winds aloft getting down to the surface. So we don't have a station that we can see in Statenville, but my guess is you probably had some of those gusts that were around 90 miles per hour. So the latest location, as of 1 a.m., just about on top of Valdosta. That's where the center is located. So along and north of that, east and west of that too, is where we have the most intense band. South of that is a whole lot weaker. And it's moving quickly toward the north-northeast, 26 miles per hour now. Before too long, it's a little more toward the north. In all deference to our friends up north, we just wanted to get it out of our viewing area, and it is rapidly doing that. It's still going to be a rough night from Macon to Atlanta as we head toward daybreak tomorrow. It'll be tropical storm force winds and some heavy rainfall, but nowhere near the intensity of what we had. Making landfall about 11:10, at 11:10 officially, along the Taylor County coast between Deacle Beach, that's near Keaton Beach, and the mouth of the Osceola River. That's right there is where it made landfall. Here are the current sustained winds, definitely getting better quickly from Tallahassee to Bainbridge to Apalachicola. Now we're seeing those sustained winds 25 to 30 miles per hour. It's still not that bad. I'm happy to see them dying down faster than I thought they would from Thomasville to Moultrie. I'm hesitant to buy into all of that just yet. I still think there could be a little more to wrap around this, but Madison High to Valdosta, we're seeing this. Now, the Madison High one, in fact, we can throw that one out. It's been stuck for a while. So the gust, also, you can throw that out. That's not a recent one. But this is a recent one in Valdosta at 62, and still 64 in Perry. So Perry had a gust as high as 99 officially that I saw. We saw a couple of gusts along the Wakulla and Franklin County coast in excess of 100 miles per hour. I saw a 90 mile per hour gust in Suwannee County. So we had lots of those really dangerous ones that were around. But the gusts at or above hurricane force lasted about an hour and a half in Perry. So it wasn't just a quick shot of wind. It's pretty prolonged when we're talking about those kinds of winds. And we still have some gusts near 50 in Thomasville, near 50 in Moultrie, near 50 in Tallahassee. But now it's that west wind. So if you've got those trees that survived the north wind that Tallahassee had for a long time, now it's becoming that west wind. But the west wind, maybe I don't know if you could make this into any kind of a nice saying, but it is the beginning of the end of the worst of it. When you're getting the west wind, it definitely means you're on the downside of this, literally and figuratively, as far as those expected wind speeds go. Now, the futurecast wind still shows we could see some 60 to 70, perhaps 90 mile per hour gusts during the next hour or so across mainly South Georgia, up and down the I-75 corridor. That's the best shot. There could be a few farther west, but I think most of them are going to be closer to I-75. So Valdosta, Lakeland, Adel, Moultrie, Tifton, Homerville, I think you're all still in that area. In fact, I'm going to back this up so we can kind of look at these forecast winds one more time so that the folks there understand that we're up. All right, I'm a little trigger happy on the button. Let's try one more time. Okay, so there we go. So here's what we think is possible within the next half hour or so. Probably not going to see that in Thomasville, but I'm not going to rule it out. But now we're starting to see more of the expected gusts staying below a dangerous range. Now, they're still going to be strong enough. If you've got some limbs that were weakened by all the winds tonight, you could still have additional power outages to what's already been happening. Here's your radar look. This one persistent band has been gradually working its way eastward. I haven't seen too many dangerous winds with this, but there were still some that were gusting over 50 in Tallahassee, and some of that getting into Jefferson County, into the eastern parts of Grady and through the middle of Mitchell County. But here's where we're seeing the worst of it. And so I'll put this into motion. That was that real intense part right there I mentioned, coming through Statenville and Eccles County. Look at the south side. Now, this band is wrapping around, and there could be some pretty gusty winds with that, but it's fairly narrow. The rest of this is just some plain old light to moderate rainfall. So that's what most of the Big Bend has, again, with this one exception. So these showers getting closer to Shady Grove, and this will likely kind of work its way up toward Greenville, Monticello, Wassissa, just about on top of Chairs and Lloyd, all getting some of those gusty winds up to around Lake Ammonia, moving over to Miccosukee. You can all still expect some wind gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour for about another half hour or so, and then it will get better. Strongest winds very likely to be with this eastern section now. So from Statenville to Homerville to Lakeland, and then getting out of our viewing area up into Atkinson County around Pearson. Go farther north, Moultrie getting some of the heavy stuff, although I haven't seen the winds nearly as strong as what we saw back here. And then here's the northern part of the other band that's going down through Tallahassee from Camilla to Spence to Cairo. Still some 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts are possible, again, for about another half hour or so. And then conditions will get better for you. Let's look at, here's the Doppler radar imagery. And where you see these light blues, we don't see as intense. We don't see the dark blues. Remember when we saw those, if you watched earlier, when it was coming in over the Big Bend? That's when we had a lot of those Doppler radar estimates of winds 119, 120 miles per hour. That's what we saw earlier. Now we don't see those same colors. These kind of brownish colors, we initially saw some of those when we had those 100-mile-an-hour gusts along the Franklin and Wakulla County coast. There's only a little bit of that left. So here's a query. Still, that's 106-mile-per-hour gust. It's pretty high up because it's a considerable distance from the Tallahassee radar, so we're not seeing those kind of winds getting down to the surface. But I still think we could see 80 to 90. I think that's certainly possible. This area, a little bit weaker, as I mentioned, around Moultrie, but still could see some gusts 60 to 70 reaching the surface up here. So just keep that in mind for about another 1 to 2 hours, maybe 2 hours across South Georgia. Some good news, this map had purple areas on it indicating extreme wind warnings. Those have all expired. So at least we're not seeing widespread threats from that. And certainly as the center continues to move at 25 or better miles per hour off toward the north-northeast, that's where we'll see these conditions getting better and better. That's what will continue for the next couple of hours. Here's the long look over the last 6 hours and show how much it's changed. So we had the landfall around 11:10 along the Taylor County coast, third time in 13 months with the Taylor County hurricane landfall. The heaviest bands of rain a couple inches of rain falling in a short period of time. The strongest winds roughly from Jefferson County and points east. So while Tallahassee saw some gusts that got near 70, I didn't see anything measured above that. So I consider that a win for parts of Tallahassee, but just awful news yet again from Perry to Live Oak to Madison to Jasper, down to Mayo, all seeing the heart of this, and Valdosta with some gusts that still could hit 80 miles per hour before it's all said and done. So we're in the home stretch. We're not quite there yet. We're not going anywhere. We'll continue to cover it all night long, meteorologically speaking. So, Abby and Ava, now it's back to you.
All righty, thank you so much, Mike. And as you were saying, you know, people in the North Florida Big Bend area kind of winding a little bit down for them. But again, I'm just talking to people on my Facebook page, South Georgia, you're seeing that. They're going, oh, okay, it's in our neck of the woods now. We're hunkering down. We're starting to see some of the debris. Let's take a live look outside right now. This is in Lowndes County. This is a camera where it looks like a utility, some kind of either a cell phone tower or a radio tower has flipped over. This is the weather stem, one of our weather stem cans. Oh, this is at Lowndes County Utilities. Okay, so we're not sure what kind of tower this is, but again, some kind of tower has gone down, which could, you know, knock out cell phone, that kind of thing. It just shows you the power of those winds, and it definitely drives home what people have been saying to me through Facebook is just they have never heard winds like that in their life.
Yeah, let's take a look at some video from a 511 Georgia cam that's in Valdosta. Now you can see there the strength of that wind there, that rain, sheets of rain, the traffic lights are swinging in the wind there. Definitely not a place you want to be outside in any way, shape, or form.
All right, let's go to Fort Myers Beach. This is further south. Oh my goodness. Okay. This is from the Lees County Sheriff's Office. This is a first responder doing this. Let me be very clear on that. This is not just a regular people, regular Joes going through the floodwaters. Don't do this. They're doing this because they want to make sure to get to people and make sure that they're safe. Let them do that. You do not do that.
All right, we're going to take a look. This is a scene outside of Tampa General Hospital. There's a fence there that you can see, and that fence is keeping the water from rushing up against the building there. Look at the water.
You can see it. And we actually ran a story about this earlier in the week when they were building this. Mike and I were looking at it. We were like, that is such a cool idea and invention for someone to think about this, because they were saying we can't leave. There's no way we can evacuate. We want to make sure we give our patients the best care. They are so close to the water, and so they have these special barriers that they put up to keep the water out, and it's working in that case. That is incredible.
Yeah, and people living in these conditions with the flooding and all the rain and the wind, they're sharing their thoughts on this flooding.
A lot of wind, a lot of rain, lots of debris, almost getting knocked down out here. It floods sometimes when you have a bad storm, but this is the most I've seen it here in a while.
All right, well, earlier, okay, this is from Manatee County. This was way earlier in the day with some flooding there, and again, that was very early on. You can see some of that, again, first responders driving through floodwaters. Again, not you, first responders. That's very important here. Okay, take a look at this. We actually showed earlier when we were doing this a view from space.
That's right. This is Hurricane Helene shown from cameras aboard the International Space Station, looking very calm, which of course it was not. The storm almost beautiful from this angle, but we do know the threat of it, of course, here on the ground.
Just look though, take a minute and look at this. Look how massive that thing is from space. It is huge. That's just, it's incredible to see from that point of view.
Yeah, it really is.
All right, well, back on the ground, a lot of people in the coastal area spending their night in shelters here in Leon County. A lot of them said, you know, we have been through different storms. We're not taking any risks with this one. We want to be out with the potential for historic storm surge. And here, actually, we have our Zach Dahlheimer, Matt Hoffman. They have been at a shelter in Childs, talking to a bunch of different people who are actually, they don't live in Leon County, but they came here to escape the storm. Let's take a listen.
I'm not that much of a risk taker. My dwelling is not hurricane proof, so it didn't make any sense for me to stay.
And again, at the latest update, Leon County Schools, the shelters there holding over 1,000 people and over 100 pets. And again, they made all those shelters pet friendly, so people were able to bring their furry family members, which probably a lot of people went because they knew they didn't have to leave their pets.
Absolutely. And I think there was a total of about 253 pets, they said. And, you know, we saw parrots, we saw hairless cats.
Yes, we did. We saw everything.
So they brought it, and they were really accommodating. The owners of the pets said how accommodating they were, giving them their own classroom for the pets and everything. So it was really great. So we're going to go to South Georgia now. Our Abrea Ruffin is there, and she's going to tell us what is happening there. She is at Decatur County Sheriff's Office,
yes.
right? Yeah. Abrea, what's going on there now?
Abby, Ava, at last check, according to Grady EMC, there are over 8,000 power outages right now. And just 30 minutes ago, when we checked in with Stacy, she reported that Grady EMC had over 5,000 outages. So you can kind of see that significant difference. People are seeing effects from the storm, and hopefully soon, you know, we'll see that power get restored once roadways are clear and we have first responders on the ground. We have been talking with the deputies and the sheriff here in Decatur County, and they're actually heading out on the ground to try to check the roadways, clear debris, and also get some rest since we aren't seeing much of an impact here. There's no rain, there's no wind, so we're kind of just waiting it out to see what they say about the roadways to make sure that there's no debris and that it's safe for people to go out if they can. So we're gonna kind of stay put, and we're gonna see what they bring back from their damage assessment, and then of course we'll bring you guys updates as we learn more. So I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Abrea.
Well, okay, the storm kind of is making its way through our area, and again, we said once it was here, it was going to be fast moving.
Yes.
And so for a look at where it is now, we want to send it over to Cameron Aaron. Cam?
Thanks, you guys. Yeah, we are still tracking the center of Hurricane Helene, now a Category 2 storm with winds of 110 miles per hour. The center not too far away from the Interstate 75 corridor in Lowndes County, pushing into parts of Lanier County as well, very close to Valdosta, very close to Hayhira. That's where the worst of the weather is at this point. Let's zoom into that eye wall, moving through parts of Homerville, close to also in Statenville, from Clinch County into Eccles County, also into parts of Lanier County. But notice in Valdosta, after some very, very gusty winds, starting to get a little bit of a break as the worst of the weather pushes off to the north and the northeast. And so tracking a few more of those heavy rain pockets close to Thomasville, over in Thomas County, and pushing into Brooks County, close to Quitman at this hour. Let's go further off to the south, tracking more of those heavy rain bands pushing through Monticello and Jefferson County, also coming into parts of Shady Grove for Taylor County and into Madison County as well, and close to where I-75 and I-10 come together, close to Hamilton and Suwannee counties. So tracking more of those gusty winds, also more of those light showers as well. Let's go back to the west over parts of Jackson County, moving through parts of Quincy and Gadsden County, and also into Liberty County. This band here producing some gusty winds and some heavy rainfall issues. But again, some welcome news. The winds aren't as strong, aren't as severe as earlier this evening, but we're still watching out for this band pushing through parts of Grady County from Cairo into Thomas County. So a heads up as this rotates off to the southeast. A heads up in Thomasville. Another round of gusty winds knocking on the door as that backside of Hurricane Helene pushes off to the north and the northeast. Right now, gusting to 48 miles per hour in Thomasville, gusting to 36 in Bainbridge, gusting to 41 for Tallahassee. Again, the Madison County sensor likely not working, but we did have a gust of 80 earlier this evening and a gust of 62 over in Valdosta at this hour. This is the advisory from the National Hurricane Center as of 1 o'clock this morning, and still a Category 2 system. We talked about this because Helene is moving so quickly to the north. This is sustaining its hurricane strength into South Georgia. Not only a hurricane, a Category 2 hurricane at that. Those winds of 110 miles per hour. This is about 10 miles to the west, southwest of Valdosta, and the pressure up to 950 millibars. Now, thankfully, this will quickly push off to the north at 26 miles per hour. So we are anticipating some better weather as some drier air begins to work in on the backside of that system. But until then, tracking more gusty winds, tracking more heavy rainfall pockets. But again, better weather is not too far away. Let's talk about that on Futurecast. You can see the center of circulation close to Valdosta. That will lift off to the north very quickly. Notice by 3 a.m. the center is gone, but we're still tracking those leftover bands. These could produce winds upwards of 20, 30, maybe 40 miles per hour in pockets. Also heavy rainfall pockets as well. But notice by daybreak, as the sun begins to rise on Friday, we are tracking some drier air and we are tracking some better weather to close out the work week on Fridays. But until then, the wind will continue, the rain will also continue. One last look at the radar. You can see the swirl, the center of circulation close to Valdosta, moving over parts of Lakeland into Clinch and Eccles County as well. That's the heaviest part of the storm. But again, over the next few minutes, over the next about 30 minutes to 45 minutes, that should continue pushing out of our region. But we're still watching out for those leftover rain bands. And again, these could pack a punch with the heavy rain, also the gusty winds. But until we get some more updates, we'll go back to the desk with Abby and Ava.
All right. Thank you so much, Cam. All right. We want to take a live look outside right now at Tifton, Georgia. Again, trying to take a look at what we're seeing. And again, part of what is challenging about this storm, and also another reason why people are saying stay inside, is because it is so dark. And we're taking a live look outside. Say that one more time, guys. University of Georgia campus in Tifton. You can see the lights there. And again, that's what people are saying. They said the winds just have been howling.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the storm displacing so many people. Some people from the Big Bend are relocating out of the hurricane's path and watching their home from afar. And Luli Ortiz reports from St. Lovey, where hotels are filled with anxious visitors.
A majority of these hotels, like this one along St. Lucie West Boulevard, are nearing capacity. We met over a dozen people, many of them college students, from areas in Helene's path who are obviously very concerned about how things will go. A group of college students from the Tampa Bay area are calling Fort Pierce home for now. As they check out the waves at Jetty Park, they are thinking about their trip over.
They dropped the news on us. They were like, you guys got to be out of here by Wednesday.
They attend Eckerd College in St. Petersburg. Classes were canceled to allow these students time to evacuate.
We can see the storms coming from the bay.
So they packed their important belongings and drove across the state, some staying at this hotel a few blocks away.
It was only about 3.5 hours. It wasn't too bad. I feel a lot better. It's still stormy, but I can't imagine what it's like closer to the storm, so I feel a lot safer being away from it.
For these young ladies, it's their first hurricane experience.
I am really nervous about our dorm, I'm not gonna lie. Being on the water, I mean, we have our own beach. It's gonna flood really bad, so it just depends on that. Luckily enough, we had somewhere to stay. Our friend let us stay at her place, so we didn't have to worry about getting a flight back home.
Good afternoon. Thank you for calling the residence in Port St. Lucie.
Ronnie Nichols has been preparing for the influx of guests. She's a general manager at Residence Inn by Marriott in Port St. Lucie.
Today alone, I picked up 12 reservations just in the day.
They're offering special rates for evacuees that are already planning to extend their stay, as the full extent of the damage is still unknown.
I really want my hotel to feel like it's a home with 125 bedrooms. So we're very family oriented around here.
These families traveled as far as they can to find a safe haven in our area.
It's very important they get here for us to let them know you're safe, you're secure. You brought, your family, your pets. We're going to take care of you if you need to hunker down for as long as you need to.
And we heard from a spokesperson in Okeechobee County. She tells me at least 3 hotels are almost at full capacity and more than half are Helene evacuees.
And you're seeing that all over the area. We had so many people call us prior to the storm and asking, where should we go? And so, people have gone to Alabama and just all over the place. And so you're probably seeing people that are still in your neck of the woods, just in another area to just ride out the storm.
Exactly. All right, and even as Florida and South Georgia deal with Helene, our neighbors are getting ready to extend a helping hand and a full plate. Rachel Hanley reports from New Orleans.
The pallets of water tell you they know what they're doing. And the pallets of Tony Satcheries tell you why. These volunteers are from Louisiana.
Everyone's helped Louisiana. These people in Florida are going to need help.
Jamie Lutz runs One Voice NOLA. Friday, he and his team will load the water, fuel, cooking pots, and hundreds of cans of food onto these trailers and head for the Florida coast.
We know that without power, people get desperate, so food and water when stores are closed are crucial.
One Voice works with businesses year-round to get these donations. That way they're ready by the time a storm's in the Gulf.
There's one of the trucks that we're loading right there. There's a bunch of supplies there.
The United Cajun Navy does the same thing. Its volunteers have already started shipping out from Baton Rouge. Founder Todd Terrell says it has 15 semi-trucks full of water, food, and toiletries staged in Pensacola, with more on the way.
A lot of people are going to wake up tomorrow and their lives are going to be forever changed.
It's something volunteers from Louisiana know all about. They also know hurricane victims have a lot of different needs during and after the storm.
We have rescuers, guys in boats and airboats, high water vehicles. We're also on standby with several medical facilities to do assisted living transfers and also medical deliveries of time-critical medicines.
Also bringing medicine is the Louisiana Red Cross, which has been training local volunteers to go to shelters. And to get the power back on quicker, more than 100 crews from Entergy Louisiana and Clico are heading out to Florida too. Like them, Lutz is preparing for a long haul.
I see this restoration going into possibly weeks.
And he and the Cajun Navy are still looking for people to help bring some Louisiana food and love to everyone in Helene's path. Rachel Handley, WWL Louisiana.
Oh, we love the Cajun Navy.
We love the Cajun Navy, and it's so wonderful. Of course, like she said, they know all about storms and needing help and helping others, and it's so heartwarming to see everyone come together like that.
Absolutely, and I think this is one of the things where, unfortunately, we've had a lot of storms and a lot of damage, but on the positive side of that, they've really refined bringing in people and staging people to when a storm does hit. We already have power crews stationed in different parts of near our area. So once daylight hits, bam, they can be at the ready to start fixing things and getting power more quickly. So instead of weeks, it just takes a few days. I know Salvation Army has people ready to come in. Red Cross, our Operation Barbecue Relief, they've come several times to our area to cook meals to send out to people. So don't fret. There are people that are coming to help all of us as we recover.
They sure are. They have it down to a science.
They really do now. They really do.
All right, are we taking a live look out there? Okay, out there over downtown Tallahassee, and it looks like it's still raining. It's still windy. I mean, it definitely, you can hear the raindrops. They're not as heavy, not as hard on the station here.
It is true, and when you would walk outside, it just kind of, the air felt thick, it felt heavy, and at one point, our assignment manager was like, step outside. It just feels like salty air, and it kind of did. Soup. It really did. All right, we want to head out now to one of the 8 shelters in Leon County. Our anchor reporter Zach Dahlheimer has been out there since very early this afternoon. Zach, tell us what the mood is like now.
Well, Abby, Ava, it is quite a change as to where it has been pretty much all day.
If anything, it's a little bit of a drizzle out here over at Childs High School. We've had like a few gusts here, but really things have calmed down quite a bit here on the north side of town. A little bit of misting going on right here. We've got some, it looks like some security, maybe some LCSO that have been here all day as some of the resources here at the shelter, but much quieter than it's been for the last 4 or 5 hours or so. And this just goes to show that, you know, these resources are always good to invest in if you live in an area, especially a mandatory evacuation order, to come to shelters like the one right here behind me at Childs High School in this gymnasium. Across all 8 shelters, with these schools in Leon County being used as shelters since going back to Wednesday night. People have been coming to the shelter here, especially. At last check Thursday night, there were more than 1,500 people and more than 230 pets that were in all these shelters all across the county. And as we've been showing you, of course, lots of room in there. They were able to get extra cots coming in from Florida A&M University to make sure there were more people could come and stay and ride the storm out as it made its way through the Big Bend and continues to move. But definitely still pretty quiet. Still really, other than that one security personnel that we just saw about a minute ago, no one outside. Around 9 o'clock was the last time we saw people outside from the shelter before the rain and wind started really picking up as they were checking on their pets. We have a lot of pets, of course, here at the shelter too, but really kind of quite a bit of a change of pace, and really a lot of people here very thankful that they came to shelter here to ride out for whatever Helene was going to bring, especially to the capital city and the capital county. For now, we're live in Leon County. Zach Dahlheimer, I'll send it back to you all in the studio.
All right. Thank you so much, Zach. All right. We have Kevin Peters on the line. It is the Emergency Management Director for Leon County. Kevin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much for calling in. All right, we just want to check in with you one more time. It has been a very long night, but it seems like the worst of the storm is over in Leon County. So what is your initial assessment?
Yeah, so as of right now, we do have one home that had reported the damage. Our public safety crews are out canvassing the community, checking for areas where there may be trees down or parts of trees that have fallen onto the roadways. And a lot of work will still continue as we get closer to sunrise and we get out and do a much more comprehensive assessment.
Okay, so when the sun comes up, what is kind of going to be your first order of business?
Yeah, so our crews will go out. They're going to, as needed, we'll cut and clear roadways. That'll be the first objective. That'll help facilitate assessments that may be needed to restore down power lines. It'll allow any access needs for public safety, and it's the first steps for us to get recovery going.
All right, excellent. And is there anything else, Kevin, that you want to add about the county's efforts tonight?
It's been like you said, a very long night. We have a lot of people that have been here in the Emergency Operations Center with us. A lot of people working at the shelters, helping keep citizens safe. We have a lot of personnel that are staged and ready to respond in the morning. So while the rains and winds may be starting to slack off, our work is just beginning.
All right. Thank you so much, Kevin. We appreciate you calling in. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, sorry. Well, some of Helene's impacts are being felt across the area, and it's, you know, you and I have been keeping total of power outages, and it just seems to get more and more and more. Our Jacob Murphy, we've handed that task over to him now, and he is at the board ready to tell us about some more outages along in Tallahassee and our surrounding areas.
Yeah, Abby, and it was like 8:30 or 9 o'clock tonight, or I guess technically last night, and I was looking at the outage numbers, and Helene still hadn't made landfall, and I was like, these aren't bad yet. And then it just took an hour or two for everything to fall apart in terms of the power. And so we're going to run through these again, similar numbers, because you can only have so many without power until everyone was without power. In Tallahassee, city utilities reporting just over 49,000 customers without power. from everywhere you look in the city limits, there are outages. No surprise there, even though Tallahassee was well west of the worst of the winds. As we move farther south and east, and you see Talquin Electric in the Wakulla area, the Wakulla substation had major outages, 99% of customers in Wakulla County without power, 69% of Talquin's Leon County customers without power, so not quite as bad in Leon, but Gadsden 23%, so the farther west you go, the better shape you're in. Liberty about 40% without power for Talquin customers. As we continue to Duke Energy, Duke covers so many of the hardest hit counties here, 11,000 outages reported in the Perry area, 7,000 down in Dixie County, 7,000 even in the Jefferson County area, and then even 3,000 in the Franklin County area, and about 5,000 customers in Suwannee County with Duke Energy in the dark tonight. Again, not a huge shocker. Tri-County, or we'll go to Suwannee Valley next, actually. Suwannee Valley, of course, covers Suwannee County, and 99.9% of their Suwannee County customers in the dark. No surprise. Hamilton County, about 100%, same with Lafayette and Columbia County, all without power. So I spoke with Suwannee County's CEO after Idalia, the 1 year mark, and he talked a lot about how the day of the storm is the hardest day just because they can't go out there and restore folks' power. They really have to just wait and see how things are going. So then becomes the easier part, so to speak, the actual part where you can make progress and improve people's lives. A couple more to get to. Tri-County, also extremely in the dark, 99.9% in Madison, Jefferson, 100% of their customers, 8,000 customers in Taylor County in the dark. They too had made so many improvements since Idalia, speaking with them for the 1 year mark. They too have so many lessons learned from last year that will hopefully get lights on quicker, but it was 8 days last year to get all the lights on, or most of the lights on, for Tri-County. So it could be a similar time frame this time. We shall see. And then finally, as the storm makes its way through Georgia, lots of folks in the Peach State in the dark, especially in Lowndes County. This is the Georgia Power map. 31,000 customers affected out of the 32,000 customers Georgia Power serves in Lowndes County. So you're not going to have power in Valdosta most likely. The surrounding counties, Thomasville and Quitman, Brooks County, they are in slightly better shape just in terms of the per capita outages, but still widespread for sure. So we're going to keep tabs on these numbers, and of course, this is day zero, right? As we start counting, we'll see how long it takes, but we do know, as we've seen, lots of crews are on standby ready to help.
And we are so thankful for all of our linemen that come in and help us every single time. So in the next, coming days, if you see a lineman on the road, just stop and say thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, their job is dangerous, and they put their lives on the line to get the power back on for us. So let's just say thank you.
I agree. All right, let's check in with Mike and see what the latest is on Hurricane Helene. Mike.
Some pretty sobering numbers on the power outages, even though it was 100% expected. And some areas, especially the farther west, some of you lost power, but compared to what we had to deal with over the eastern half of the Big Bend and the eastern half of our South Georgia counties, we're talking days to get the power back. But unfortunately, that we've been through this multiple times, we are getting better and better at getting everything done. So everything is staged and ready to go. As soon as the winds die down a little bit more, the sun comes up, they'll get to work. And so I have complete faith in all those line crews, because there's so many. Our states, plural, do such a great job of knowing what's coming and preparing for it so that we can get things back up, hopefully as just as quickly as possible. Now, the latest advisory, and this will be changing soon because it's moving through Lowndes County, moving out of Valdosta, but as of 1 o'clock, still had that pressure at 950, had some winds at 110. That's past tense. We're not seeing those kinds of numbers any longer, thankfully, and it will continue to really go quickly up toward the north. So in the next hour, the worst of it will be departing our northern counties. There are still some rain areas that we'll be watching, but absolutely the worst of it is departing. Hasn't departed, but is departing. And then the leftovers. Now, if you have any travel plans, or maybe if you have family members that went north, well, they're up here. They're going to have to hang out with the leftovers, but this is not a huge deal. Yes, there'll be some flooding. It's not going to be a pleasant Friday and Saturday for parts of Tennessee and Kentucky, but compared to what we went through, yeah, that's a picnic for sure. Look at the current winds. You can now forget about Valdosta's 40-mile-per-hour wind because their station went offline. So that's an old report. That's not current. But lots of the other reports, this is the best we've seen in several hours. To see lots of you in the 20s to 30-mile-per-hour range. Yeah, it's still pretty gusty in Perry. Speaking of which, let's look at the gust. Still gusting to 53. So yeah, even though those winds, and again, ignore the Valdosta one because that's also a very old report, but now most of the gusts that we see are about 40 to 50 miles per hour over the eastern half of the area and about 30 to 40 over the western parts. So absolutely, we're definitely over the hump and we're seeing that improvement. So these are the kinds of gusts that we can expect for the next hour or so. That 40 to 50, perhaps still closer to 60 from Homerville up toward Tifton, but that would be the worst of it. So definitely over the hump there. Past the worst of the rainfall, but we'll talk more about how much fell coming up in a moment. The center, that's moving up through Berrien County now. So going through Nashville, Lakeland still kind of in this large eye, because it's still very large, really. So from Adel to Nashville to Lakeland, all from here. So Adel, Nashville, Lakeland, that's still kind of within that large eye, what there is of it. This last little band is thankfully getting weaker as this kind of rotated around that. There were some gusty winds and some more heavy rainfall. There is still a lot of light rain and still a lot of wet roads and a lot of roads that are impassable because of downed trees. So even though it's better, don't go traveling. Just wait. Give the crews. We heard from Kevin Peters talking about Leon County, and I know it's the same for all the other counties. As soon as it's safe to go out there and evaluate and get right to work, as soon as the weather allows, as the winds keep getting lighter, then they will start clearing the roads. But they don't need anybody out there driving up on stuff without seeing it and then having a real problem with that. So here's the closer view over South Georgia as that center continues to move off toward the north. This was the particularly heavy band that came through Statenville and Homerville, then up into Atkinson County around Pearson, but that has now departed our viewing area. So really, there's not a whole lot of the really heavy rain. Still some pretty good stuff, but look over the last hour. Watch here in Camilla. It doesn't go anywhere. That little thin line has been rotating around, but it's been kind of stuck there. So yes, travel problems in Camilla, central Mitchell County. Don't go anywhere. Just wait. Nothing that important that you want to risk it. And some of that kind of working its way down to northern Thomas County, over to around Coolidge. But yeah, it's going to get better. This will continue to move toward the north. So within the next hour, we start to seeing more of just the scattered showers. By the time we get to 5, 6 a.m., even those will be gone. I mentioned some rainfall totals. So this is the 6-hour-long loop showing the landfall, which in case you missed it, 11:10 official time of landfall just southeast of the mouth of the Osceola River. So that's the Jefferson-Taylor County line, and just northwest of Deacle Beach. And the reason that we are using these kind of cryptic ways of saying it is because it went into an unpopulated area. So again, not too much in the way of good news to say about what happened again for Taylor County. The worst of it was still that eye wall around it, which did move in to Keaton Beach and Steinhatchee and Perry. Perry had a wind gust. The highest I saw was 99 miles per hour. And there were still 80 to 90 mile per hour gusts into Madison and Lafayette and Suwannee counties too. And very likely, I saw an 88 southern parts of Valdosta around the grassy pond, that utilities location where there was some kind of a tower there that was kind of blown over, where you could see from the weather stem camera. So let's talk about rainfall amounts. So over the last 48 hours, with the lead-up rainfall that came in, so now we're looking at in excess of 10 inches of rain. So while we talked about how the rainfall might not be this huge issue, the stuff that came pre-Helene, if you will, excuse me, the stuff that came well ahead, some of that was 4 to 8 inches of rain. Then you just add in 2 or 3 more, excuse me, and then we get these giant totals from Quincy to Fort Braden to the Apalachicola National Forest, western Wakulla County, southern Liberty, western Franklin, down to Apalachicola. So that's where we saw the heaviest rain because it was kind of two-pronged. Eastern counties, which saw the heaviest intense rain with the actual passage of Helene. Thankfully, because it was moving quickly, here's where we saw more of those 3 to 6 inch amounts. So from Moultrie to Thomasville, Live Oak to Mayo, St. Mark's into Tallahassee, that's where we saw those amounts that were 3 to 6, but a lot of purple out there. So still a really widespread 4 to 5 inches of rain. Now let's talk about what's happened just in the last 3 hours, because that's where we still have some flooding concerns, because with that band that was rather persistent I mentioned, yeah, look at some of these. There's the stuff in Statenville I mentioned. So that's where we're talking about 4 or 5 inches of rain, and that's just in a 3-hour period. Likewise, just west of Live Oak and up toward the southern parts of Lanier County, just south of Lakeland, and then also from just west of Quitman down to, say around Greenville and into Monticello. That's where we also had 4 more inches of rainfall, also around Havana and up into, we'll say into the extreme, a little bit in the southeastern parts of Decatur County. So while the western counties did not see the intense winds, did not see anything near hurricane force, there were some 45 to 50 mile per hour gusts and a few spots of heavy rain. Now it's the light rain. So that's the leftover radar picture. That's the last little bed of some heavy rain there, and still a little bit to depart the northern parts of Clinch County, and then everybody else is getting better and will continue to get better overnight. But we're not done. We're still going to get you through the rest of this. There's a little while longer to go. Rob Nucatola, when Rob and I cross paths the same day, it's generally not a pleasant thing.
I was just thinking that too. I was like, I saw Rob when I came in.
Right.
And he's hanging out in the studio right now.
That's right.
It's been one of those days.
It's a long day when you see the same people coming and going and the same shift. But this is what we do.
Absolutely.
And we're glad that for some of the area, it was not as bad as anticipated. But unfortunately, that's just some. And it was just as bad as we thought it could be for other parts, which is going to take a while to get it all cleaned up.
Absolutely. But again, we are here through the duration of this, and we're going to be here through the recovery as well. We want to head out now to our Capitol Bureau reporter, Cody Butler. He's been at the State Operations Center in Tallahassee for hours now. Cody, tell us a little bit about what's happening over there right now.
Yeah, Abby, right now there are still many people here from the state. All the state agencies are here kind of collectively working on their resources. It looks like some people have left so far tonight, so things are winding down for the night, but they're getting resources ready to go out once it is safe to do so. That means moving things like portable restrooms, generators for gas stations to keep them open. Some gas stations already do have generators per Florida law. Some of the smaller ones do not. Some of the older, smaller ones do not. So this will help get them back open sooner because they need to pump their gas. So that's why the generators are going there. But these are moving in as soon as it is safe to do so. You have the crews out cutting the trees, getting those off the road so that the power crews could come in and restore power. There are thousands of people without power across the state right now, and so there are also tens of thousands of linemen ready to help restore power from states as far away as Ohio, South Carolina, just here in Tallahassee to get the power back on. So those mutual aids are really going to help because that's something that the state prides itself on. It prides itself on getting to the recovery quickly after a storm hits. We've only been without power for a few days in some of the hardest hit areas after Hurricanes Idalia and Debbie, and the same will hopefully be true with this storm as well. So it's something that the state is working on. They are going to be implementing these things. Some crews are going to be working through the night in the dark, and other crews will be waiting for that sunlight. They'll get the full day of sunlight since this was an overnight landfall. So this is something that the crews will be working on. They're really working to making sure that we can get to recovery quickly after this storm.
All right. Thank you so much. Our Capitol Bureau reporter, Cody Butler at the State EOC in Tallahassee. Thank you so much.
All right, let's take a look now at the Tallahassee online police statistics, the TOPS map. It seems to be lighting up right now. It seems like there was earlier a traffic collision, Easterwood Drive, Capitol Circle Northeast there. You see quite a bit of traffic violations, those red blinking stop signs there, those traffic violations happening around town. There was a hit and run on the 900 block of San Luis Road, and it definitely seems like there's quite a bit going on out there right now.
Friends, this is why we have been telling you all the storm long, and we will continue to tell you, do not go out on the roads. That's what all the officials have been telling you. That's what we have been telling you. And this is why you can see it is not safe to go out right now. There is so much debris on the roads. And again, we've been talking about, one of the officials we talked to basically said, keeping yourself safe is actually keeping other people safe. You're keeping the first responders safe if you're staying in place, because that's allowing them to get out on the roads, cut down the trees, get to people who actually need help. They don't need to be stopping and helping because you've had a car accident just because you wanted to go out and see the damage. There is time to do that. So stay home.
And it's really, you know, it's late now. People are exhausted. It's time to just rest and relax.
Exactly.
All right, we are going to take a look at this video, this storm chaser video from Perry. Now you can see lights sparking, the strong winds that are blowing through that Winn-Dixie parking lot. And the storm chaser there, he's got his goggles on in case something flies into his eye. You see there that light just sparking and exploding. I mean, really, definitely not a good place to be.
Ooh, no, not really a good place to be at all. You can definitely see the power line sparking with that very, very heavy rain in Perry, Florida. Again, Helene did make landfall near that area, near the Taylor County area, and it is just an area, my heart, all of our hearts go out to this area because these people have been, you know, devastated with Adalia 13 months ago. Then they had Debbie, which was almost 2 months ago. And now they're going to be dealing with cleanup from Helene. And when we talked to Taylor County EMA earlier in the evening, we kind of asked about that and the emotional toll that this kind of thing takes on them. And he said, yeah, it's tough. It is really tough, but we are a resilient community. We are a strong community, and we will get through this together. And we know that's true.
Absolutely. And of course, this is the third hurricane to hit Taylor County in 13 months. And earlier tonight, Governor DeSantis spoke about the challenges that the community has had to face.
This one is, I think, hit landfall stronger than Adalia did. And Adalia was a major hurricane. Debbie was not as strong, but Debbie left a lot of water in its wake, and so you have relatively under-resourced community that is having to do that. Now we're going to be there, we're going to be helping, but it isn't easy when you work hard to recover from Adalia, then you get Debbie, and it's like, oh man, and then you get another big one come right on top of you. So it's not going to be easy, but we'll be there, we'll get through it.
Exactly, and we'll be there as well, being there, covering those stories of recovery and getting out all the information for resources as far as hot meals and, you know, where people can wash clothes and take showers and that sort of thing. So once we gather all that information, we'll be giving that out to you. We want to show you now Publix. Publix actually, you know, closed earlier yesterday and even today. So some people, if you want to be out and about tomorrow, if you are able to, the Publix is in our area. I can't really see this, guys. Can you tell me? Oh, 9 a.m. Okay, our producer Grace is telling us a lot of the Publix in our area in Leon County, they're opening right back up, getting right back to it at about 9 a.m. So if anybody, you know, the power is out and needing groceries, needing that sort of thing, needing some more batteries to charge your phone. Okay, Publix says, our producer Grace is telling us that Publix is saying they will open tomorrow when it's safe to do so. So again, we'll continue bringing you more on that as we get some more information.
And also Comcast opened over 50,000 Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots to help people stay connected after Helene. So here's a list of the hotspots at WCTV's viewing area. And of course, we have all this information as well online and in our news app.
Absolutely. And, you know, we know a lot of people are coming in. Verizon said that they were going to be, you know, shifting, I think, you know, the bills and coverage and overages for an extended period of time. And so these, you know, telecompanies are making sure that you're able to have access to internet. And there you go right there. Cell phone data usage waived for Verizon data now through October the 5th. It's all of the Big Bend and most of South Georgia. So that way you can communicate and you don't have to worry about racking up those extra charges.
And if you want to find the hotspot that's closest to you, you can just search your zip code on the Comcast hotspot map, and you can find that link that is on our website, WCTV.tv.
Well, that's really good because we know a lot of people are going to be using their cell phones and things like that over the next couple days and weeks to communicate. So again, Verizon waiving those usage fees. So you don't have to worry about that.
One less thing to worry about.
Absolutely. Where are we going to go next, guys? Yes. Okay. So we know a lot of people are without power right now. You're maybe watching us through our WCTV Facebook page, our WCTV news app, and maybe you are either running on a generator or thinking about getting a generator in the coming days. You need to know some things to stay safe.
That's absolutely true. As people wake up without power, you're going to want to fire up your generator if you haven't already. There are definitely some safety steps to keep in mind. Now, a spokesperson with the Tallahassee Fire Department says it is imperative that you never use a generator indoors, on your deck, or in a garage. Don't connect your generator directly to your home's wiring. Always use heavy-duty indoor-outdoor rated extension cords to connect the generator to the outside and make sure it is properly ventilated. The fire department recommends 3 to 4 feet of clear space on all sides of the generator, and never refuel it while it is running or while it is still hot to avoid fires and explosions. And certainly position the generator at least 20 feet away from your home. Always make sure that the exhaust is pointed away from your home as well.
And the fire department again suggests installing a carbon monoxide detector on each level of your home. And again, the big part about this is carbon monoxide is odorless, it's colorless. By the time you kind of realize, oh no, it's kind of too late, and it can be deadly not only to people but pets as well. If you are feeling any of these symptoms that you see on your screen, headache, dizziness, weakness, nausea, vomiting, chest pain, confusion, kind of flu-like symptoms, they say what you need to do is make sure you get to fresh air immediately, open windows, get out of the house or the structure that you are in. Do not go back in. You need to have emergency personnel and kind of clear the building, and they have the instruments to do that before they declare it safe and you can go back in.
One of the other things that we were talking about with the carbon monoxide, those symptoms, is that because everyone's been so stressed out, you could mistake some of those symptoms for stress. So make sure you're keeping aware of those symptoms. And of course, there are a few things you need to know for after the storm. If you sustain damage, Leslie Lacey looks into the latest regarding insurance and dealing with claims and the best way to get the ball rolling with FEMA and the insurance industry.
Joining us now with insight to help you file your post-hurricane claims is Mark Freelander. He is the Director of Corporate Communications for the Insurance Information Institute, which empowers consumers with the information that they need to make educated decisions and manage risk. Hello, welcome to the show. So, first question for you, what steps should you take after the storm passes?
First of all, we always say safety first. If you're able to get access to your home, try to capture the damage with photos or video, and then begin the claim process. Many insurers now have mobile apps where you could file the claims on your phone. Makes it really simple to start the process. But you want to start the claim process as soon as possible with your insurer. If you have problems reaching your insurer, call your insurance agent, whatever the easiest way is for you. But mobile apps are a great way to get the claim process going.
And talk to us about FEMA versus insurance. When would FEMA kick in for those who already have insurance policies?
Number one, FEMA is not insurance. You could never guarantee you're going to get access to any emergency funds from FEMA. So that's why insurance is so important. But if you do need FEMA help, typically it will cover above what you have in your insurance policy. That's actually a change in their regulations. So FEMA will provide some funding above what your limits are on your insurance policy if you're underinsured. But once again, it's better to have financial protection through insurance than assume you're going to get some help from FEMA.
I'd like to know, we're expecting a pretty busy season. So how have insurance companies changed to become more prepared for another active season?
After going through Hurricane Ian and seeing some of the problems insurers had with staffing in terms of handling claims, insurers today are in a better financial position than they were 2 years ago, and they are in a better position in terms of handling claims, having adjusters ready to assist you once you suffer the loss. So I think they basically have upgraded their procedures, which will be much smoother than some situations we saw after Hurricane Ian.
Okay, this is the FSU rec field, but one thing to add with that insurance, and we were kind of talking about this earlier, Ava, tomorrow, as soon as tomorrow, when people are trying to clean up, unfortunately, there are going to be people that are going to try to scam you. They're going to try to get money from you. Again, we've seen the different emergency management agencies posting things like this. Only work with licensed contractors and a reputable, I think the biggest thing, a reputable contractor will not ask you to give all of the money up front.
Right. And don't sign anything until you have a second party look at it, make sure, because we've heard things about these scams where people have signed away their homes without knowing it. So definitely, and like we said, it can be desperate times for people, and you can just be clinging to want something to fix it. But that's definitely something we have to be careful of.
Absolutely.
We did speak to the airport, to Tallahassee International Airport. They are going to evaluate at sunup what the situation is there. They certainly want to reopen as soon as it is safe enough to do so. So we're going to keep monitoring that situation and tell you when they will be reopening as soon as we know.
All right, are we going to go over to our Jacob Murphy right now? He's been tracking power outages. We're going to get another update from him. And Jacob, I'm sure that this just, at this point, it just probably goes up by a little bit because in some places, everybody doesn't have power at this point.
Right, it is widespread to say the least. And I was just updating, refreshing the pages to see if there was a difference from my last update just 20-30 minutes ago. In Tallahassee, there is a slight uptick. We're up to 52,000 customers in the city without power. It was 49,000 about half an hour ago. So even at another additional 3,000 customers all across the town. A lot of folks in Tallahassee, of course, in the dark. Tallahassee Electric hasn't changed their figures. It's Wakulla County that's seeing the worst in the Tallahassee field. 97% of their meters are not working. The power is out, and if you switch it to zip code, you can see just how bad it is down there in Wakulla County. You can also sort by substation. The Shadeville substation, 99% out, as well as the Wakulla substation, and Chairs, their substation, also 100% out. So just going a little more in depth than just counties. Also focusing on Duke Energy, and of course Duke covers so much of Florida. It's interesting if you zoom out, actually. I know this isn't in our viewing area, but they're reporting 240,000 outages north of Tampa, in the Tampa Bay area, really, and another 100,000 near Ocala. So power outages, not just a Big Bend problem, as Helene made its way up the Gulf today, but closer to home, we have around 20,000, 19,000 in the Taylor County area served by Duke. That also includes Jefferson County, and then 7,000 in the Dixie County area, about 5,000 folks in Live Oak and Hamilton County without power. And then if we're just going to add on Swanee Valley Electric, you can see everyone they serve in Swanee County, which is about 19,000 meters all out right now. And I like how they can show you the spike, the graph here, and you can see it spikes just between 6 and 11 p.m., which of course also matches when Hurricane Helene arrived to the Big Bend. No surprise there, but it's interesting visually to see the spike and how it was just all at once when those winds arrived. Also keeping a close eye on Tri-County. They were dealt a tough blow last year with Idalia, and once again they are dealt with a staggering blow this time around. They used the words unprecedented last year in terms of the number of power poles snapped, the substations damaged, something they had never seen before last year. Potentially seeing something similar this time around. It'll be interesting to see with 100% out in Dixie County and Taylor County, 100% out, 99% out in Madison and Jefferson. It'll be interesting, especially in Taylor County, to see how many power poles snapped this time around, because they had to replace upwards of 150, I believe, power poles in the Tri-County area. That number could be, I could be undercutting that number. So lots of power poles last year. We'll see if maybe those newly placed power poles fared better this time around. As you can see, the power was still out, though, at the end of the day. And then we'll end here with Georgia, not forgetting our viewers in Valdosta. That shade in Lowndes County just seems redder and redder from Georgia Power. And yeah, 31,199 folks in Valdosta without power, and they only serve about 32,000 customers to begin with, Georgia Power. So almost every customer for Georgia Power in Lowndes County without power. Elsewhere, if you go farther west, Thomasville, we're looking at 1,600 without power when they serve roughly 2,400, I believe that figure was. So not as widespread in Thomasville and Brooks County, but still a good number of folks without power. Better news as you go farther west, as you'd expect. Very few out in Grady County and Bainbridge, where Stacy and Abrea were today. That number just in the low hundreds in terms of power outages. So thankfully, it is not all our South Georgia counties that are going to be dealing with it, as well not all our Panhandle counties. Although power crews that arrive, Abby and Ava, can really target, they'll be familiar with the landscape, to say the least. That might be one small silver lining here. They'll know where to go in Perry and in Suwanee and Live Oak and in Madison, you name it. They'll know where to go to turn the lights back on.
Well, and it's not just, we want to reiterate too, it's not just Florida that has, declared an emergency declaration to get that mutual aid agreement, that sort of thing. Governor Kemp also doing that earlier in the week for Georgia as well. So people are at the ready to help bring back the power in South Georgia as well.
It's funny because within the last, I'd say maybe 15, 20 minutes, I've had 3 people text me and say, I just lost power here in Tallahassee.
Okay.
So it's still happening. All right, let's check and see what the latest is with Helene. We're going to check in with Cameron Aaron. Cameron?
Yeah, guys, we have a new advisory from the National Hurricane Center as of 2 a.m. and we have a Category 1 Hurricane Helene, and this is about 30 miles to the north now of Valdosta. Those winds down to 90 miles per hour. That pressure up to 955 millibars, and again, this is racing off to the north-northeast at 26 miles per hour. So soon, this will be out of our South Georgia counties, but still, we are tracking some heavy downpours, and those gusty winds, they will stick around as we go through the rest of your late Thursday and early on Friday. But notice how quickly this system is moving by Friday morning close to Atlanta, Georgia as a strong tropical storm. Right now on the radar, you can see the bulk of the action is now pushing into parts of central Georgia, but in South Georgia, still watching out for a few of those heavier downpours. Let's zoom into parts of Homerville over in Clinch County, pushing into Eccles County as well, in Valdosta and Lowndes County, so tracking a few of those spotty downpours. And same story close to Quitman, also close to Thomasville, and a similar story as you go further off to the west over parts of Grady County and going into Decatur County at this hour as well. So tracking a few more of those heavier downpours close to the I-10 corridor from Gadsden County moving into Leon County. So again, not done with the wet weather just yet in the capital city, and tracking some more of those light showers for our friends in Taylor County moving into Lafayette County. Also close to Madison into Hamilton and Suwanee counties at this hour. Now these are sustained winds. Notice the center of circulation still off to the north now, but we're still watching out for some gusty winds out there. Sustained at 30 miles per hour in the capital city, sustained at 26 in Quincy, and up to 29 miles per hour the current wind over in Thomas County in South Georgia. We're gusting to 48 for Thomasville, gusting to 45 in Tallahassee. So once again, we are not done with the gusty winds, not done with the showers, even though the center of circulation is quickly moving off to the north as we go into the overnight hours. Let's talk about that on Futurecast. You can see the center is now moving into central Georgia, but still tracking those leftover showers, also those leftover winds. We could still see winds gusting to possibly 30, 40, maybe more than 40 miles per hour in spots as that pressure gradient takes over. Still tracking some gusty winds through late tonight and early on Friday, but notice some light at the end of the tunnel to wake up on Friday as that drier air begins to take over. And we are tracking some nice weather to close out the week. But until then, tracking more of those gusty winds and more of those spotty showers. We still have this also in place, a flood watch in place for the entire region, and that will last through Friday morning as well. And that's all thanks to some of us getting in on some very high rainfall totals. Notice in the orange and the red color close to Gulf County, moving into Liberty, also into Franklin County. Again, these are radar estimates, so don't take these numbers to the bank, but the radar saying possibly close to 9 inches of rain in the orange color close to the coast and over parts of South Georgia in this purple color from Brooks County moving into Lowndes County that is approaching 4 inches of rain. So once again, we are tracking more of those spotty showers to linger into this evening. Also those gusty winds that we could see upwards of 30, 40, maybe up to 50 miles per hour in spots. Abby and Ava, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Cam. All right, we want to go to the phone right now, and we have Chris Jones on the line. He's with Thomas County Emergency Management. He's the director there. Chris, can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I can.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I know it's been a very long evening. Tell us a little bit about what has gone on over the evening hours in your neck of the woods.
Well, from the time we've opened our EOC at 8 p.m. Yesterday afternoon, we've been tracking all of our power outages, and at the 10 p.m. situation report, we had less than 50 homes that were without power. The 2 a.m. update, we're at 11,800 customers without power throughout the county.
So again, very significant with that. Tell us a little bit about, once the sun rises, what is your plan of attack for tomorrow, for this morning, actually?
So at 2 a.m., we also released some of our smaller vehicles to go out and start assessing the roads. And within the last 20 minutes, they're extremely busy and reporting a lot of roads with water over the roads. And we have a couple of roads that are currently closed due to flooding in the county, and numerous trees being reported throughout the city and/or the county.
What is your advice for people living in Thomasville and Thomas County right now to make sure that they can be of assistance to you all so you can do your job?
So what we need them to do now is to stay in place, stay in their homes, give us an opportunity to do our damage assessment, and to start working on clearing the roads. Our emergency vehicles are one of the most valuable assets that we have, and we have to keep the roads clear of a lot of traffic so that they can work as fast as they can and coordinate with the utility crews to be able to start restoring power.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time, Mr. Jones. Thank you so much. Please stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have begun to share some photos that viewers have sent in, and we have one of viewers sent in of a tree on a car there. That's from Jasmine Bristol. I'm not sure exactly where that happened, but certainly some strong winds there crushing the top of that car, it looks like.
And you are starting to see some of these photos trickle in of, trees on cars. There was one I saw on, Living Tallahassee Facebook page of one on an apartment complex. This is flooding. Where is this guy? Oh, this is.
Those are floodwaters.
Okay, this is out of the Hudson area in Southwest Florida. Looks like it's from a Ring camera where you can see. You're like, oh, there's someone's front door, and then you go, oh wait, there's a river rushing out in front of it. That shouldn't be there. So again, the floodwater is extremely high there.
All right, here's Steinhatchee and those extreme winds there, really just whipping.
Absolutely. This is from our own area. This is where the same area where Idalia came through about 13 months ago. We know they have worked so hard, the people in Steinhatchee, to repair that area, and we know there might be more substantial damage there, and so our hearts just go out to them. And much like Taylor County, Perry area, Steinhatchee, really tough people, and they'll recover.
All right, and so Publix has said that they want to open as soon as it is safe to do so that people can, get the things they need to replenish. Several Publix locations are going to be reopening tomorrow morning. Okay, they're after closing on Wednesday for the hurricane. Now, all Leon County locations open at 9 a.m. Crawfordville and Live Oak also 9 a.m. Valdosta, Thomasville, and Moultrie. So you can visit the Publix website there if you want to check and see if your store is going to be open or not, and that's on the Publix website. So good news for people who need to get things.
Absolutely.
I've been in, for the last couple of days and eating all their stock.
Yeah. All right, where are we going next? Oh, okay. All right, well, if you still don't have power, or in the coming days, and your friends, if you have power and you're still watching us, but your friends don't have power, tell them to download the WCTV News app. If they haven't already, they can just scan that QR code or go to their phone's app store and download it for free. That way, we'll continue to be streaming our newscast in the days to come to make sure that we get information out about where you can get hot meals. I'm sure, where you can wash your clothes or take a hot shower and that sort of thing. So download the WCTV News app. You'll have that. You'll also have our WCTV Facebook page. The great thing about a lot of these telecompanies like Comcast, Verizon, etc., they have opened up hotspots. Comcast has opened up several Wi-Fi hotspots. You see all the counties there listed on your screen. This is going to help people stay connected after the storm. And again, here's more hotspots. Basically, our entire viewing area has Xfinity hotspots open. And Verizon, too, has actually said it's going to waive cell phone data usage now through October 5th for all of the Big Bend and most of South Georgia. That's a really great thing because we know so many people who have lost power. The phones, that's going to be the way they're going to communicate and find out information over the next couple days and weeks.
Hey, if you have to contact your insurance company, if you have
Absolutely.
everyone needs to be connected right now.
Well, and I feel like a lot of insurance companies too, you have that app. So you do everything through the app.
Absolutely.
So you need your phone to do that. So again, they'll be waiving those cell phone data fees.
Okay, we're going to take a look. Okay, this is a tipped tower in Lowndes County. We said it was a radio tower. Didn't we have some sort that the wind was so strong it pushed this heavy metal tower over? That's one of our weather stem cameras.
Yeah, we've taken that weather stem cam before, and now there is the tower. And we're kind of looking at the camera. As you can see, the camera that was on that tower has kind of leaned over, so we're having a sideways view there.
Yes.
And again, several people on my Facebook page saying the winds they could not believe the winds in the Valdosta, Lowndes County area. They were just howling, they said.
I can't even imagine because I opened the door here.
Oh, yeah.
And I shut the door immediately.
Yes.
I wouldn't have gone out to my car.
No.
So, let's take a look at the storm damage from Valdosta. Angela Hodge sent this in. And you can see there are some branches down by the house. the wind just tore those off, it looks like.
There's going to be a lot of debris cleanup in the near future. You can see, a tree on a house right there. It's really going to be neighbors helping neighbors on this one because the debris field is so big. Okay, now we want to take another look at where this storm is right now. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Mike McCall. Mike, okay, I want to paint the picture for people real quick because I was telling you this and I can't get over this. There was a meteorologist in Indiana saying basically the entire state, my home state of Indiana, could fit inside the storm of Helene and would be feeling the tropical force winds from the top of the state to the bottom of the state, and that they would be getting like 40 to 60 mile per hour winds from Helene in Indiana tomorrow or today, Friday. That storm is huge.
It is, and it's one of the things that at conferences we've talked about things about how to, when you talk about other storms, they're not all equal. People talk so much about the wind speed. Okay, so how does this one compare to other ones? So yeah, this one had the same wind speed as say Hugo, the big one that hit South Carolina, had 140 mile an hour winds. Hugo was one that came in over Charleston and spread those kinds of winds all the way up into the mountains of North Carolina. But it was relatively speaking a more compact storm. This was definitely one of the really large ones. We've had some, Charlie for instance. Charlie had stronger winds, but was really small relative to the size of this one. This one, we had those strong tropical storm or hurricane force winds from Tallahassee all the way out to Lake City. Okay, that's how big. That's a pretty large area. We're talking about 100 miles or so across. That's where we had the core. And then a huge area of tropical storm force winds around that. Well, now we can start talking past tense. Now, it's kind of interesting how quickly we get used to things, and I'll talk more about that when we get to gusts. But yeah, it's getting better. The 2 a.m. advisory still carrying the winds at 90. I have not seen any gusts like this. By the way, the picture that we showed of that the tower down there by the Grassy Pond, the Lowndes County Utilities, the Grassy Pond weather stem site. Apparently before all that happened, they reported a wind gust to 96 miles per hour. So we're seeing quite a few of those reports. We saw a 99 in Taylor County, at Perry. I saw another different 91 in Suwannee County. We saw 103 coming from the weather station at Alligator Point. So yeah, it's lots of those. So those that say, oh, it wasn't so bad, we had all kinds of ground truth of 90 to more than 100 mile per hour winds throughout a good part of the area. So that was intense. And thankfully, some of you everyone didn't see that. So that's good news. Western third of the area, you certainly stayed below hurricane force. And it will continue to get better because it's racing off toward the north-northeast, 26 miles per hour, taking the strong winds with it, which compared to what we've had, it's getting a lot better in a big hurry. Here's where I kind of get to that. All of a sudden, these numbers all look great. If we were just to jump into an evening or an afternoon where we had these kinds of winds, you'd say, wow, it is really windy outside. We've got these winds blowing 25 to 35 miles per hour with higher gusts. But this is, in some places, half of what they were. So I put together this little product to kind of show the evolution of all of this. Go back 12 hours ago, so 2:30 p.m., there's some gusts, 20 to 25 down toward the coast. You move ahead toward 6 o'clock. We're starting to see some gusts over 30 down toward the coast. The center was still well offshore, so no biggie at all. Then we started to see 8 o'clock. Now we're getting those gusts 40 to 45. So that's the first real appearance of tropical storm force gusts. And then it starts to go downhill quickly. You get to 10 o'clock, now we're seeing those gusts from Perry to Live Oak. Excuse me, my voice is getting done. We started seeing those 50 plus mile per hour gusts. And then it really came ashore. Now that's when we saw that gust to 99 in Perry. So 11:10 is when it made landfall officially between Deacle Beach and the mouth of the Osceola River at the Gulf of Mexico. And that's 5 minutes later is when the 99 was reported in Perry. Continue on. Now we're seeing the gust to 67 in Tallahassee just after midnight. Still seeing gusts to 62 in Perry, seeing 62 in Valdosta. Now these were at the official reporting stations. We know there are lots of places in between that probably saw some winds that were higher than that. Then that jump, so I guess maybe they're catching up here, but had that gust to 76, 75 in Perry. You get to 2 a.m., yeah, so now we're seeing gusts 40 to 48 miles per hour, and we're talking about how much better it is. It is still really windy out there. You don't want to be driving a high-profile vehicle if it's blowing 45 to 50 miles per hour. So while it is a lot better than it was, it's still kind of nasty outside. So then we get to the most recent gusts, and this is what we have as of 2:33. Yeah, still seeing a gust of 48 Thomasville, 41 in Tallahassee, still 41 in Perry, 43 in Moultrie. But these winds coming in from the north, that means that that center is continuing to move away. So we'll continue to see some more gusts through 6 a.m. in that 25 to 35 mile per hour range. And it'll still be relative to what is a normal day for us, a very breezy Friday afternoon, but nothing that we can't handle. In fact, let's start talking forecast after Helene. Yeah, so yeah, we'll go AH as far as that goes. Here's the 12-hour loop. It became a Category 4. Made landfall as a Category 4, but again, most of the winds that we saw, the ground truth that was measured was in that 100 to 105 range. There are probably some spots that got higher than that. Regardless, it was an intense hurricane. And certainly aloft, there were higher winds. And I guarantee that whatever the highest wind was measured from the anemometers, there were winds that were 10 or 20 miles per hour stronger than that at treetop level. And that's really it was those gusts that was causing all those power outages. We've heard all those counties that are 99 or 100% without power. That's why, because the infrastructure just can't handle the widespread 100-mile-an-hour gusts. As far as what happened with the leftovers from this, a couple little bands of some moderate showers coming through Moultrie, another little thin band coming through Quincy and Tallahassee. That's why we're still getting some gusts at 40 to 45 miles per hour. Watch it kind of develop right there. So even though the center is out of our viewing area now and still departing, it's big and it's still got a lot of spin to it. It's just that we're on the right side of this where it's getting weaker. So we'll still have some very wet roads and going to have all kinds of debris on the road. So just don't go out driving yet. Don't do it. While the center is gone, we have a few bands of these heavier showers. The heaviest going through Colquitt County, approaching Moultrie. This will likely hold together and get toward Adel and Nashville, but not expecting anything severe. But there could still be some gusts that go in that 40 to 50 mile per hour range, which again on a normal day is really windy and you wouldn't want to go out. So just keep that in mind. Center keeps moving, the rain keeps moving, our conditions keep getting better. So just to recap all of this, it is departing. The rainfall amounts over the last 2 days, the pre-Helene stuff was big over the western parts of the Big Bend. Well, from Quincy to Fort Braden to the western parts of Wakulla County, Apalachicola National Forest, down to Apalachicola, 10 inches or more of rainfall. And then still, within the last 3 hours, we've had some spots that have picked up 3 or 4 inches of rain. But we're not going to see those kinds of big totals left over anymore. There's the current radar. There's the loop again showing the other stuff departing, and still some areas of moderate showers. And while that continues to depart, what does that mean for the forecast? The wider view of the forecast, here's what happens tomorrow. The air really dries out in a big hurry in the upper levels. There's still some low-level moisture, but I'd say 10% chance of rain, maybe a 20% chance for a couple of showers, a 10% for the weekend. So basically, we're looking at a dry weekend ahead, still kind of hot for the afternoons. Haven't really talked about these kinds of forecasts, but look at what the highs are expected for Saturday and Sunday. And we're talking upper 80s to around 90, but those morning lows, they're getting better. Might even have some mid-60s. So we're over the hump. We're definitely past the worst of it. The cleanup's going to take a long time. A lot of folks are going to be without power for days, but at least the weather, It can be cooler, but it definitely will be drier.
That is the good part. That's the silver lining, is the dry part.
Yes.
That's what we need. All
Looking
right.
forward to that.
Thank you so much, Mike.
I think we're going to take a look outside right now. We're going to go to Bainbridge, if I'm not mistaken, the Bainbridge Boat Basin, and it looks like it's still pretty windy over there.
Yeah, the Triple B looking very windy this evening. We actually want to go out now to our Stacy Inez. She and our Brea Ruffin have been at the Decatur County Sheriff's Office this evening, riding out that storm. Stacy, you're joining us. You've been with us live throughout most of the evening, but you're joining us by phone now. Tell us a little bit about that and the power situation where you are.
Yeah, we are joining by phone because we have lost power here at the sheriff's office. Obviously, we're not alone in that. We, even just trying to look outside, it's you can't see anything looking down the street. So this area completely, I'm told that we're on Georgia Power here, so I looked up the numbers. About 487 people that I saw on Georgia Power without power, but if we talk about Grady EMC, nearly 10,000 people without power there. Also, Mitchell EMC seeing just more than 2,000. Of course, none of that compares to what Lowndes County is seeing at nearly 32,000 people, which, of course, is pretty much everyone in that area that's on Georgia Power there. But, yeah, we are completely sitting in the dark at this point. We are working. We do know that we're trying to get someone here for the backup generator. But, of course, if you can imagine us here at the sheriff's office, homes in this area, we're not able to see anything up or down the street from anywhere nearby, really. So that's kind of the situation. All of that just happened in the last, I would say, 10 to 15 minutes. We've just been sort of trying to navigate from here. In terms of the conditions, though, not raining. I did step outside just a second ago. Not raining at all, but the winds have certainly picked up. The doors here have kind of been flying open on their own just because of how heavy the winds have been. So that's been the most significant thing that we've noticed up to this point, is just making sure that we can keep an eye on the conditions. But at this point, it just hasn't been anything where we've seen rain. This is just strong winds and, of course, knocking out that power. We did hear that from the sheriff's office that there were a few trees down earlier, but they had already been removed. We are keeping up with the sheriff's office so that way we can bring you any down trees that might be blocking roads for an extended period of time. So we will keep you updated on that. But crews went out earlier. Some of the deputies here went out earlier to start doing some damage assessments, since we aren't really seeing a lot of those strong rains or anything like that. But, of course, we'll continue to keep you updated. For now, though, we are just waiting to see what the power situation is going to look like, and we'll try to keep you updated as much as possible from here. Ava and Abby?
All right, thank you so much. Our Stacy Inez at the Decatur County Sheriff's Office with the Brea Ruffin. Stay safe, ladies. Thank you so much for that report. We do want to let you know that Thomas County Emergency Management Agency, as of 2 a.m. again, as Stacy was saying, it looks like, you know, the storm has gone through the South Georgia area, and there are lots of people without power. Thousands of people without power. Thomas County saying they're seeing trees on homes. They do have some of their smaller emergency vehicles now kind of going out to assist the damage. Hence why you don't need to be on the roads.
Yep, they are urging people to please stay off the roads. Very, very important. And yeah, they said as of 2 a.m., thousands of the outages, like you mentioned, and trees on homes. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot they need to take care of.
Absolutely.
All right, Georgia Bureau reporter Abby Casares spent the storm at the Georgia Emergency Management Headquarters in Atlanta. And storms, of course, can damage roads and homes, but it can also deeply hurt the farmers. Now, she says because this storm is hitting right in the middle of the end of one of the harvest seasons and the start of another, years of time and money can be wiped away in less than 24 hours.
You could do everything perfect, and this one storm can completely decimate your entire production. It can mean the difference between making it out and being able to make a living and not.
Agriculture Commissioner Tyler Harper says rain could ruin the cotton that just started blooming, saturate peanuts ready for harvest, and hurricane-force wind could snap pecan trees that can take anywhere from 2 to 10 years to produce pecans.
This is truly a storm that's going to have statewide impacts all the way into North Georgia with tropical storm force winds into some areas that may have never seen that type of wind damage before.
Hurricane Helene comes on the heels of Hurricane Debbie, which destroyed 75% of the tobacco crop, and they're still trying to measure the impact on the peanut and corn crops.
And now we're on the heels of Hurricane Helene, just now trying to get over Debbie.
At the Georgia Emergency Management Agency, his office and others are focusing on storm impacts and how to get their crews on the ground after the storm passes.
Farmers understand probably better than most. You can do everything you can to produce a crop, right? A commodity, whether it's livestock, it's poultry, it's dairy, it's peanuts, it's cotton, it's pecans, it's timber, whatever that commodity is. You can do everything perfect and have the best crop, best commodity, best product you've ever had, and you can lose it in a span of about 24 hours.
That is unbelievable.
Your heart just goes out to them, because it's right. All your life's hard work just gone in the span of a few hours.
And you have no control over it whatsoever.
No, absolutely. Well, unfortunately, this storm deadly for both Georgia and Florida. 2 people were killed in South Georgia in a possible tornado. That's according to a South Georgia sheriff. It happened in Alamo, Georgia. That's about 2 hours north of Valdosta. And in Wheeler County, the sheriff there says the possible tornado hit a mobile home, and they believe it overturned the home, killing the man and the woman.
And we're going to have a look at resources that are available after the storm. It feels good to say after the storm, when some of the hardest work begins. Now, as Helene continues to move from part of our area into another, we are working to gather information on resources available to those of you who need immediate help after the storm. Earlier, the governor and Kevin Guthrie, the state's emergency management director, gave out the statewide helpline phone number. Now, it is right there on your screen. Also, the Red Cross of the Big Bend will have resources available to you.
Yes, and I do want to say too, I've been in contact with the Salvation Army of Florida and our local one in Tallahassee, and they'll have canteens, available as well to serve meals around our area and the different counties surrounding our area. The Corps here serves Leon, Gadsden, and Wakulla County, so they'll be out doing that. Also talked with our Operation Barbecue Relief. They will be setting up shop in different areas, and that is such an amazing thing to witness. They have such a big presence, and they cook hot meals and by the thousands to take them out to people. It's really
delicious
amazing.
Food.
Yes.
All right. All right, we're taking a look. All right, we are taking a look at the Georgia power outage map. There are just under, as you can see, all those little dots there, 2,000 outages there. And over 200,000 customers affected. And they'll be working diligently tomorrow to try to get everybody back.
Absolutely.
Back on.
And that's just a little taste of all of the people that are without power right now. We want to send things back over to our Jacob Murphy, who continues to monitor the power situation. And it seems like, Jacob, even though the storm has kind of gone out of our area, the winds are still there, and maybe are starting, trees that are become waterlogged, and now the wind is blowing them over, and you're kind of starting to see even more power outages with that.
Yeah, to think you might get through 99% of the storm, and then it's the last little bit where the tree knocks out the power line, and there goes the power. This is a new and improved update, by the way, from the last few I've done, because we've added a couple extra Georgia co-ops for our friends in Thomasville, as we heard Chris Jones, the emergency management director in Thomas County, just a little while ago, talk about how the spike in outages came later in the evening. They also illustrate their power outages with that big spike on the graph here. 8,100 customers in Thomasville without power. They serve about 16,000, so about a 50% rate. So that's better than a lot of our Florida counties, and better than Valdosta, as Thomasville is farther west. but still a lot of cleanup, and a lot of crews will be visiting the Rose City and Thomas County in the near future. We also just added, let's see here, we added the Colquitt Electric Co-op. This is, they serve Valdosta in addition to Georgia Power. They serve Tifton, they serve Moultrie. They also serve Brooks County, which is why I was checking in, because we had seen the Georgia Power Valdosta numbers were very widespread. So I was curious at the Brooks County numbers as well, and I believe they're grouped in with the Valdosta numbers. Combined Valdosta and Brooks, it's roughly 30,000. Actually, they might be grouped in with the Moultrie numbers. The way they split up is a little funky, but bottom line, about 30,000 Colquitt Electric members without power right now in Valdosta, and about 15,000 Moultrie or Brooks County equipment without power. So they are also feeling the hurt tonight. We'll go back to the old list we've looked at earlier today, including the city of Tallahassee. Right now, 54,000. So maybe an hour and a half ago, it was 49,000 in Tallahassee without power. Then it trickled up to about 52,000, and then now it's 54. So those are the folks who thought they had gotten through the worst of it, and only to have the lights turn off here overnight. We'll continue to look at Talcon. Talcon was one of those that had about a 99% hit rate in Wakulla County. That's still true. I don't see any major changes. Killarn substation in the Talcon area is about half out. Lake Jackson about 78%. Buck Lake, 2,500 meters in the Buck Lake area, all out. So just some updates for Talcon. We'll double check Duke Energy. Duke Energy seeing widespread outages, especially in South Florida and in the Tampa area. 234,000 out in the Tampa area with Duke Energy, about 100,000 when you just travel to Ocala. And then in Orlando, we're seeing outages. Even as far as perhaps New Smyrna Beach, the land, we're seeing some issues. So even closer to the Atlantic coast, Helene not escaping them either. And then closer to home, as we journey up here, about 6,000 in Taylor County with Duke Energy without power. So it's going to be a long road ahead. Last year with Idalia, I was in Monticello as Duke Energy used some staging sites in Monticello to bring in a lot of power crews. That allowed them to quickly access Perry and Madison and Monticello and other places. So they could take that strategy again this time around. We'll check in with Colquitt. Actually, let's go to Swanee Valley here. I see Swanee Valley was already 100% hours ago, so I would suspect it's still 100%, and that is basically the case. They serve 20,083 customers, and 20,074 of them are out. So 9 customers are still with power in Swanee Valley Electrics. And then we have Tri-County, the last one I'll check briefly here, and they were also at essentially 100% outages. That is still the case. Lafayette, Hamilton, Swanee, Columbia, 99% or 100% without power. And these are rural co-ops. They use a lot of mutual aid when these sorts of situations happen. They have a lot of agreements in place. They have a lot of setup to make sure that the mutual aid can come in quickly. I toured Tri-County's facilities just about a month ago in Madison. It was the 1 year of Idalia, so it was a chance to reflect on Idalia. And of course, Hurricane Debbie had just gone through. We thought that was the biggest storm to talk about this year. Little did we know. But they had already learned a lot about what they could do differently from Idalia, all the poles they had replaced, and the way they set up the base camp at the Perry Airport, the things they learned for Idalia. So hopefully that all means it's going to be an efficient effort to turn the lights back on, not just for Tri-County, but all our power cooperatives. And if I did not mention your county or your cooperative or your power company, we do have a more thorough list running on our website. It's been there all evening long, and we'll keep a close eye, Abby and Ava, as that number starts to go from 100% out, hopefully down to 99, 98, and then eventually, hopefully within days, not weeks, it's 0%.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jacob. And again, as we've been saying, you know, if you see a line person out in the field, say thank you. give them a high five, give them a fist bump, give them a hug. We are so happy. Exactly. We're so happy that they're here, and we know they're going to be working hard over the next couple days and weeks to get the power restored.
Definitely appreciate them. And we are going to send it on over to Cameron Aaron to get the latest on Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, guys, thanks. Still watching out for that residual moisture and those gusty winds to continue as we approach the 3 a.m. hour on this Friday now. And notice we're still tracking those bands of showers to rotate around the Big Bend and into South Georgia. As we zoom out, this is the center of Hurricane Helene, now pushing into parts of South Central Georgia. But notice how quickly this system is moving and made landfall in Taylor County just after 11 o'clock. And it's 3 a.m. and we're already talking about this system in South Central Georgia. So this quick motion will continue, and that will also usher in some drier air on the backside of this system. But until then, still tracking some heavier downpours close to Moultrie, more light to moderate showers pushing over parts of Thomas County, also into Grady County, into Decatur County as well, and a few more bands of those moderate showers now close to the I-10 corridor from Quincy and Gadsden County, and moving into Leon County, close to the capital city, and a few more of those light sprinkles from Jefferson County and pushing into parts of Taylor, into Lafayette and Suwannee counties at this hour. Again, nothing in terms of the magnitude of what we had earlier this evening, but still tracking some gusty winds and some heavier showers in some areas. Now, again, because of the pressure gradient, those gusty winds, they will continue. Right now, we are sustained at 28 miles per hour in Tallahassee, sustained at 35 miles per hour in Bainbridge. Those gusts also a little bit strong in some places, gusting to 45 in Bainbridge, gusting to 41 for Tallahassee. So again, because of that tight pressure gradient between low pressure and high pressure, those gusty winds, they will linger even though the center of circulation is now moving off above to the north of our region through the rest of this Friday morning. This is the latest update from the National Hurricane Center as of 2 a.m. We should have a new update in a few minutes at 3 a.m. But as of right now, this is a Category 1 storm. Those winds of 90 miles per hour moving off to the north-northeast at 26 miles per hour. And that pressure sitting at 955 millibars. But again, a quick moving system. And as most of us wake up on Friday morning, this is a tropical storm close to Atlanta, bringing more gusty winds, more heavy rainfall issues for parts of the Carolinas and into Tennessee and North Georgia. Let's talk about your Friday forecast on Futurecast as we go into the rest of the overnight hours. Notice that drier air, it continues to filter in behind Hurricane Helene. And as most of us wake up and walk out the door, we are tracking more mainly dry conditions, but we could still see a few of those spotty showers, a few of those sprinkles as well. But in terms of the widespread nature, that begins to fade away as you wake up on Friday. But again, maybe a little bit breezy out there. Notice those winds out of the west from the Panhandle pushing across the Big Bend into South Georgia. So a few more of those breezy winds, they're likely into the overnight hours, also throughout the day on Friday, all thanks to that strong pressure gradient. But again, we are waiting for that drier air that will finally arrive to go into early parts of your Friday. Now, those rainfall totals, these are radar estimates, so don't take these numbers to the bank, but the radar estimating possibly up to 7, 8, 9 inches of rain in the orange color from Liberty County, moving into Gulf County, also into Franklin County. Now for the purple color, for most of us, this is the radar estimating upwards of 3, possibly 4 inches of rain across most of the Big Bend and South Georgia. So again, we've had heavy rainfall issues not only today, but also for parts of Wednesday as well. I guess I should say Wednesday, Thursday, and for parts of Friday at this point. That's why we have a flood watch in place for the entire region, and that will last until Friday morning. But again, the bulk of the rain beginning to move out, still watching out for a few more of those leftover showers, also those breezy winds. So just be sure that you kind of stay indoors, stay off the road, and if you have to be on the road, just remember to turn around, don't drown. You never want to go through flood water. Abby and Ava, back to you guys.
Again, such a good reminder, Cam, because it's so easy to think, oh, I can just drive through the floodwaters. You could, but you do not know how deep it is. You do not know how fast that water is moving, and rushing water can move a car, and so it's not worth it. So just turn around and go a different way.
Just a small amount of water can move a car.
Yes.
Well, life-threatening storm surge, destructive winds, flooding rains are concerns for many with, of course, the landfall of the hurricane. Trees, of course, they tend to topple over in those conditions. Now, Fielder Tree Service is sharing a few tips on what you can do immediately after the storm. If a tree falls on or near your yard or on your home, you can call a tree company and get some bids. Now, the sooner you can call in with a tree removal service, the better your chances of being served quicker. Now, take photos of the damage for your insurance, and the tree service will remove the tree from your home and connect you with someone for tarping purposes if necessary. Certified arborist Mike Cross says it's important to be situationally aware in the immediate aftermath.
The aftermath is dangerous. You know, trees are not always done falling in the immediate aftermath of a storm. There's going to be leftover issues, a lot of uprooting, partially uprooted, hanging branches. Don't let the kids outside and wait till the sun comes up.
And Cross does not recommend climbing the trees or cutting off the branches yourself, but to contact professionals. Fielders has 14 crews and 7 cranes on standby for immediate boots on the ground once things are safe to do. And you know, I actually had a tree removed quite recently, and I definitely recommend getting, if you can, 3 estimates, because they were quite different.
Okay, that's good news. And also, too, chainsaws. There are a lot of people who hurt themselves with chainsaws after storms because they think they can use them. But if this is your first time ever using a chainsaw, maybe have someone else do it who's a little more experienced. We just, again, don't want you to get hurt. We know people are like, I want to get out there and do it and get things out of the way, but make sure you're just doing so safely.
That's right. Now, Florida Highway Patrol, they are reporting quite a few crashes on the roads. And again, just reminding people that, you know, to try to stay off the roadways, they really need to be assessed, and there's a lot of debris. Every county is reporting debris on those roadways. So we definitely want to make sure that we're very careful. So you see right there on that map.
Unless it is an emergency situation, don't do it, people. Just do not do it. Do not go out on the roads. There will be time that you can look at different things if you need to, but unless it is an emergency, stay in your home. Let the first responders do what they need to do and help the people that really are in crisis right now. That is how you can be of service to others right now.
Absolutely. All right, let's take a look at what Pasco County looks like right now. Now, about 40, look at that flooding. About 40 people have been rescued from rising waters during the hurricane, and that's according to the Pasco County Sheriff's Office.
That is just incredible. And again, you're seeing these images of just the water, and you know, we're seeing Pasco County and in Tampa area, and just the flooding is just incredible.
40 people rescued. That's a lot of people. All right, we're going to take a look at the Tallahassee outage map there. There are 54,000 people right now without power in Tallahassee.
Yeah, and that stayed pretty steady for a bit. So that's the good news right now. I've checked it a couple times and it hasn't really moved in a little bit. So it's a lot, but let's hope it just kind of stays there.
I agree. Since the storm has passed through, if your lights are on, hopefully they will stay on. And if they are not on, they will be fixed very quickly.
Maybe brew some coffee right now, so if you do have power, just in case it goes off, so you have some for the morning, just in case. All right, are we going to look at some resources? Yes, we are. Okay, post-storm resources, as Ava was saying, that is nice to say. We are post-storm now. Available after the storm. Florida State Helpline, you see the number right there on your screen, 1-800-342-3557. The Red Cross in our area, always available, 850-878-6080.
Yep, and as Helene continues to move from our area to other parts, we're going to gather more information on the resources that are available to you immediately after the storm. That's where we pretty much are now. Earlier, the governor and Kevin Guthrie, the state's emergency management director, gave out the statewide helpline phone number. So we gave that to you, and we'll continue to give you resources as the days go on.
And because we know it will, and then we'll compile a list, and of course, we'll put it on our website, we'll put it on our news app, we'll put it on all of our socials, so you'll be able to find that information very quickly in whatever county you may be in, whether it's the Big Bend or South Georgia.
That's right. Georgia Power monitoring Helene and tracking outages statewide. Now, they say that the threats that Helene poses are rare in the Peach State.
Absolutely.
We do experience hurricanes in this state. Often it's a regional impact, but this is going to impact everybody, and so I really hope that everybody watching is preparing their family to be able to go a few days without some power.
Yes, hopefully everyone's prepared and they have the supplies they need if they have to be without power for a few days. So we're going to check right back in with Cameron Aaron right now for another check of what is happening with the hurricane, where it is, and what we can expect.
Cam, I have a question for you.
What's up?
I was looking at the high tide for Apalachicola, and high tide was about now. So is that something that, even though the storm is out of the way, we're still going to have to deal with in our coastal areas? I mean, we're at high tide now, so we're going to have to deal with more of that storm surge.
Absolutely, and the winds are still coming out of the west and the southwest, so that's also helping to put the water back up against the shoreline, especially for those areas that saw the landfall earlier this evening. Places like Jefferson County, Taylor County still dealing with the high tide, but also the winds that are building that water up into the coastline. So the storm surge warning, that also continues for those coastal counties. Now we are awaiting the new update from the National Hurricane Center. Hasn't come down just yet. This is probably going to be either a low wind Cat 1, probably a high end tropical storm once that new update comes in from the National Hurricane Center. At this point, a 90-mile-per-hour Category 1 storm. Those winds at 90, the pressure at 955 millibars. Still that fast motion off to the north-northeast at 26 miles per hour. And as most of us wake up on Friday, this is a tropical storm close to Atlanta. But again, Helene will not be done with just Florida or South Georgia. This will bring impacts to North Georgia, also to the Carolinas, to Tennessee, to Kentucky, with heavy rainfall, also gusty winds far inland over these states as well by Friday and to go into this weekend. At this point, the bulk of the action is now pushing into parts of South Central Georgia. Notice as we zoom out, this is the spin, that's the center of circulation of Helene. And again, this is Macon, Georgia, the center of circulation to the south and east of there. The bulk of the heavy rainfall now moving out of our region, but we're still watching out for a few of those heavier downpours pushing through parts of Moultrie, close to the I-75 corridor as well, approaching places like Nashville, Georgia. Also watching out for some heavier downpours close to the I-10 corridor. So even though the center of circulation is now well off to the north, still tracking those leftover showers, those leftover winds as well. Some heavier downpours in Gadsden County, moving off to the east over parts of northern Leon County, and if that holds together, possibly into Jefferson County over the next several minutes there. Now, because of the strong pressure gradient between high and low pressure, still tracking at some breezy winds out there, even though the center is far to our north. Those sustained winds of 22 miles per hour in Quincy, sitting at 29 for Bainbridge, and sitting at 30 over in Moultrie. The sustained wind at this point, those gusts also a little bit high in some places, gusting to 38 for Bainbridge, Quincy, and Tallahassee, gusting to 43, and Moultrie gusting to 30 over in Jackson County and Marietta at this hour. So those breezy winds, they're going to stick around even though the center of circulation is now well off to the north. The showers, the leftover showers, and the breezy winds, they are going to continue. Let's go through Futurecast for the rest of this Friday morning, early Friday morning. Notice by 4 a.m., still watching out for a few more of those leftover showers over those South Georgia counties as most of us wake up and out the door for that Friday morning commute. If you're going out the door, again, do so safely. If you have damage or water in the road, just be careful with that. Never go through flood water. But again, the main story here by Friday morning, the weather is greatly improving, all thanks to some drier air. Could we see a few passing showers out there? It's possible, but that drier air is on the way to go into Friday morning on the backside of Hurricane Helene. Now that flood watch does continue until Friday morning, all thanks to that high water in some places. We've had anywhere from 5, 10, possibly more than 10 inches of rain once you factor in the rain on Wednesday, Thursday. Also early this morning, we have some high water issues in some areas. Like you talked about, Abby, also close to the coast once you factor in the storm surge. So even though the center is well off to the north now, we're still tracking some impacts, still watching out for those breezy winds that could knock out more power and those leftover showers. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Cam, for that. Where are we going to go next, guys?
I think we're going to take a look at some video. It is the boat rescue, I believe, let's look at this. We're hearing about residents being rescued down in Inglewood, Florida. One of our affiliates, Wink News, spoke with a man at the Point of Pines just after he and his family were rescued from their home.
We have some windows on the front of our house. They were able to bring their inflatable raft with a motor on it. They shined some lights towards the windows. We responded with the same. They were able to open the front door and then escort us off the island onto the boat.
And I know you saw that second wave of rescuers with some of your neighbors.
Yeah.
How did it make you feel seeing them safely rescued?
You know, as a small community of Point of Pines, there's only 66 residents here, so you know everybody, and it makes you feel good when you see everybody come to the ground safely.
All right, now we're taking a look at some video, from Steinhatchee, Florida. Again, we know 13 months ago this place was rocked by Hurricane Idalia, and many of those places basically just being rebuilt afterwards. And the storm surge there is just incredible, and so hopefully they're able to, you know, if they have to build back, do so quickly. And it's just hard. Your heart goes out because they've just been through so much. Okay, this is actually the storm surge in Steinhatchee 13 months ago from Idalia, and now that video you just saw earlier, granted it was from nighttime, so we really won't know a whole lot until we see tomorrow just how bad it was. Hopefully it's just having to, you know, clean up the muck and all that kind of stuff out of the sea and not have to rebuild anything structurally.
I can't believe that was only 13 months ago.
I know, it is. It's hard to believe.
Unbelievable. All right, and we are going now to
Jacob.
All right, we're going to check some power outages. Jacob, what's the latest?
Right, we have seen those numbers trickle up, and as the storm eventually moves away from our area, perhaps we're reaching a cap, a final total of the numbers. And I did want to just take out the whiteboard here. Our digital team is scouring every single co-op's website and collecting cumulative numbers of power outages in both Florida and Georgia. So according to our weather team, our digital team in Florida, in the Big Bend, this is just our area, 178,000 folks without power in the Big Bend. You go farther south to Tampa and Orlando and Ocala, that jumps up to 500,000 or so if you include all of Florida. In Georgia, in South Georgia counties that in our viewing area, roughly 85,000 folks without power as of about 3 o'clock this morning. So that's a large portion of our viewing area, no doubt, as I try to transition here live on air from the little whiteboard thing I have. I want to go back to the internet just to show folks our final tally here. Let's see if any numbers have jumped up in the last few minutes, starting with Tallahassee. 54,600 out right now in Tallahassee, 54,000. That's about where it was, say, 15, 20 minutes ago. So perhaps that's a good sign that we're not seeing any more spikes. I'll just run through these very quickly. Talquin in McCulloch County especially. We saw some of the first outages of the storm in McCulloch County from flooding, actually. It wasn't wind damage. Talquin had said flood had caused Shell Point to lose power in the afternoon. We're talking 2 or 3 o'clock Thursday afternoon. But now it's all wind caused, and you can see lots of issues from Wakulla to Chairs to Buck Lake. Everywhere there, basically, you're without power. Quickly going through Tri-County one more time. They're going to be out power for quite some time. This is Swanee Valley, Tri-County next door, Swanee Valley. They use the same software, and at 3 in the morning sometimes they can look similar. Let's show you this one. This is Tri-County. This one has Perry out completely. That's not a surprise. Same with Madison and parts of Jefferson County as well, Monticello. Folks that are so unfortunately used to having to spend days and potentially weeks without power. Hopefully they've learned some tips and tricks on how to stay cool. It will still be somewhat toasty. We're not feeling the fall weather just yet, so it'll be a tricky situation for sure. And then across the state line in Georgia, briefly here, Lowndes County, all the way out. Get that out of here. This is Georgia Power's map. You can see Lowndes County, a shade of red. They are suffering the worst fate when it comes to power outages. Almost all of their 32,000 customers without power. Better situation for Georgia Power when it comes to Thomasville and Quitman. I can try to zoom this out here just in case we want to talk about any of our peripheral northern counties when it comes to South Georgia. Cook County, still not in bad shape. Tifton is a blue color, which is slightly worse than yellow, according to this guide. So Tifton seeing some outages. But again, in the entire South Georgia region, Lowndes County by far has the vast majority of outages. So again, a community that was hit so hard by Idalia, again, suffering a similar fate when it comes to wind damage and power outages. Briefly check out Colquitt EMC here. They also serve Lowndes County customers, as well as Brooks County and Cook County. And their software is a little harder to comprehend from a simple glance, but as the best I can tell, they're dealing with tens of thousands of folks without power. So again, not a huge surprise. These cooperatives and EMCs and whatnot will be working together and hoping for mutual aid, expecting mutual aid with the agreements they've secured to help put the lights back on. But again, the bottom line is when you combine South Georgia and the Big Bend, over 250,000 folks without power, and all of those lights went from just fine to in the dark in just a matter of minutes, really. Those winds were something else.
Thank you so much, Jacob. And again, we can't stress this enough because the power is out in so many places. That's why they don't want you out on the roads, because you just can't see if there's debris or down power lines or things like that. And we don't want anybody getting hurt, and we don't want the first responders to have to go out there and deal with things that are unnecessary. You just don't need to be out there. Just stay in your home and, wait it out for a little bit, and then you can go out. And even I think it's important to know, because someone was mentioning this earlier, once you are able to get out in the daylight, stoplights, that kind of thing, they may still be out. So if you get to an intersection, always remember to treat it like a four-way stop.
And always stop at the train tracks as well, because those may not be working. Now, we want to just take one more look at the resources that are available post-storm. Of course, that's when some of the hardest work begins. So, we have some very important numbers there on your screen. We've got Florida State Helpline. That number is there, that 800 number. And then we've got the Red Cross, the local Red Cross number. Both of them will be providing resources to people post-storm. So make sure you take those numbers down.
Absolutely. And again, the Florida State Helpline, 1-800-342-3557. Red Cross 850-878-6080. And when we talked with the Red Cross earlier in the evening, what they do initially is they do the initial sheltering for the storm, and then they kind of reassess and say, okay, now we're post-storm. What do we need to do as far as sheltering anyone who's maybe, they can't stay in their home because their roof is damaged or it was totally destroyed. So again, once we have that information, we'll pass that along to you.
Absolutely. Now, Comcast opened over 50,000 Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots to help people stay connected. We definitely, that's going to come in very, very handy for people. Of course, we have insurance apps. People need to deal with their insurance companies and just certainly check in on everybody. We have a list of hotspots there up on the screen: Franklin, Gadsden, Jefferson, Lafayette, Leon, Madison, Swanee, Taylor, Wakulla. So you can find the hotspot that is closest to you just by searching your zip code on the Comcast hotspot map. And of course, you can find that link. It's right on our website, WCTV.tv.
All right, and another good thing, Verizon, they are waiving your cell phone data usage because who knows, you may have used it all just this evening trying to keep up with everything. Well, don't worry though, that data has been waived through October the 5th for all of the Big Bend and most of South Georgia. And again, we know so many people, that's how you do so many things, keep in contact with people. And like Ava was saying, a lot of insurance companies, that's how you submit claims and things like that through the app and the apps. And so thankfully they'll have that waived, so you don't have to worry about that.
And of course, if you need to restock after a couple of days in the house, several Publix locations are reopening tomorrow morning, okay, after they closed on Wednesday. They're going to open at 9 o'clock in the morning. All Leon County locations, Crawfordville, Live Oak, Valdosta, Thomasville, Moultrie. You can get up if you need to and get what you need at those Publix locations at 9 o'clock. And you can go to the Publix website if you want to check the hours for the store that's nearest to you.
Oh, okay. Here's some new information. We are also starting to get some word on some Walmarts in our area that are set to open back up tomorrow. You see them there right now. West Tennessee Street, 9 a.m., Thomasville Road, time unknown right now. So not all of them, but some of them. So that's good. Again, if you need to restock on some supplies, there you can do that as well. So again, we've gotten through the storm. Now is the cleanup. Now is the recovery. Now is the linemen coming in to restore the power. It may take a little bit. It may take a while, but we're still going to be here with you guys. We're still going to be here and making sure that you get the information you need in the days and weeks to come.
That's right. And we need to find out what's going on with the hurricane right now. So let's turn it over to Rob Nucatola.
Hi, Rob.
Hi,
Good
Rob.
to see you again.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ladies. Yeah, nice to see you all again. Great job last night, everyone. We are still going to watch and track and see what's going on with still Hurricane Helene. As of 3 o'clock this morning, still calling it 80-mile-per-hour winds around that core, moving to the north-northeast at 30. The pressure's up to 960 millibars, so continued weakening as expected, continued speeding up as expected, and it should race off a little bit more now to the north and west, eventually settling into the Tennessee Valley, where it's going to bring some soggy days up there, even when it transitions from a tropical system to a regular area of low pressure. And this is going to be something that the central part of the United States has to put up with for much longer than we did. We had a full day of it, and now we're pretty much done with it. We've got some wraparound showers that are still lingering, and we still have some breezy conditions that are still going to linger for a while. But as we make our way through this morning to this afternoon, the rain chances continue to go down. That breeze starts to relax a little bit, and we start to put everything back together. Here's what it looked like on the big picture going back the last 12 hours. I mean, it was a long day with wind and rain for so many areas, but it continues to move on off that once really distinct eye, still trying to hang in there at least a little bit, and that's why they're still classifying it as a hurricane even at this hour, even with much of the activity dwindling. Now, I still see plenty of showers and bands around it. The threat for the biggest activity is going to be east of that center, maybe still over the peninsula a little bit now towards the Atlantic coast, but for our area, as we get some of these northwest winds, we actually try to bring in a little drier air, and that's going to change things up the way it looks and feels outside, at least for a little while. I still think some of the toastier conditions are going to stick around. We're getting towards the end of September here. I know we're looking for cooler and drier. I think we might find the drier for the next several days. Not convinced we're going to find much of the cooler. And you can see there's still a bunch of rain when you get up to the north and eastern sections, when you get up past Moultrie, get up past Adel, get up towards Tifton. But you can also see this other stripe or two that's still kind of spiraling back through the area. A bunch of green polygons for some flood concerns when you get north of Nashville and up towards Douglas and way on off to the north up near Cordele. Now, as far as what we still have lingering in our area, this band that's bringing some rain to Havana, bringing some rain to northern parts of Leon County up to the state line, continues to lift a little bit from south and west to north and east, wrapping around Helene. That's still way off to our north and to our east. Here's what it's looked like over the past several hours, taking those more impressive rain bands with it, taking those stronger winds with it. So now everything's on the calming trend, but it just takes a while for all that to actually happen and clear things out and calm things down. So as we go through the next 2, 3, 4 hours, there still might be some showers, still being maybe some of a breeze, but once the sun comes up and we start moving into our Friday, it's going to look and feel a little different out there than it has for the past couple of days. Now, the wind speeds that are still happening, these sustained winds, these are those 1-minute averages. For the most part, still below 30 miles per hour. I think we're going to find a lot that continue to come down from here and likely end up settling in that maybe 12 to 22 or 24 mile per hour range. I think for those wind gusts, which may still have a little kick to them, especially the further north and east you are, like in Moultrie, we're still picking up some wind gusts up over 40 miles per hour. Most areas still getting some gusts up over 30 miles per hour. So yeah, it's still a little gusty out there, still a little breezy out there. Expect that to continue for several hours. But as we do get to sunrise and get past it, we're going to notice some changes. And as we get those changes, we're going to continue watching the weakening of Hurricane Helene. 3 o'clock information down to 80 miles per hour sustained. I suspect when we get to 4 o'clock, it's going to get even more dropped. And then when we get to that big advisory at 5 a.m., we'll see what kind of downgrades we can be talking about with this particular situation. Now, for much of our area, we're still going to have some of that rain around, okay? But it's going to be much, much less than it was. And as we go into the day today and things start clearing up, it's going to be a very different setup for us. And I think that very different setup is going to continue, bringing in much drier air, much calmer conditions for later on Friday and for into the upcoming weekend. So that should help in all those cleanup and recovery efforts. And there's going to be a lot of that that's needed as this system moves away and we start to replace that with still warmer than we'd like to see weather for this time of the year, but definitely different than what we've endured for the past couple of days with all that really icky, sticky humidity and just that waiting for this system to do its thing and move through the area. Kind of amazing how much it moved all in one day, from way down in parts of the Caribbean almost through the entire Gulf and now up into parts of central Georgia and continuing to move. So we just got to make it through what's left of these bands. There's not that many left. There's not that much rain left, but it certainly still make those roads a little extra slippery. It'll still pile on some water in some of those areas that picked up 6 or 8 or 10 inches worth of rain when all is said and done. Kind of amazing how some of our western areas had those bigger rainfall totals from what came well ahead of the actual hurricane itself. And then when some of those more vigorous bands of rain moved into some of our eastern areas, we piled a little bit onto some of those spots to the west that had so much rain before the storm actually got here. So all those things work together. We're going to see those rainfall totals at times, and then when they come out and are all done, they're going to be in that 6 to 12 inch range in many spots. So a lot of rain. And of course, we're still going to have days and days and days of that water matriculating back to the Gulf. So we've got lots of things that are still going to be taking time to get back to normal after a very busy day. I think for the next little while, some areas up and down the I-75 corridor, maybe just a little bit west from there over towards Albany and Camilla, we still have some of these showers, but not like the rains that we had earlier this morning or late last night. And while we're still watching this one stripe that's through parts of northern Gadsden County and northern Leon County up to the state line, it's also not like we had late last night, but it's still something that's there, and it's still going to make those roads a little extra slick. And it's probably a really good idea just to stay off the roads, let the first responders and the linemen get out there and do all the things they need to do to put everything back together for us. And as we get into the day later today, when things start to calm down and things start to quiet down, that's when you go out there and try to start cleaning up and taking care of things. Sure, you can go outside your house and see what's going on around your yard and all that kind of, and pick up some of the debris. A lot of the debris that's going to be out there in areas that were further away from the core could look to be a little bit lighter and a little bit easier to move, but just double check and be careful out there. Don't try to overexert yourself and do things that may be a little bit out of your scope. Otherwise, you end up getting yourself into trouble some other ways, and nobody needs that, especially after what we went through yesterday. So we're still watching on that radar that there's still some rain in a couple of spots. I see some on Highway 27 near Havana. I see some up and down Highway 319 when you get north of Tallahassee into Leon County. There's a couple of sprinkles on Highway 19 right around Monticello. So all of that's going to continue to be at least part of our deal for the next little while. And then I think once we get finished with this little stripe of rain, things start to quiet down in more areas, but there will still be that breeze that we'll notice for at least a little while coming in from the northwest and west and eventually southwest as we get the backside, that wraparound breeze from the hurricane itself, which is still a hurricane even at this hour. But now that it moves further and further north, more removed from its energy source, those warm waters of the Gulf, it'll continue to weaken, and as it does, It's just going to be a rain producer up into parts of the Tennessee Valley. So I think our big story with this is coming to an end, and now we switch from the forecast portion and the tracking portion, and now we switch to the cleanup portion, and we switch to the putting everything back together portion, and that's what's going to take even more time than this did, because this was a pretty quick mover, in, out, done. But boy, oh boy, was it something, guys.
It really was. And what's amazing is the lead up. We talked about it being kind of a marathon, and then it went into a sprint, and it was out of here. That's just amazing. Thank you, Rob. Thank you for that forecast and letting us know where it is. We're going to take a look. We're getting some video in now and viewer pictures of some of the things going on. This video is showing some high winds impacting a marina in Ozona, Florida. That's in Pinellas County. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And you can just hear the wind, and the wind's just whipping around.
Yeah, it's smashing the boats up against each other.
Yeah.
Take a look at this video from last evening, Cape San Blas in Gulf County. Now you can see those waves crashing over the rocks and onto the road. I mean, just an idea of how much Helene brought into our area.
And again, this is a storm chaser video from Perry and Taylor County, kind of right near where Helene made landfall around 11:10 this evening. You can see the intensity of the wind, it blowing transformers, you know, power lights in the area, that sort of thing. Just a very, very scary scene. And people that I talked to in the area, they said, yeah, it was pretty scary.
Look at that. That's Steenhatchee. You can see on that camera there the bands and the wind and the rain hitting there in Steenhatchee.
And again, we're staying in Steenhatchee, taking a look at some flying debris and people. Oh, there it went. People there again going, all right, well, this is 13 months. We were kind of in a similar boat, and they're no stranger to this, unfortunately, but they're strong people, and they're going to rebuild and recover.
Absolutely. And here's a look at that rain, the wind blowing outside the State Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee. Now, that was earlier tonight. That rain was coming down, and that wind, I told you when I opened the door, I couldn't even know I had to shut it.
All right, let's take a look now. Some 511 Georgia cam video from Valdosta. Again, you can see, look at the traffic lights there, just swinging so hard from the very, very heavy wind. And again, as it kind of moved from the Big Bend area up into South Georgia, people in South Georgia saying, you know, we have never experienced anything like this.
No. And of course, thanks so much. Some of you have begun sharing your photos with us of the damage that you're seeing outside your own doors. Now, this photo was shared by Jasmine Bristol, a tree toppling over not one, but two cars. Now, it's unclear where this is specifically in our viewing area, but, you know, that just shows the enormity of the winds.
And we know, you know, as things get lighter outside, as morning comes, you are going to want to maybe share some things with us. Just be able to do so safely. Share videos with us, share what you are seeing, but make sure you are doing it safely. The gentleman who sent in this video, Dwayne, says a number of trees pushed down by the hurricane and forest winds from Helene. You can see one really just barely missed a car that was parked in the yard. So he got, you know, barely escaped there. But again, if you're wanting to submit videos, you can go to WCTV.tv, click on our Share It tab. But again, I cannot stress this enough. Make sure that you are in a safe spot. Don't ever put yourself in harm's way to get a picture or a video, because it's not worth it.
And of course, we have the resources that you need online. You can track power outages and many, many other things on our website, on our app, WCTV.tv, and we certainly will continuously update those as we are post Helene.
Okay, the time now a little after 3:30 in the morning on Friday. We're all taking a deep breath. We've gotten through this part. And as Rob was saying, you know, the next storyline comes, and that is the cleanup and the recovery. And just like we were here for you tonight, we're going to be here for you in that as well. And as those resources come in, more resources come in on how you can receive help, where those food stations are, we'll be bringing that to you as well.
Absolutely. A long day, a big storm. I'm glad we are past the storm and we're starting the next chapter.
All right, well, that is going to end our wall-to-wall coverage. We're going to take a break, and then, of course, the Good Morning Show, Rob, Lenitra, Madison, and the crew, they're going to join you and have more information. We're going to be learning more information. They're going to be bringing that to you throughout the morning hours. Thank you so much for staying with us and hanging with us, and we'll continue to get you through the storm as we recover. Have a great evening, everybody.
Thanks for joining us.